This is Audible.
The Prince's Fate. Thrall Prince Romance, Book 2. Written by Caroline Gibson. Narrated by Matt Haynes. Prologue. Otharn, 25 years ago. Vatten Sander. Prince Vell of Otharn turned to look at the ranger as he stepped through the branches into the forest clearing. He was as tall and broad and strong as Vell remembered. His hair was cropped shorter, and his beard was a little grayer, but Vell had no care for such details. He moved out from the shadow of the pines, and the ranger's face broke into a smile, his eyes crinkling. Vell's chest felt tight as the ranger strode toward him. His physical presence lit a spark in Vell's belly that he remembered only too well from their first meeting. 1 year ago, a wild chase through the forest that had been followed by 4 days and nights of exploration, of passion, of awakening. Vell had lived on those memories since, but memories had ceased to be enough. That was why he had returned, leaving behind his responsibilities at the palace and traveling deep into the heart of Otharn's royal forest. Now he was here, face to face with the subject of 100 nighttime fantasies, and he could only hope that he was welcome. "You are well," the ranger said, his voice deep and rich, vibrating in Vell's bones. He brushed the back of his hand over Vell's smooth cheek, his touch sending shivers through Vell's body. He followed the light touch with a kiss, surprisingly chaste, his beard tickling, and pulled Vell into a warm embrace. "Vatten Sander, my water spirit, it is good to see you walking in my forest again." His possessive words and the strength of his arms did something to Vell. His knees were weak, his cheeks hot. A rebellious part of his brain was thrilled and delighted that the ranger would claim Otharn's royal forest as his own, as easily as he claimed its prince. Vell had no doubt the ranger knew who he truly was. He called Vell Vatten Sander, meaning water spirit. It was an affectionate name that reminded them both of how the ranger had found him, bathing in a forest pool, naked and alone. Vell had never revealed his true name, but his fine clothes, his pale skin, his exquisitely engraved daggers told the truth well enough. Like the water from that pool, every burden and lesson of court life was streaming from Vell's shoulders. Even the fear of his father's disapproval and his mother's disappointment faded away, replaced by hazy submission and nervous excitement. Vell clutched the ranger's jerkin tightly, his breath already short. The ranger ran his hand through Vell's hair, loosening the locks and letting them tumble about his chin. "You do not need those clothes here, or those weapons," he said. "I have everything you need. I will take care of you, little one." Vell nodded, already moving to pull off his leather coat, desperate to please, to be obedient. Even as he did it, he knew it was foolish to strip and drop his weapons in the depths of the forest. He was putting himself at the mercy of this man whose name he did not even know. But foolishness aside, he did it. He stood again on his bare feet in the grass, his skin prickling with cold and the eyes of the ranger on him. He was Vatten Sander, a water spirit, an elemental creature made flesh, in his heart if not in reality. He became a creature of the forest while he was under the ranger's spell. The ranger claimed the forest. He claimed all the creatures and spirits within it, and Vatten Sander was his creature. The ranger ran his hands over Vell's flesh. He took his time, turned him around, rubbed and stroked and spread, and eventually grunted his approval of what he saw. Such treatment was wildly arousing to Vell, to be examined and judged as if he were a creature in truth. When the ranger turned him back around, his knowing smile showed he was aware of the effect he had. "Down, Vattensander," he ordered, his voice gruff but gentle. Vell did as he was told, got down on the soft grass, on his knees, his head resting on his folded arms. It was a pose he knew the ranger liked, and Vell was nothing if not eager to please. A hand gripped the back of his neck, holding him by the scruff. "You're a good little spirit," the ranger said. "I have missed your flesh. Let us see if it is as soft as I remember. Make yourself ready." Vell performed the useful spell the ranger had taught him to prepare his body for use. He flushed with shame and excitement to even think of it. That his body could be used in such a way that a prince of Otharn could strip and kneel and be ordered to submit. But he did it. He hid his flushed face in his arms, but there was no hiding his excitement from the ranger's keen eyes or from his calloused hand. He reached between Vell's legs to stroke his hard length in his slow, sure way. Vell groaned at the touch, although he knew the ranger would not let him find his pleasure so soon. "There you go," the ranger said, satisfied, and Vell was dizzy with the knowledge that after a year the man could again hold him so easily in the palm of his hand. He arched his back, raised his hips, longing for more. The ranger chuckled. "So eager, Vattensander. You have been gone for many months. Have no others made use of you, claimed you for their own, and had you on your knees for them? Do none outside the forest see your beauty?" Vell shook his head, hiding his face. There were plenty of people in the city, and even in the palace, who found him attractive. Vell knew it, but even more than that, he was aware of his father's expectations. If King Koval found out what Vell had done here 1 year ago, what he was doing now, his wrath would be white-hot. The prince rarely spoke to the ranger. He did not need to. The ranger commanded his tongue, and he had other uses for it than to hear Vell's words. It was a relief not to have to talk, not to have to do anything but present his body the way the ranger liked and do as he was told. To have all responsibility gone and let himself fall into this haze. To be Vattensander. The ranger did not wait any longer. He knelt between Vell's spread knees and took a firm grip of his hips. Vell wriggled his ass a little and earned another soft chuckle. "Peace, Vattensander, you'll get what you need." With that, he pulled Vell back onto his cock all the way, sliding home, emitting a long groan as Vell's flesh was pierced and yielded, making way for him. Vell's mouth gaped and his eyes widened as he was taken. It had been a year since he had done this, but he had prepared himself well enough that the stretch and burn of it soon gave way to a heated fullness. More than that, his mind fell into submission. It was like coming home to be used like this, for the ranger after a full year to order him onto his knees and take him so easily, as though it was his right, as though Vell's body served only for his pleasure. Vell gasped, breathless as the ranger pumped his hips. Warm hands steadied him. A low voice behind him told him how good he was, how beautifully he submitted, how perfectly he took it. Vell pushed back into the ranger's thrusts, desperate for more. More praise, more sensation, more pleasure. He did not know what. He only wanted more. True to his word, the ranger gave him what he needed. His rough hand stroked Vell to completion just as he finished inside him. Vell trembled all over as he came, the ranger buried deep, one hand on the back of his neck, the other on his cock. Vell shook, and his eyes filled, the crest of his pleasure pushing him over the edge of his control, and suddenly everything was too much. Too much sensation, too much emotion. He had let go of too much of himself, and if he did not hold on to something, he would never want to come back. The ranger let him cry, and soothed him after. He spread out his furs and laid Vell down, let the prince rest his head on his broad shoulder, and stroked his hair. He didn't ask any questions. He fed Vell a handful of dried fruits, piece by piece, and waited for him to stop shaking, wrapped in his embrace. The ranger propped himself on one elbow and looked down on Vell, the late afternoon light casting deep shadows through the trees, the scent of pine heavy in the air. He traced his fingers around Vell's eye, over his cheekbone, around his jaw, seeing far more than just his face. "This can be a hard world for a water spirit," he said eventually, and Vell nodded, his eyes again filling with tears that he could not stop or explain. The ranger wiped them away with his thumb. "I know all that passes in his forest. Any spirits that seek shelter or comfort here will always be welcome, especially you, Vatten Sander." Secrets. "Hey, babe," David said, flipping on the lights in the dark workshop. He was home late, tired and cranky, and the entire drive home he had been looking forward to seeing his Otharnian prince. Vell blinked in the suddenly bright light, and shoved something behind a large potted plant. He jumped up from his desk and hurried over to David with a smile. "Welcome back, David," he said with a soft kiss. "You are back early, or rather, I did not expect you to come here and retrieve me. We can go upstairs. I will make dinner for you. Everything is ready." Vell headed for the door, and David turned with him, putting his back to Vell's desk and whatever he was clumsily trying to hide. "You okay?" the scientist asked, curious about Vell's reaction. They worked together in the workshop all the time, on their own projects and jointly, combining David's tech with Vell's craft and magical knowledge. David enjoyed their time in the workshop almost as much as their time in the bedroom, if he were to be honest. "Yes, of course, I am well," Vell said, shifting his weight from side to side, glancing back at his desk. "I did not realize the time. You must be hungry." With a frown, David let Vell usher him out of the workshop and up the stairs. The penthouse on the top floor of the New York Tower block had been transformed in the months that Vell had lived there. He had filled it with greenery, with life. Potted plants, exotic and lush, were everywhere. Vines grew up to the high ceiling, and a huge fish tank covered one wall. The penthouse was alive with Vell in it, no longer the clean but lifeless high-tech haven it had been. David gently teased Vell every time a new delivery came with more plants, but in truth he loved them. Vell was making the penthouse his home, and David could not have been happier. David stood at the fish tank while Vell cooked. The tank was filled with aquatic plants and creatures that Vell had procured in his rare absences from Earth. Octopi with too many legs and bright, intelligent eyes, plants that waved their tendrils against the current, fish that sparked with crystal magic. David faced the tank and all its wonders, but in the reflection of the glass, he was watching Vell. "You don't have to cook every night, you know," he said. "Takeout is fine sometimes, or all the time, if you're working on something important downstairs." Vell did not look up. "It is no trouble, David. I like to be useful." David flinched at that. Useful. It was a little too close to the bone. Vell had been his slave not too long ago, and he had professed the same sentiment then. His desire to be useful, to be good and obedient, and to please his master. David pushed that memory away. It was not that way now. Vell was free to do as he pleased. He could stay or go, and he had chosen to stay with David. The silence went on too long, forcing Vell to glance at David. "How was your day, David? The meetings with your leaders went well? Your politicians?" Vell's homeworld of Otharn was a monarchy, ruled by his father, King Koval. The concept of elected officials was a source of endless amusement and curiosity to the former prince. David shrugged, strolling over to join Vell at the kitchen counter. "It was okay. They want my tech. I don't want to give it to them. The usual. It's worse now, because they know there's a threat out there, and they want to make weapons to combat it. I don't blame them, but they don't understand what this power can do. Just like Odor with his crystal machine, in the wrong hands, it could tear this planet apart." Vell served up a plate of pasta in cream sauce and a glass of wine, setting it on the counter where David stood. "That is true. It has happened before. We have found destroyed worlds, remnants of civilizations that could not control their power." "Yeah, it would be easier if I could tell them that stuff, but I don't want them to ask me how I know and follow the trail back to you." David started eating, then noticed Vell was not joining him. "You already ate?" he asked, his mouth full of delicious pasta. Shaking his head, Vell said, "I am not hungry." "Are you okay?" David repeated, setting down his fork. Vell backed away, staring at the plate of pasta, his face growing pale and clammy. "Yes," he said, swallowing hard. "Yes, David, I am—" He swallowed again, put his hand over his mouth, and ran for the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. David ran after him, hearing nothing through the thick door but the sound of running water, the faucet on full. "Lively?" David called on the AI he had created. "What's he doing?" There was a pause before she replied. "My programming does not allow me to report on activities in the private areas of the penthouse, sir." "Override," David snapped, trying the handle and finding the bathroom door locked. "Vell appears to be unwell, sir," Lively reported, her electronic tone disapproving, if such a thing was possible. David clenched his fists, frustrated. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. The water shut off, and there was a pause, a long one. "A moment, please." Vell's voice was muffled through the door. His reply was followed by another, longer pause. David shuffled from side to side, worried. Vell was sick and trying to hide it, trying and failing, and David had no idea why he would even want to try. If he was sick, David would take care of him. Vell had no need to conceal anything from his partner. David unclenched his jaw and took a deep breath. He heard water running again. Then the door swung open, and Vell was there, his cheeks flushed, his face and hair damp from hurried washing. "Vell, what's going on?" David asked in a soft voice, half expecting his secretive lover to deny everything. The ground shifted under his feet as he waited. Vell was keeping something from him, and not just today. David had started to notice it more and more. Vell read books he didn't want David to see. He worked on crafting projects that he kept to himself. He had furtive, whispered conversations with his brother, Prince Lon. They stared at each other for a moment, and David's concern grew as he noticed details he had missed at first. The whites of Vell's eyes were bloodshot. Had he been crying? David raised his hand and tapped again on the door, only half open. "Is something wrong? Can you tell me anything? Are you sick?" he asked, not sure what else to think. The Otharnian shook his head. "No, David, I'm not unwell. It is not that. Vell leaned against the door, squeezed his eyes shut, held his breath. But you are right. There is something I must tell you. I should have told you before now, but I was afraid to. I am sorry. Just tell me now, please, Vell, David begged. His mind was swirling with confusion. Whatever Vell was going to say, he could not stand to wait any longer to hear it. I want to know. I want to help. Vell took a deep breath and stood up straight. He looked as though he were facing a firing squad, and David would have comforted him if he had the ability to do so. You know I am not human, he started, and David frowned and nodded. This was not the direction he had expected the conversation to go. Of course, he knew Vell was not human. He was from another world. He was an alien, an Otharnian. But it had not seemed important at all, once they had found each other. I am Elsken, Vell continued, and flinched as the word left his mouth, as if he expected some reaction from David. Wait, David said, confused. I thought you were Otharnian. Vell rocked his head from side to side, in a gesture David had learned meant yes and no. I am Otharnian, yes, he explained, winding his fingers together. I was born on Otharn. My parents were Otharnian. I am that, but I am also something else. Glancing up, Vell checked if David had anything else to say. David gestured for him to go on. He didn't understand what Vell was trying to tell him. He didn't care if Vell was from Otharn or Elsken or anywhere, as long as he was happy and safe. He told Vell as much, but, if anything, the prince's tension only increased. Vell, David said, if there's something you want to say, how about you just spit it out? You're kind of freaking me out here, and I swear, whatever it is, I will not feel any differently about you. I love you. I love you, Vell, and I just want to help you with whatever it is that's bothering you. You can trust me. David held out his hands to Vell, wanting nothing more than to hold him and be close to him, but his lover did not come to him. Vell wiped his face with his hand. He shook his head in disbelief, but he steeled himself anyway. He took a deep breath and faced David. David, this is what I must tell you. I love you too. I am with child. Your child. I am pregnant. Flame. Before David could react, before he even knew what his reaction would be, Vell continued, I know this is a shock to you. It was a shock to me too. I did not think it was possible any more. There is much I still do not know. But do not concern yourself. Take all the time you need to consider what you want to do. I can stay in my apartment, perhaps while you think it over. David shook himself. What are you talking about? He asked, still trying to understand the first thing Vell had said. You're pregnant? That's not possible, is it? Wait, can Otharnian men get pregnant? Vell stared at him, still on the other side of the bathroom door. I am a man, he said, his voice quiet. But that is not all that I am. I am Elsken, male, and not male. It is rare, and some call it a curse. It has not happened in the Otharnian royal bloodline for many generations. He stopped and gave a weak smile, or at least not that anyone would admit to. David held up his hands. But you're pregnant? He pressed, still confused. Perhaps he was missing something important in Vell's words, something that was obvious to the alien but a total mystery to the human. I am David, Vell confirmed, frowning, his hand sneaking down to touch his own belly. Perhaps you call Elsken something else here. What is your word for one like me, a man who can bear a child?" David raised his eyebrows. No such thing on earth, babe," he said. "At least not that I know of. Lively, help me out here?" Lively chimed in, her calm voice filling the penthouse. "There is no class or group of male humans that can give birth, sirs," she said. "Except for some trans men, but I do not think that is what Vell is referring to." Vell raised his head. "Truly?" he said. "There are none like me on this world." "Vell, I can honestly say there are none like you on any world," David replied, leaning in to snatch a kiss. Vell smiled at his affectionate gesture, the lines on his face smoothing out a little. David took his opportunity. "Can I scan you?" he asked, still confused over Vell's claim and whether it could possibly be true. In every respect, Vell was male. David had conducted many thorough and detailed examinations of the relevant areas of Vell's body. There was no doubt in his mind. But he reminded himself that Vell was an alien. He was from another planet. He could manipulate energy with his mind. There was a lot about him that David didn't understand, so he couldn't completely rule out the possibility that his fantastical claim was true. "Of course," Vell said, inclining his head. "Of course you may scan me. You must verify my claim before you make any decisions." David gently tugged at Vell's arm, finally pulling him out of the bathroom and back downstairs to the workshop, his dinner and his tiredness forgotten. "What exactly is it you think I need to decide?" he asked as they walked. Vell glanced at him, his brow furrowed. "Do not tell me that Earth is so different from all other worlds, David. I know it is not. You are a wealthy man, and I know you care for me. But I hardly represent an alliance you would seek to continue your family name. I don't even have a name anymore. We are not of the same race. I am Elskin. My child may be different." "Our child," David corrected, clearing a table in the crowded workshop and helping Vell climb on it and lie down. "If there's a bun in your oven," he patted Vell's flat belly, "it didn't get there without my help, right?" David was still not convinced that Vell was telling him the literal truth. Perhaps this was a cultural misunderstanding, something magical that Vell thought obvious but David was clueless about. You would claim it?" Vell asked, but David only stroked his hand and set up the scanners. Time to get to the bottom of this. "Okay, Liv," he said. "Visual results on screen, ultrasound scans, medical diagnosis." David swung the nearest screen around so they could both see it, and Vell lay motionless on the table as the quiet hum of the scanner filled the room. At first the screen was nothing but gray static. Lively adjusted the frequencies to account for Vell's Otharnian body and built up a picture, details filling in moment by moment. The image moved with Vell's breathing, but in just a few seconds it stabilized and cleared. They both stared at the screen, breathless. A dark void encircled an indistinct gray mass, and in the center of the mass there was a tiny beating heart. "Well, God damn," David said, his voice a whisper, his hand reaching for the image on the screen. "A baby." Even as the words passed his lips, a flame kindled in David's own heart, tiny but bright and strong. It was true. The baby had no name yet, no face, no form, no shape, but the force of his love for it sucked the air from David's lungs. He pulled Vell into his arms before he could say another word, holding him as close as he could, wanting him to feel his desperate love, to feel his heart beating out of his chest, the happiness burning through his veins. "Is this for real?" David said, his voice choked. "Tell me this is for real. Because if this is a joke, I seriously am going to cry. I will cry. Tell me, is this for real?" "Yes," Vell gasped, crushed in David's arms. "Yes, it is real. I swear to you it is real." Vell returned David's embrace, his sob in David's ear. "I thought you would be angry," he said, between gulps of air, and David only tightened his grip. "No," David said. "No, no, no. Impossible. I love you. I love you." David pulled back and cupped Vell's face in his hands, wiping the tears there with his thumbs. "Come back upstairs and talk to me," he suggested. "I have a million questions. Vell, you didn't have to hide this from me. This is amazing. This is good news. You've blown my mind. I am speechless. Not literally, of course, but still. Have you been sick because of the baby? You can tell me. You can trust me. I'll help you. I'll make you tea. I'm good at making tea, right?" The prince gave him a watery smile at that reminder of their past. David had made him tea when Vell had been enslaved to him. It had been one of the first clues that David did not intend to treat him the way his former master had treated him. Vell slid off the table and let David steer him back upstairs. "Of course, David. We can talk, and I will answer your questions. But please know this. I am aware I do not have anything to offer your house. No name, no family connections, no influence, no wealth. I will not be demanding." David stopped them halfway up the stairs. The plain wood of the stairs and the white walls were a contrast to the high-tech workshop below and the greenery of the penthouse above. They stood between the two. "Listen," he said, holding Vell's shoulders. "Listen, I don't give a shit about any of that. About names or family or influences or connections. I love you. And if you want to have a kid with me, I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. I want it. I want you. I don't care about your name. If you want my name, you can have it." The flame in David's heart roared to life at the thought of Vell Thomen, and he could not control his delirious joy. "There's no one else I want to be with. There's nothing else I want. Only you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you that before. Will you marry me?" Vell gaped at him, his eyes wide and shining for a moment, before he controlled his expression, wriggled himself out of David's hold, and continued up the stairs. "David, do not tease me. I am perfectly content with my position here. I know you care for me. You do not have to convince me of your affection." David followed him to the penthouse, annoyed with himself. He had assumed that he and Vell had a similar understanding of their relationship. David was open with his affection. He showered Vell with gifts. They slept together every night, tangled in each other's arms. But still, Vell was judging their relationship on a different scale. He thought he had a position with David, some status based on scale of worth, no doubt inherited from Otharn. Well, David wasn't having it. He and Vell were equals, and he would convince his stubborn lover of that fact if it was the last thing he did. Lawn. They sat together on the white couch, surrounded by Vell's plants, deep blue and red blooms, dark green leaves with tiny spines along the ridges. David didn't know what type of plants they were, or even if they were all from Earth. He let Vell do what he wanted, with the penthouse and with his heart, and he had thought Vell had understood how much he loved him. David kissed Vell's fingers. "I'm serious," he said, trying to convince the Otharnian. "Super serious. Think about it. I'd be a good husband. I'd take care of you. You could have anything you wanted. You could have my name. Just think about it, okay?" Vell pressed his lips together and finally agreed to consider it. David was pretty sure that meant he would not give it another thought, but there was nothing more he could do. Vell was nothing if not strong-willed. David threw his hands up. Maybe he wasn't a prime catch for an alien prince, but he would at least like Vell to take his offer seriously. He would try again later, when his future fiancée wasn't so distracted. He pulled out his phone and sent Lively a quick message to order a ring. Gold, to match the rest of Vell's collection. Vell liked jewelry, and a shiny rock should get his attention. Fine, I'll keep asking you, you know. David stuffed his phone back in his pocket and set that topic on the back burner. He decided to pause and see if Vell had anything else to say. Turns out he did. David, are you not upset that I am Elskin? Vell asked, looking in every direction but at the man sitting next to him. David shook his head. Nope, I'm not upset about anything, except that you didn't tell me sooner. Everything you are is perfect, Vell, and I would not change a single thing about you. Why would I be upset? Vell shrugged awkwardly, then took a breath and forced himself to speak. If I had told any Otharnian man what I was, after sharing his bed and pretending to be his equal, he most certainly would be upset. David waited for him to continue. This was clearly a difficult topic. Perhaps it was among the reasons Vell had left Otharn many years ago. Vell had not told David that full story, although he had given hints. He had said that he had left his homeworld after an argument with his parents, but that was a glossed-over version for sure. Princes didn't leave their kingdoms over mild disagreements. If being Elskin was something bad on Otharn, something shameful, something that had to be kept secret, it would explain a lot. Before Vell could continue, Lively broke in. Sirs, a portal has opened in Central Park. Prince Lon is en route to the penthouse. Vell rubbed his face, smoothed out his expression. David tabled the rest of their conversation. Now was not the time. Lon's visits were infrequent, and Vell would want to give his brother his full attention. He was the only family the former prince had left. They went to the wall of windows to watch Lon's long, lazy spear throw float him up from the rectangle of green far below, his sky-blue cape fluttering behind him. "Does Lon know?" David asked, wrapping one arm around Vell's waist. Vell shrugged. "He knows what I am," he said. "But he does not know about my condition, despite me giving him clues enough. He brought me books on biology from the Royal Library on his last visit, but I did not tell him why I'd asked for them. Perhaps he did not look beyond the covers." David squeezed him around the waist. Lon always had a lot on his mind, and David was grateful that he made time for his brother. He was the only trustworthy family that Vell had, and his love and loyalty had saved Vell from slavery. David had nothing but affection for the Crown Prince of Otharn, even if he didn't have time to read a book. He was welcome in their home any time. "Do not tell him," Vell warned. "Koval must not know. Lon bears enough burdens without having to keep this secret as well." David only had time to nod before Lon landed with a thump on the balcony and held out his arms to his brother for a hug. Vell hurried outside to greet him, and Lon lifted him off his feet. As Vell regained his strength and confidence, the brothers looked more alike each time Lon returned. Both were tall and square-jawed, with dark blonde hair they wore long. Vell had green eyes and Lon bright blue, but apart from that, they were peas in a pod. David ushered them into the penthouse. He did not like Vell to be outside. Lively ran interference on all frequencies, but David could never rule out surveillance methods that he didn't know. Vell was not a legal resident of the United States, to say the least, and David did not want to be asked any awkward questions about him. Lon graced David with a smile. "David Thomen," he said in greeting. You are well." David let Lon lift him off his feet as well, bracing himself for his crushing hug. Lon never seemed to remember that David was much less sturdy than an Otharnian, and David was convinced that one day he was going to crack one of his ribs. He escaped unscathed this time and took a quick detour to the fridge for 3 bottles of beer. Lon sat down with a sigh, his energy gone, and accepted the beer that David handed him, taking a long, deep drink. David took a sip out of the next one and handed it to Vell, before he realized Vell probably shouldn't be drinking, but it was too late for him to say anything. Vell smiled at him and held the cool bottle in his hands, rolling it in his palms. "How's it going, man?" David asked Lon, taking in his tired, drawn face. The Crown Prince's stress level seemed to always increase. Every time he came to Earth, he looked more exhausted, and his visits were shorter. Lon shrugged. "Well enough," he said. "Well enough. I cannot stay long, I'm afraid. I have come to tell you I will be away for a time." He paused for another fortifying drink before continuing. "I must go to Tornat. There is much unrest there, and the situation has deteriorated greatly these past few years. I will take a significant force with me." "Tornat?" Vell asked, concerned. "The flow of energy there is unstable. You will be there for weeks, months, without being able to return. Must you go?" "Tornat is a rich world with unfriendly neighbors. They are allies of Otharn, and they need our help. It is my duty to go." Lon gave a wry smile. "Not to mention, the place is a haven of magical artifacts and treasures. They must not fall into the wrong hands." David sipped his beer, thinking that was probably the real motivation for Lon's visit. No empire liked to have the treasury looted. If Tornat wasn't safe anymore, Lon would either have to make it safe or bring the treasures back to Otharn. He didn't say anything, though. Lon tried hard to balance his diplomatic role as Crown Prince with his military role, and with his family, King Koval, and Queen Anlira on one side, and Vell on another. It was not easy, and the stress of it was evident on his face. "When will you be back?" Vell asked, chewing his lip, probably thinking of his pregnancy, and how and when to tell Lon about it. He hated to add to his brother's burdens, and if Lon was about to leave him on a long and dangerous military venture, he would not need any distractions. "Perhaps 3 months," Lon said. "I would hope that is all it will take, but if not, I will try to return for a short visit. Father will want to hear my report by then anyway." The mention of King Koval diverted Vell's attention immediately. "Has Koval seemed suspicious? Has he asked about me?" Vell leaned forward in his chair, his undrunk beer twisting in his hands, his voice urgent. Lon shifted in his seat. "Understand, brother. The king and I do not speak if we do not have to. Our truce is an uneasy one. Months ago he seemed content with my tale, that I had left you on Earth serving David Thomen, and he has not questioned it since then." "Wait, what?" David interrupted, startled. Vell patted his hand, gesturing for Lon to continue. Lon waited for a moment, looking between them, then carried on. "I told him all that you told me to say, that David had removed the thrall collar, that he had you put up the magical shield, that you—" He made an awkward gesture between the two of them, and David folded his arms across his chest, infuriated at Lon's implication. He took a deep breath and cautioned himself to patience. No doubt Vell had his reasons for spinning this tale to his father. Vell nodded impatiently, already aware of what he had asked Lon to do. Lon continued. "He accepted all that you were in a place more to my liking than Valadir, that David was my friend and ally, that I trusted him with your guardianship. He did not make much fuss over any of it. David interrupted. Okay, can someone take it back a few steps? Am I hearing this correctly? You told Koval that Vell is still a slave? My slave? Anyone want to tell me why? Lon clearly did not want to take on that task. He stood, drained his beer, and summoned his spear to his hand. Brother David Thomen, I must leave. I wish I could delay, but that will only draw attention here that we do not want. If anything should happen, contact Darren Golna-Oxy. He is a loyal friend, and he will assist you. Darren? Vell wrinkled his nose. Darren is loyal only to the next woman who will unlock her bedroom door for him. He is the last person I would trust. Lon gave him a rare, genuine smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Brother, sometimes you are too clever for yourself. Darren enjoys fair company, it is true, but do you think I found you by myself? That I scoured every world by myself, with my father's eyes upon me always, his endless orders piled on my back? Nay, I could not and did not. Darren located you on Valadir and told me where to find you. You owe him your thanks. He did? Vell asked, stepping back. Why would he do such a thing for me? He did it for me, because he is a true and loyal friend, Lon said. And he would help you again if I asked, and I did ask. So, do not dismiss what allies you have, Vell. Vell was speechless, and Lon seemed pleased that for once he had surprised his brother. But this smile did not last long. Be careful, he warned. It is my responsibility to go to Tornat, but I know I have responsibilities here also. Vell interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Lorn, you may be the future king of Otharn, but you cannot take on every responsibility alone. I will be perfectly fine here. Lon nodded and turned his attention to David. If you should need to, give Darren this. Lon tore a strip off his cape and put it in David's hand. That is my color. He will know you are who you claim to be. Do not let any harm come to my brother. David raised his eyebrows. I'm not gonna, he said, uncomfortable under the baleful glare of Lon's electric blue eyes. No need for the shovel talk, buddy. Lon was not familiar with that expression. Shovel talk? He asked. David snorted. Oh, you know, the big brother talk. They'll never find your body if you hurt my baby brother. That one. Smiling at that, Lon put one heavy hand on David's shoulder. My friend, he said, rocking David back on his heels. Believe me, they won't need a shovel to dispose of your remains, should you betray my brother's trust. The human swallowed. He tried to step back from Lon's grip, and after one final bone-grinding squeeze, Lon released him. David rubbed his shoulder. Good talk, he said, and Lon gave him a sunny smile, showing too many teeth. Trust. They watched Lon float back down to Central Park. In the short time he had been with them, an array of police, politicians, and diplomats had gathered in the park to await his return. Every time he came, it was the same. He mostly ignored them, and as soon as Lon was gone, David knew the attention from that pack would turn to him. He did not have the luxury that Lon had of vanishing off the planet to avoid them, so he grudgingly met with them when he had to. He gave them what half-truths and evasions he could, and prayed that none of them ever found out about Vell. Lon raised his spear and vanished, and David's phone vibrated almost at the same time. Take a message, Liv, he said. He would give the authorities information, but on his own terms. Right now, he had more important things to talk about. He turned to Vell, fixing him with a stern look. So, you're still my slave? When were you going to mention that? He asked, and Vell lowered his eyes. having the grace to look somewhat ashamed of himself. "I will explain, David," he said. "But first, please, I must ask you a favor. Will you help me enhance the shield? It is strong, but if we combine the Valadier crystals with your Earth technology, it could be stronger still. I do not like Lon being gone for so long." "Yes, of course I will," David said. "I'll do anything to keep you safe, Vell, don't you know that? But it's very hard to protect you from a threat if I don't understand it, if I don't know it exists. Vell, I need you to trust me. Why did you think I would be angry about the baby? Why can't Koval know? Why did Lon tell Koval you were still my slave? Why would I be upset about you being Elskin?" Vell swallowed. His eyes locked on David's. David could see the gears turning in his head, making decisions, weighing alternatives, considering what to tell and what to hide. Taking him by the shoulders, David tried to force him to understand. "I love you, Vell," he said. "I love you, but sometimes it feels like I don't know you. Your secrets are not keeping you safe. They're putting you in danger, and all I want to do is help you. Will you please trust me?" Vell gave a jerky nod. He held his hands up, green light gathering around his fingers. "I will show you," he said, and David let go of his shoulders, relieved that he had got through to him. With a wave of his hands, Vell pulled them both through the crystal world and dropped them in his forest clearing. Vell's portals were quiet, precise, elegant. They were nothing like the portals Lon created with his spear. Lon punched a hole through the crystal world to where he wanted to go, while Vell slipped through the paths and channels, quick and silent as a fox. The forest clearing was as David remembered. He had been there in his dreams after he had freed Vell from the thrall collar. It was Vell's secret place, his safe house, protected by wards and by secrecy. A small fire burned, surrounded by stones, and tall pines scented the air. Vell took a deep, slow breath and spun around, the grass under his feet green and lush, sprinkled with alpine flowers. "We're safe here?" David asked, concerned that Vell was away from the protection of the shield. Vell nodded, turning his face to the pale sunlight flittering through the treetops. "Yes, David. This is a safe place for a short time. I will show you something. Then we can return." Vell's hands were still surrounded by the green glow, and David jerked back in alarm when he saw movement between the trees. Something big and scaly was coming towards them. David activated his crystal nanites, sending them to his hands and charging them with energy ready to fire. Since working with Vell, he had improved his technology so much it was unrecognizable. The combination of earth tech and crystal energy was a potent one, and David was never without a means of defense. The crystal-powered armor and weapons he had taken to Valadier now seemed clumsy in comparison to the elegance of his nanites. They could be whatever he wanted them to be, and he controlled them through a tiny implant behind his ear. Vell was not concerned. "Peace, David. She is an illusion." "She?" David repeated, and raised his newly formed blasters when a vast green-gold snake slowly glided into the clearing. It was huge, and its body kept coming and coming, looking as big in girth as David's arms could reach. The snake ignored David and circled Vell, its head tipping from side to side. Vell smiled softly, holding out his fingers to brush her side. Overcoming his alarm and peering closer, David noticed that the snake's body did not sway the grass or move the dry pine needles that littered the clearing. It was made of light, an illusion. It circled the clearing, its scales semi-transparent, glimmering green, then gold in hypnotic patterns. The clearing behind it was half visible through its huge body, blurred and unfocused. "This is your Muna," Vell said, his voice dreamy and distant. "She is why I am afraid of Koval. She is why he cannot know about my pregnancy. She is why I thought you would be angry with me. She is why Koval must think me still enslaved. She is why I had to leave Otharn so many years ago, and she is why I came to Earth. She is why King Koval sold me to Valadir, and she is why Queen Anlira let him do it." The snake slowly circled them. Vell turned in place, keeping her head in his view, his eyes soft, his tone gentle, despite the harsh words he spoke. David didn't understand, but he could tell he was on the cusp of comprehension. There was a thread that would pull it all together, and Vell was going to give him that thread. A tear ran down the former prince's cheek as he watched the snake move, her body elegant despite her size, winding around the trees, rolling in slow loops from her head down to her tail. Her tongue flicked out to taste the cool air, and the dappled light reflected in the deep pools of her black eyes. As an illusion it was amazing, but as a creature she was spectacular. "This is your Muna," Vell said, his hands shaking, tears spilling over his face. "I only met her once, many years ago, on the day of her birth. She is my daughter." "Your Muna." Vell fell silent, the light falling from his hands. The snake turned into golden-green sparks and drifted away, as though the light breeze of the forest had passed through her. David cleared his throat. "Your daughter?" he said, trying to process that final piece of information. Nodding, Vell stared at the ground by David's feet. He looked on the verge of trying to run, his body half turned away, his fists clenched by his side. David said, and Vell interrupted him, spinning back around to face him. "You know I wanted to keep my secrets, but you demanded answers, and I have given them," he said, tears and despair in his tone. "Now you know. Your Muna is my daughter. Koval tore her from my body before her time. He thought me ignorant of his actions, but I saved her and sent her to live in secret with her father in her spirit form, her true form. I am Elskin, and my children will be like her. They will be part of the spirit world and will be part of the physical world. Your Muna lost her physical body before she even had it, and Koval would take this form from her too, if he could find her. He is a threat to her. He is a threat to me. He is a threat to our child. I do fear him, and you should too." "Vell," David said, horrified at his story. Every time he thought he had reached the depth of Vell's torment, he found he had merely scratched the surface of it. He held his arms out, and Vell hesitated only for a moment before he allowed himself to be comforted. "I'm so sorry, Vell," David whispered, knowing the words were wholly inadequate. He had more questions, so many more, and he hated to push Vell, but he needed to know. He needed to know how he could help him, protect him. David held him tightly, the vision of the giant snake still fresh in his mind. How could such a creature be his lover's daughter? Vell had sent her to live with her father, and David could only think of one man who that could be. Vell's ranger. The past lover he had spoken of with such fondness. The only one who had known of and fulfilled his desires before his life had been destroyed. They had had a child together. A spirit child, a snake hidden somewhere in the joined worlds, maybe even in the forests of Otharn itself. "So," David said, doing his best not to sound accusatory, "you have a kid. That's big. Thank you for telling me. You have a kid. I'm going to assume the father is your forest ranger, the ranger with no name?" Vell nodded. "Yes, David. He is your Muna's father. I sent her to him when her physical body died. I have not seen her or him since then. I did not want to endanger them. Yeah, I get that, David said, his thoughts stumbling over each other, trying to sort through his new information. He kept coming back to one question, something that still did not make sense. Why? He asked. You said Koval tried to kill her. He killed her physical form. Why did he do that? Isn't she his grandchild? Turning away, Vell made a circle on the sweet grass of the clearing with his agitated pacing. He gave me tea before Hreidmar, before all of it, when I was still a prince and thought myself loved and safe. Koval gave me tea to drink. I don't know how he knew. He knew before I did. I thought I was sick, tired and nauseous. I would have gone to the healers, but he found me first. He met me, walking the hallways as though by chance. He invited me to eat with him, and I accepted. It was rare enough to spend time with him, especially with him alone, just him and I. Well, of course, I said yes. Sickness be damned. Vell's hands glowed again, and in the center of the clearing, another illusion formed, not as clear and lovingly created as your Muna. It was blurred with age and memory. David recognized Vell, younger, sitting with an older man who must be King Koval. Koval's face blurred and twisted, the illusion breaking down as Vell struggled to show his father, who had been the source of so much of his pain. We ate and talked. Koval told me many things about the history of Otharn, how the joined worlds became allied through the magic of the crystal realm, how Otharn was the force that bound it all together and ensured peace and prosperity for all. We talked for a long time. He filled my head with history and with pride. Vell shrugged helplessly. After we had eaten and the servants departed, he made tea with his own hands. I drank it, and he did not. That night I had feverish dreams, and I awoke with blood in my bed. The illusion changed, showing young Vell, sitting up in bed, blood on his hands, a cloud of faint golden sparks dancing in the air before his terrified face. Her spirit would have been lost, would have drifted away and returned to the universe if I had not realized what she was. In that moment it all became clear, like a flash, a lightning bolt from above. It all made sense. Why I was different. Why I could not please my parents no matter what I did. Why I was allowed no male lovers when their eyes were blind to Lon doing the same. The tea. It all fell into place, and I saved her. I gave her spirit energy to survive, to find her form, and I sent her to the forest. I knew I had to hide her. The sparks of life swirled in the illusion, forming a tiny snake cupped in young Vell's palms. The glow of the spirit snake highlighted the wonder in Vell's eyes as he held his child in his hands. The ranger found her, or she found him. He sent a raven to the palace to sit on my window and squawk at me. I knew then that she was safe. David stared at the illusion of his lover, younger, without the traces of wary watchfulness on his face, without the lines of stress and worry. It was still Vell, but David could clearly see the way the past years had shaped and damaged him. Even when he smiled, his eyes were not as clear as they had been there in the past, before his life had crumbled around him, before his father had thrown him into a living hell. But why? David asked again, still unable to make sense of it. Why did he do it? Vell's lips twisted in a semblance of a smile, as, bitter and angry, he turned away from David and looked at the illusion of his younger self. Why did he do it? He repeated. He is the king of Otharn, the king of the joined worlds in all but name. He could not have allowed the monstrous bastard child of a freak to be in line for the throne. Still, Vell paced the clearing, the illusion of his younger self fading away. He was determined to finish his tale. When Koval realized your Muna had survived, I had to leave Otharn. I tried to escape him, to find a safe place where I could send for her. Vell hung his head. That was a mistake. To think I could ever find safety from him, even here on such a remote world. I was wrong to try, but I was desperate and in bad company. You defeated me, and Lon took me back there. My brother thought father would forgive me, but I wouldn't tell him where to find my daughter. You know what he did to me after that. He called it justice and sold me to Valadir. That was my punishment, not for the invasion of your world, but for defying him, for protecting my daughter. Workshop. That night, Vell slept beside David, exhausted from his revelations, from his fear, perhaps from his pregnancy too. David's mind was spinning like an engine, far too fast for him to even consider sleep. He lay in bed for a while, wanting to be close to Vell, but he could not keep still, and his tossing and turning was only going to wake his partner. He pulled on an old t-shirt and sweatpants, heading back to the living area on silent feet. The plate of cold pasta, still sitting on the counter, called to him, but he decided against it and grabbed a beer instead. David had learned a lot in the past day, and he had little idea how to process it. Vell was pregnant. That was the main thing. He was pregnant with David's child. David shoved the dinner plate aside and sat on the counter with his tablet. "Lively, show the ultrasound scans from today," he ordered. The screen lit up, playing the short clip over and over. The mess of static formed into an amorphous mass with a steadily beating heart. The picture was grainy, and the mass had no discernible features. David stared at it, willing it to make sense to him. "Liv, if you didn't know, what would you say that was?" he asked, eventually, unsure he wanted to hear the answer. "During early gestation, the embryonic stages of many life forms are indistinguishable from one another, sir." Lively's reply did nothing to set David's mind at rest. In fact, it did all the opposite. David sighed and shut off the screen, heading down to the workshop. Vell had made the penthouse his own, but the workshop was still David's domain. It was crammed with his tech, most of which he had built himself. Newer projects sat on top of older, forgotten ones. Crystals connected to computers. It looked like a movie set for a mad scientist's laboratory, and David loved it. Only Vell's area was tidy. He had his own desk, workstation, and cabinets, and his crafting tools and materials were all in perfect order. His work with magic and with crystals was intricate and precise, while David's was wild and ambitious. David was an inventor, and Vell was a craftsman, and the difference in their work areas made that obvious. The scientist's intention was to start working on the enhancements to the shield that Vell had asked for. Asked him, as though he might refuse. David shook his head. He had little idea how to win Vell's trust, or at least how to win it completely. He knew Vell trusted him more than anyone else, save his brother. He had a habit of secrecy and mistrust, and David could hardly blame him for that. He had trusted Koval, he had trusted Anlira, and look where that had got him. It had got his child nearly killed, and himself sold into slavery, and now that he had another child growing in his belly, his fear and anxiety must be almost unmanageable. David was surprised he was handling things as well as he was. Flipping on all the lights, David reflected that Vell liked to only illuminate his own area. As he had done tonight, David sometimes found Vell in the workshop in his own pool of light, surrounded by shadows. His memory triggered. David could not help but peek over at Vell's workstation. He had not missed Vell's hurried concealment of the item he had been working on when David had surprised him. David ignored the twinge of his conscience. If Vell would not tell David what he needed to know to keep his prince safe, David would just have to find out. Behind the large plant that Vell kept on his desk was a slender, leather-bound book. David turned it in his hands, flicked through the pages. It was written in a language David could not decipher. The script was not even the familiar English alphabet. None the wiser, he put the book back on Vell's desk and went to his own area. He had work to do. Vell found him there the next morning. He came into the workshop yawning, a cup of black coffee in his hand, his hair still rumpled from sleep. David was in a highly focused, feverishly excited state. He had spent the past night thinking of how to best improve the shields, making models with Lively and running simulations. "Hey, baby," the inventor said, looking up from his work, holding his hands out for the cup. "Is that for me? Thanks. Ah, yeah, that's the stuff. You look cute. I love when your hair does that thing. You look like a puppy with one ear inside out." Not pausing to allow Vell to react to that bizarre statement, David took another swig of the coffee and continued. "Hey, so you wanted me to strengthen the shields, right? Well, I realized strength isn't our problem. The Validator crystals are already powerful, but they can't react. We can't change the power level, the frequencies, even the direction of the shield. That's how we should improve the shield, make it detect and react to threats, not one level of blocking all the time. We can use the same crystal nanites that I use for my armor and weapons. Lively can help control it. What do you think?" Vell looked at the many empty coffee cups on David's desk. The human was practically vibrating with energy. Wordlessly, Vell grabbed back the fresh coffee he had given him and drank the cup himself. He tipped one of the screens so he could see it, the sleep vanishing from his eyes, as he took in what David had done, how far he had come in just one night. "Yes," he said, leaning toward the screen and accepting David's kiss on his cheek without pause. "Yes, David, you are right. I had thought to increase the power, to add more capacity to the crystals, but that would only make the shield stronger against a limited range of threats. This way, we can be protected against much more, against threats we have not even anticipated yet. We could even pull the shield with us when we are away from home, or channel the stored energy into offensive as well as defensive uses." The two of them worked side by side the whole day. They paused to eat only when Lively insisted. She placed an order for them at their favorite Thai restaurant and had it sent up in the elevator. They would have worked through that too if Lively had not flickered the screens in a threat and forced them to stop and eat. They sat at the long central workbench, take-out containers spread between them. Their screens cycled through their latest integration models, and they ate and argued. "It won't work," David insisted. "We can't switch it over without taking it offline. If we try to do it hot, we could blow everything. It would leave us completely unprotected." Vell disagreed. "I can control it," he insisted. "I can manage the flow of energy while you make the changes. I know how to channel crystal energy. I have done it many times." "At this scale?" David asked, and took Vell's silence as the answer it was. "It's too risky. I know you're a mathematical genius, babe, but think about it. If we mess up, we have no backup. Koval will be able to watch us all the time. He'll be able to open portals in our living room. No, we can't risk it." The prince tossed his fork down on the table with a clatter. "Then what do you suggest?" he demanded. "That we do nothing? That we turn off the shield entirely to make the changes, leaving us just as unprotected as if it failed anyway?" David stared at his irritated lover, every equation and energy calculation vanishing from his mind. His heart melted. Vell was so lovely, with his loose curls framing high cheekbones, his deep green eyes glaring daggers at David, a faint pink blush on his pale skin. Without a doubt, Vell was beautiful when he was angry. "How about this?" David suggested, shoving the food and empty containers away. We should take a break, reset our brains, get a different perspective, you know? He pulled Vell from his chair, nudged him back against the desk, and Vell's confused annoyance turned to amused exasperation. "David, really?" he said. "Now, let me remind you that you have been up all night. You have drunk a dozen cups of coffee and not showered or cleaned your teeth. This table is not at all pleasant to lie on, and you have a perfectly good bed upstairs." Despite his protests, Vell allowed the man to maneuver him, turning him around and pushing him down over the table. "Shh," David said, setting his teeth against Vell's neck, relishing the answering shiver. "Shh, be good. I'll just be a few minutes. Be good for me, and I'll do that thing you love." Vell laughed out loud, stress and tension falling away from him as he let David take control. "Oh, you will," he said. "You most definitely will do that thing. That is the least you can do for me, David, if you wish to indulge yourself for a mere few minutes on this very uncomfortable table." David grinned down at him, another idea taking root in his mind. "You don't like the table, darling?" he said. And Vell froze and tried to backtrack, aware that David probably had something even less comfortable in mind to punish him for his complaints. No, he said. "The table is perfectly fine. It's actually more comfortable than it looks. I take it back." David grabbed a handful of his hair and pulled him up for a kiss. A long, indulgent kiss that lasted until he was dizzy with it. Dizzy with lack of oxygen and with love. "Do your magic," he said, and Vell's hands glowed, a quick and oh so useful spell that made him entirely ready for whatever David wanted. David loved it. He was impatient by nature, and Vell never made him wait. He was not forgiven for his complaint, though, and David spun him around and shoved him back down over one of the backless rolling stools they used at the high counters. The stool skidded under him, and Vell barely kept his balance, biting down on his moan. He loved to be roughly handled, and by now David knew well how to push his buttons. David nudged him forward a little, enough to unbalance him, Vell's toes touching the ground on one side, and his fingertips on the other, blood rushing to his head, his hair falling over his face. David's pulse was already racing as Vell allowed himself to be positioned as he liked. "Okay?" he asked, already working at the belt holding up Vell's pants. Vell wriggled in response, anticipation combining with the blood rushing to his head. He held his hands up behind his back, clasped together. "Belt, please," he said, his voice breathy with his arousal. Yanking the belt from its loops, David wrapped it around Vell's wrists, binding his hands in place. Vell pulled on the belt, squirming, his toes scrambling for purchase on the smooth workshop floor. David wasted no time pulling his jeans down around his knees, baring his ass, and pushing his shirt up around his waist. David squeezed Vell's cheeks, a double handful, and let his breath ghost across the furrow between. "David," Vell gasped, spreading his legs wider, restricted by the pants around his knees, squirming so that his hard length pressed against the padded leather of the stool. Not enough stimulation, but all that he was going to get. David hummed, agonizingly close to where Vell wanted him. "You want something, my love?" he teased. Vell growled at him, writhing his whole body, lifting his hips, unbalanced, unable to keep his feet on the ground, the stool moving under him as he tried to push back against it. "Do it," he ordered, breathless and panting. "David, do it. You can have me after. You can do whatever you want, but do it now." Smiling, David lowered his head, humming to create vibration as he swirled his tongue around Vell's entrance. His lover went limp, bent over and bound, helpless to do anything but moan at the sensation. David held Vell's hips, the stool perfect to position him exactly where he wanted him, to position Vell's body perfectly for his tongue, his lips, his teeth, to drive every thought out of Vell's head except a desperate need to come. And of course, with his hands bound behind his back, Vell was at David's mercy for that too. David kept him on edge, literally as well as figuratively. He kept his feet off the ground, denied him any leverage to move, to control the sensation, to get friction where he desperately needed it, and he did not let Vell come. He took him to the brink. He stroked him with 2 gentle hands, worked his tongue into his ass, the heat and muscular writhing of that muscle driving Vell to tears, making him beg for his release. David was enjoying himself too much to end it so fast, and it was only the 3rd time, with Vell kicking his feet helplessly, his wrists red and sore from rubbing on the belt, that David raised his head and asked, "Now, or when I'm fucking you?" "No," Vell howled. No, David, please." David obliged his desperate lover, his hand working his cock, one finger pressed inside him, his tongue licking all around. Within a few short moments, Vell tensed and cried out, pulsing in David's hand. David let him catch his breath, but he wasn't done with him yet. He pulled Vell's hips back a little, allowing him to find his feet and steady himself on the stool. "Don't move," David said, his voice hoarse with desire. He opened his pants, and with a quick slick of lube he pressed his hard length against Vell's ass. He wanted nothing more than to have Vell exactly as he was, limp and sated, sloppy with David's saliva, ready for the taking. Vell didn't move. He lay where David wanted him, over the high stool in the workshop, pants pulled down and shirt pulled up, his ass bare for his lover's pleasure. David pushed inside. Vell was tight despite his earlier efforts, but it was just what David wanted, and with a few hard shoves, pulling the stool backwards, he was buried to the hilt. Vell groaned at the sensation, oversensitive from his orgasm, but knowing that David would have no mercy on him. He had told David he could have him after, and David always held him to his promises, those made while he was having his ass eaten even more than any others. Thankfully, true to his prediction, David did not take long. It was not even 2 minutes until he was groaning out his pleasure and pumping his hips the final few times, dragging out every drop of sensation, filling Vell with his seed. After, he lay over Vell's back, both breathing hard, their clothes a sweaty mess, the stool halfway across the workshop from where they had begun. David unwrapped the belt from Vell's wrists and helped him stand up, his face red and his hair wild. He staggered a little, dizzy from the inverted position and from the motion of the stool, but a contented smile sneaked onto his face. David leaned in to kiss him again, but paused. An idea hit him so hard he felt like a light bulb must be shining above his head. "We can do it in stages," he said, the solution appearing in his mind as his orgasm faded. "What?" Vell said, propping himself up against the nearby table, face flushed, eyes unfocused. David did kiss him then, re-energized by his realization and by Vell himself. The Otharnian prince never failed to delight David in every way. The shield. We don't have to take it offline. We'll add the nanites in stages. We can do it maybe 1/4 at a time. The shield will be weaker, but it should still work, right? Vell blinked, his brain taking longer to return to the topic than David's. "Yes," he said, considering the idea, his excitement growing. "Yes, it will still work, but every part of it will be weaker, and some parts are more important than others. We must not allow portals to open here no matter what. Even if we have to sacrifice the shield against scrying entirely. David hauled Vell to his feet, nudging him to their work area. "Get back to work, babe," he said, stealing a final kiss from the indignant prince. "No time to sit around. We've got things to do." Night. It was around 2 a.m. the next morning when Vell finally forced David to sleep. They had worked all day and night, and David was convinced he could keep going if he had just one more cup of coffee. Vell was unmoved. He wrapped one arm around his stubborn lover's waist and walked him to the elevator. Lively saved everything they had done and turned off the screens as they walked, plunging the workshop into darkness. "You are no good to me if you drop dead of exhaustion, David," Vell said as they left. David protested, but once he was out of the workshop, out of sight of the screens showing their tests and results, his energy plummeted. He leaned on Vell, his eyes already closing. They had decided to follow David's plan, but there was a lot of preparation to do. David wanted to model as much as he could before they took even one piece of the shield offline. Introducing the crystal nanites to the Valadier crystals was risky, even if controlled by an AI as powerful as Lively. As much as David considered himself a genius, he was planning to let Lively handle as much of the work as he could. She could react faster than a human, faster even than Vell's magic-attuned Otharnian brain. The whole upgrade would take about 30 hours from start to finish, and during that time, the shield's power would be weakened. Vell and David had decided to maintain shields against portals and malignant magic, and to allow the shield against scrying to fail. David leaned against the wall of the elevator. The door opened to the penthouse. "I don't like the idea of being watched here," he said, his mind getting around to understanding the consequences of what they had planned. "I like it little enough myself, David," Vell said, pulling the sleepy human out of the elevator and toward the bedroom. "While we can be scryed here, we will have to play the roles that Koval believes us to have." "Wait, what?" David said. "Oh, no, we're not going back to that. I've had enough of you calling me master to last me into the next lifetime." Vell nodded, not about to argue with that. He pulled back the bed covers and let David fall in, his eyes already closing as his head hit the pillow. "We will have to come up with something," Vell said. "We should not give cause for suspicion, and it will only be for a short time." David's soft snore was his only reply, and Vell looked down at his lover with fond eyes. He pulled the blankets up and covered his sleeping form, and then took the time to wash and undress before coming to bed. He was tired too, but not as tired as David. The man had worked himself to exhaustion, 2 nights and the day in between, to come up with a way to enhance the shields to keep Vell safe. With Lon on Tornat, Vell was vulnerable. Vell climbed into the bed and scooted up close to David, feeling the warmth and safety of his body. He had told David about Yormuna, about what her fate had been, and why he was so worried now for the new life inside him. He knew David wanted more information, more answers, but Vell had given him what he could. Even with that, even knowing there was more to tell, David had trusted him. He had taken his request to strengthen the shields, and in the next few days he would make it happen. Vell had little idea how he had come to be blessed with such a man who loved and cared for him, and yes, even trusted him. Vell's pockets were full of secrets still, but one thing he had never lied about was his love for this man, this human. He would need to show his appreciation a little more in the coming days. David awoke in his very favorite way. Vell was under the blankets, the heat and suction of his mouth taking David halfway to his climax even before his eyes opened. David had nothing to do but let him work, and he luxuriated in it. He groaned, lazy and unashamedly selfish, taking his pleasure as nothing more than his due. It did not take long until Vell pulled back the blankets and climbed back up to the pillows, his face flushed, his lips red. "Good morning, sir," he said, trying to keep the smile off his face. David sat up, instantly interested. "Sir?" he said. I like it a lot. What's the occasion?" Vell lay down next to the human, snuggling close, layering kisses to his shoulder, his chest, his jaw. "I thought perhaps we should practice," he said. Light-headed, David rolled towards Vell and returned his affection. "I gotta say, babe, you don't need any practice at that. You're very good at it. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can practice on me any time you like. I'll be your very willing test subject. If you want to try out new things, new techniques, I'm not one to stand in the way of progress." The prince rolled his eyes and interrupted David's enthusiastic babbling. "I meant we should practice our performance. The shield against scrying will probably fall today, will it not? You can be sure Koval will notice. He will have us watched if he does not watch us himself." "Yeah," David sighed, his good mood evaporating. I know. You're right, we should practice. I can do it. But I'm a very kind and indulgent master, okay? And you're an adoring and obedient slave who loves to suck cock and never needs to be disciplined. If you think you can manage that?" Vell wriggled in David's arms. He said, thoughtful. "I can probably manage half of that. I should not be too obedient, surely. We have to make it believable, after all." Smiling back, David kissed his lover's forehead. "Try your best. I really don't love the idea of spanking you if there's a chance Koval is watching." Vell's smile turned to a grimace. "I take your meaning. I will try. Although if I fail, do not shy away from punishing me. We must give Koval no cause to doubt your authority over me. You can treat me as kindly as you wish, but there must be no doubt that I belong to you, that you control my actions, that I answer to you." David gave a reluctant nod. He knew it would just be an act, a way to keep Koval from suspecting that Vell was no longer a slave. But still he didn't like it. He and Vell might enjoy such games, but Vell always had the final say. He obeyed and allowed David to use him as he did because he wanted it, he enjoyed it, not because he had to, or because he would be punished if he didn't. Wriggling again, Vell pressed his own untended arousal against David's hip, reminding him of his neglect. "The shield has not failed yet, David," he said pointedly. "Oh, I thought we were practicing," David said, pushing Vell onto his back with another smile. "Do slaves get to come too?" "They do if they have a kind and indulgent master, sir," Vell replied. "Was that not your claim?" David hummed and pretended to be considering. "Perhaps I like you, needy," he said, running a single finger up Vell's hard length, forcing a helpless moan from his lips as his hips grinded on nothing. "Perhaps I'll make you wait." The high flush on Vell's face told David that he did not mind this game at all, despite his tortured expression. "Did I not please you, sir?" he asked, breathless, winding himself up in his roll, his hands resting on the pillow by his head. "Did I not perform to your liking?" "You did well enough," David allowed, as though being treated to such dedicated service were nothing more than his right. Vell gave him his best puppy dog eyes, and David relented. Okay. Seeing as I am so very kind, you may touch yourself. Slowly." Vell pouted as he realized he was going to have to do all the work, but he did as he was told. David pulled back the blankets, sitting up, drinking in the sight of his lover. Vell always slept naked, and David never tired of admiring him. Months of freedom had erased the evidence of Vell's previous ordeals from his body, and his daily workouts in David's private gym had put lean muscle all over his frame. "Slow down," David said, not wanting it to be over too soon, wanting to watch it and enjoy. "Nice and slow." Biting his lip as he tried to control himself, Vell obeyed, keeping the pace slow and even. His eyes locked on David's, waiting for instructions. David shook his head, put his hand over Vell's eyes, grip tight, thumb and fingers pressing into his temples. "Eyes down," he said. "Or do I have to get the blindfold?" "Yes, please," Vell gasped, not letting up on the stroking, his eyelashes fluttering against David's palm. "Stop. Hands down," David ordered, and Vell forced himself to obey with a whine, pressing his hands flat on the bed. "Stay right there." Pressing a quick kiss to Vell's temple, David rolled out of the bed to grab the blindfold from their closet. Vell stayed, his hard cock straining on his belly, not even pretending to keep his eyes down. David grinned at him. "You were right," he said, wrapping the soft silk over his eyes. "You do need practice." Yes, I do," Vell replied eagerly, the blindfold stripping away the last of his control. He shifted on the bed, rolling his hips, parting his thighs. "Will you train me, sir?" "Always," David said. He reached down and took over where Vell had left off with long, slow strokes that stole Vell's breath and left him writhing on the bed. David nudged Vell's thighs apart and knelt between his spread legs, keeping up the torturously slow caress exactly where Vell needed it. Vell drew his legs up, blindly inviting, perhaps even unaware he was doing it. David smiled at his optimism, but he wasn't 25 anymore, and one orgasm per session was pretty much his limit. No, this was all about Vell. "You can come whenever you want," David said. Before Vell could take him up on his generosity, David slid one hand down and took Vell's balls in his palm, rolling them in his fingers. He was gentle, tender even, but Vell's despairing moan told him that he knew what was coming next. "Okay?" David asked, and Vell nodded without hesitation. David tightened his grip. "Out loud," he ordered. "Yes, sir," Vell said, his voice strained, his chest heaving. He kept his hands flat to the bed, obedient despite David's controlling grip on his most tender flesh, or perhaps because of it. David squeezed with a steady, even pressure, his other hand speeding up on Vell's cock. He knew by now what Vell liked, and pain and pleasure together, overlapping and blending, made him lose his mind. "More?" he asked. David already knew Vell wanted more, but he was going to make him say it. "Yes, please," Vell gasped, arching his back and spreading his legs, the blindfold a dark slash across his heated face. "Yes, yes, yes, more." David squeezed harder and gave Vell's balls a slow, careful twist. He watched Vell's face, finding that exact spot between not enough and too much to hold him there, breathless, helpless, teetering between pleasure and pain until Vell managed to force out, "Sir!" David relaxed his grip, and Vell panted for breath, his hot flush covering his neck and chest as well as his face. David ducked down and took Vell's desperate length in his mouth. The unexpected wet heat and suction was a rare treat for Vell. That, combined with the cessation of pain and the oxygen rush from his gasping breath, all hit Vell at once, and he came with a strangled, shuddering moan. And Lyra. They made it out of bed eventually. Skipping breakfast, they faced each other on opposite sides of the Valadier crystal array in Vell's apartment. The apartment had been a gift when Vell had first returned to him. He had thought to give Vell options, to make it clear he had no expectations, that Vell was free to be with him or not. Vell rarely stayed there, however, preferring instead to spend his time in the penthouse with David. He used the apartment to house the crystals he had taken from Valadir. Pulsing with energy, the crystals directly tapped into the power of the crystal realm. Vell used them to charge and maintain the magical shield around the building. The power of the crystals had not diminished in the months they had been in use. Vell believed they were constantly refreshed and recharged, that the power they could channel was essentially limitless. Lord Otter, Vell's former master, had ripped a hole between the worlds with his devilish machinery, intending to create a weapon, but he had not known how to control it. Vell had channeled and controlled the energy, forced to do so, or burn alive in its furnace. But such technology was not his area of expertise. This is where David and Vell came together. Where technology and magic met, their minds met also. David was carrying a sealed glass cylinder. Barely visible inside were clouds of nanites, tiny particles of crystal dust that he controlled through Lively and through his own mind. This is how they would enhance the shield, not by making the crystals stronger, but by linking them to Lively and enabling her to direct their power. It was the first time they had brought their powers together at this scale, with technology and magic. This would be the true test. The crystal array glowed, lighting the living area of the apartment. Shards of colored light spun about the room and across the two men standing opposite each other, tense and anxious. A splash of green light fell across Vell's face, highlighting the shadows and the stress lines on his brow. "David, let us not delay," he said, gesturing to the container. David nodded, setting the glass cylinder on the platform he had already prepared. Lively would be able to control the nanites, send them into the crystal array at the speed she had calculated to be optimal. Once the process began, if it went according to plan, David and Vell would be mere observers. Lively would provide status reports and alert them in case anything unexpected happened. Vell was ready to redirect the energy, to try to channel it himself if he had to, and David was likewise ready to direct the nanites if Lively could not. "Lively, execute," David said, and apart from Lively's soft chime, it seemed nothing happened. Lively was starting the process very slowly. David and Vell stood in tense silence 10 minutes until Lively chimed again and confirmed. "Nanite integration is in process, sirs. Shield energy is stable. The first energy fluctuation is expected in approximately 10 hours. The energy fluctuations would make it necessary to sacrifice the wards against scrying. Best case scenario, they could maintain some limited shielding, perhaps the penthouse itself instead of the whole building. Worst case, they would lose it all, and even have to reduce the areas protected by the other shields too, those against portals and other magic users. David hoped it would not come to that. Lively would do everything she could to avoid dramatic fluctuations and keep the shields stable. David had not said anything to Vell, but he had told Lively to keep her cannons charged in the penthouse, just in case. With nothing to do for the next 10 hours, David and Vell were at a loose end, both tense and anxious, but with nothing they could do about it. Vell put his hand on the closest crystal, idly pulling power from it. He cast its light around the room, bouncing it off the walls, against the closed blinds. Glittering rainbows of crystal light reflected off his face, making his eyes shine. "There is so much power here," he said. "This must be what Koval feels like all the time. Untold power available at his fingertips. He used to praise my skill with magic, but he stopped long ago. Perhaps that was when he found out what I truly was. He trained Lon, but Anlira trained me. Now I know why." He took his hand off the crystal. the bright threads of power flowing back into the array. Vell was a skilled sorcerer, but his body could only hold a small amount of power, nowhere near as much as was available in the crystals. To perform any major workings, he had to channel power from the crystal realm as he cast, and that was not easy to do. Something tickled at David's mind. Another of his unanswered questions. This time he decided to go ahead and ask. Vell seemed to be in a sharing mood. "What about your mom? I know Colville is a danger, but what about her?" David was curious about the Queen. Vell had opened up about Colville, about what he had done, but he rarely spoke about his mother. His mention of her just now was the first time he had brought her up without being prompted. "Queen Anlira," Vell said, his voice turning cold, the remnants of light from his casting turning to icy shards and then shattering to dust. "When Colville declared my sentence, she turned her back on me, just as he did." Vell conjured an image in the air between them. Whether it was because of the boost of power from the crystals, or because of his heightened emotion, the glowing image of his mother was pin-sharp. Her kind smile, her sparkling eyes, her dark blonde hair in a soft wave just like his own. This was the mother Vell had loved. Perhaps still did love, despite her betrayal. "Anlira is more dangerous to me now than Colville," Vell continued, his eyes shining. "She persuaded Lorne to return to the king's command and end their estrangement. She is gifted not only with magic, but with prophecy. She sees the future in her visions, and she uses her gift to tighten Colville's grip on the joined worlds and steer Otharn to the glorious future it deserves." Vell's tone was shot with pain as the reason for his rage came out. "She was my mother. She claimed to love me. She sees the future, but if she saw my fate, she did nothing to prevent it. She did nothing to help me." All the anger that David had expected Vell to direct at Colville spilled out now. Vell might accept Colville's rejection with resignation, but Anlira's betrayal had hurt him far more deeply, and his rage and pain over it still roiled beneath the surface. Closing his eyes, Vell shook off his emotions, calming his breathing. "She knew what would happen to me on Valadir, just as Colville did. She told me—" Vell paused, swallowed, then tried again. "Before I was taken there, she told me if I wanted it to stop, all I had to do was reveal your Muna's location. She offered me my freedom, an end to that torture, and all I had to do was give your Muna to Colville's axe. My own daughter, her own grandchild." The image of Anlira that Vell had conjured blurred and dissolved, leaving only a smear of light hanging in the air. David wrapped his arms around his shaking prince and held him close. He offered what comfort he could, knowing it was inadequate, that nothing he could say or do could take away the pain that Vell had suffered. Sushi. Vell drew himself up, casting off his emotions. It was something he was well practiced at, but David wished he did not feel the need to do it. The prince's reaction to his past and to his current situation was entirely normal, and David worried about him suppressing his feelings. Still, Vell had been raised as a prince, a diplomat, a warrior. Hiding his true feelings was almost second nature to him. "Let us leave Lively to work," Vell said. "We must prepare for the loss of our privacy. As much as I enjoyed our practice this morning, there is more to it than just that." David agreed. Having skipped breakfast, they ordered lunch from a local sushi place and headed back upstairs. When the food came, David's purchase from the jewelry store was also in the elevator, as well as some bags and boxes from Vell's preferred tailor. Vell had all his clothes custom-made, freely using David's money. David had no objections. He had more than enough money, and Vell looked good in his hybrid New York Otharn attire. David handed the clothes over to Vell and hid the jewelry box. When he was alone, David snapped the box open, staring at what was inside. He blinked rapidly and closed it again. Vell had not considered his proposal a serious one. Perhaps he had had no time to think about it. Perhaps it seemed too preposterous that a human scientist and an Otharn prince should be married. But still, David would ask him again, and he would give him the ring, no matter what his answer was. He wanted Vell to have it. He set the table for lunch, put the box on Vell's plate, and waited. Vell took longer than David would have thought to put away a few new shirts, or whatever had been in the bags. Perhaps he was also taking some time to compose himself, and David left him to it. He didn't want to hurry Vell. When the prince emerged, he smiled at the sight of the set table and the bags from the sushi place, then looked quizzically at the small box on his plate. David went around the table and picked up the box. He took a deep breath and handed it to Vell, his hand unsteady. "Hey," he said. "So listen, I know you didn't believe me, but I'm serious. I want to marry you, Vell. I want to spend my life with you. I want to be your husband. This is for you." David held up his hand, pausing whatever Vell had been about to say. "Don't tell me your answer yet. Think it over. You can say no if you want to. It won't change the way I feel about you. I'll love you no matter what you decide." Vell wrapped his hands around the human's. "David," he started, but David shook his head. "Don't answer yet," he insisted. "Think it over. Let's fix the shields first. Or wait for Lon to come back. Whatever you want. One less thing to worry about, right?" Vell opened the box and smiled softly at the ring inside. It was warm gold, matching the bracelets David had given him, with a large emerald set in the center. An elaborate pattern of twisting branches and leaves made up the band. Vell took it and slipped it onto his finger. He stroked the gem, deep green like a northern winter forest. "You would not have me wear your colors, David?" he asked, his voice low, not taking his eyes from the ring. David shook his head. "It's for you. It's not about me. Wearing it doesn't put my claim on you or mean you owe me anything. It's a token of my love, that's all. And it's yours." Vell looked at his hand, at the gem gleaming on his finger. He nodded and wiped his face, eyes shining. "Very well," he said, his voice unsteady. "I will wear your ring, and I will give you my answer to your proposal of marriage after we have fixed the shields." David nodded and squeezed Vell's hands, feeling the gem under his palm. "I know I'm not perfect," he said, "but I love you, Vell. Any time you look at that ring, please remember that, even if I'm not acting like it, or especially then, because it's true, okay?" "Of course," Vell said. "I do not doubt you, David." "Just in case, then." David shivered, and a dark feeling came over him that it would not be just in case, that some twist of fate was going to force him into a role he had no desire to play, that his love for Vell was going to become a weakness that he would have to hide, not the source of strength it was now. Apparently Vell shared his concern. His nod was mechanical, his eyes distant, and his fingers stroked the smooth surface of the gem over and over again. David shook himself, searching for a change of subject. "You hungry?" he asked, steering Vell towards the table, holding out his chair. Vell smiled at him. "Should we not continue our assigned roles, sir?" he asked, and went around the table to hold out David's chair instead. David grumbled but agreed. They had little time left, and they needed to get to look somewhat natural in their roles before the shield failed. Vell gave him a satisfied smirk, and took his own place across the table. "We're allowed to eat together then?" David asked, unsure of what standards of behavior were expected of them. "In private we can, if it is your wish for me to eat with you, sir," Vell replied. "But you will take your choice of food first, and I will have whatever you do not want. Or you can have me wait until you have eaten your fill. Or you can have me serve you and not eat myself, if I have not been pleasing enough to deserve it. It is up to you. But even if we eat together, I will serve you, pour your drinks and clear your plates. It is the small things that will give us away, if we do not mind ourselves." As he was talking, Vell opened the delivery boxes and set out the sushi on a plate in the center of the table. They would usually just eat out of the boxes, grabbing whatever rolls they liked and arguing over who would get the last one. It was rare enough that they would even use the table. Half the time, they ate together in the workshop. Now, David picked his choice of rolls first, leaving some that he knew were Vell's favorites. When he had taken what he wanted, he nodded to Vell that he could take what was left. It was a little awkward, but he could make it work. He had to. When they had finished eating, Vell cleared the plates and tidied the kitchen. David watched from his seat, unsure what to do with himself. Vell rolled his eyes at him. "You do not need to sit there waiting," he said. "Your slave will wait for you, not the other way around. Feel free to leave me with whatever task you set me to and go about your business." David frowned. He did not like this one bit. It reminded him too much of when Vell had been controlled by the thrall collar. Not that he didn't like Vell obedient and submissive, because he certainly did, in the bedroom, not all the time. He wasn't looking forward to maintaining this charade for hours, maybe even days. "Why is this important anyway?" he asked, struck by another question. "Koval and Enlira know you're here. They know Lon left you with me. They're going to know I'm not going to be like Hreidmar or Oder. Can't we just do our usual thing?" "No, we cannot, David," Vell snapped, irritated. He turned to face his lover, hands dripping with soapy water. "Do you think I have not considered this over and over? I know my own parents. I know how they think. They punished me for my defiance. What do you think will happen if they realize my punishment is ended and I remain defiant? They will bring me back and try again, the same punishment or worse." David rocked back, shocked at the vehemence in Vell's words. Clearly, Vell had thought this through. He must have thought of little else since finding out that he was pregnant. David held up his hands, ready to apologize, but Vell was not done. "Do not think my father merciful, David, because he is not. He had no mercy for me when I was his son, or for your Muna when she was a helpless babe in my belly. How little will he have now, when I am a pregnant Elskin slave and your Muna is a monster? You must play your part. You must. If you cannot treat me as you should, then put me in a cell while the shield is down. It would be safer. If you cannot treat me as your slave, then lock me up." "You know I don't have any cells, Vell," David protested. "This is our home, not a prison. I can play my role. I will do it. We have time. We can practice some more. Let me get into character. You too, by the way. You drop the sir the moment you get distracted. You're practically yelling at me right now, and you're dripping water all over the floor." "Punish me, then," Vell demanded, unappeased. He flicked his hands, sending drops of water all over the kitchen. "This is no game. If you do not like my behavior, then correct it." "Vell, that's not—" Vell did not let him finish, his temper too hot, his patience at its last thread, his fear and anxiety wound too tight. He reached back and grabbed one of the plates they had used for lunch. He looked David full in the face, a challenge and a question both, raised the plate above his head, and smashed it on the floor. There was a shocked silence after the crash echoed through the penthouse. The two men stared at each other, seconds ticking by. Moving first, David raised his hand and pointed. "Bedroom," he ordered. "Strip. Hands on your head. Face the wall." The prince stumbled back, pale, his wide eyes darting around the room, from the shards of broken crockery to David's blank face. David didn't move or speak, and Vell cracked. He dropped the dish towel he had been holding, turned, and strode from the room. A moment later, the bedroom door slammed behind him. David took a deep breath, then another. Vell was afraid. He was afraid of being without his brother's protection, afraid of his father, afraid for himself, afraid for his daughter, for the new life in his belly. David knew all that, and he felt no anger at Vell's outburst. Vell needed to know that David was capable of playing his role, and that when the shield against scrying failed, Koval would see what he expected to see. It was only for a short time, David reminded himself. It would be over soon. He would do what he had to do to keep Vell safe. He left the mess in the kitchen, turned on his heel, and followed Vell to the bedroom. The room was large and dimly lit, the drapes closed. Even here, Vell had filled the space with plants, large pots overflowing with ferns and exotic flowers. The air was heavy with the scent of them, the smell that David had come to associate with Vell, natural and untamed. Vell was waiting as he had been instructed, naked, hands on his head, facing the wall. His clothes were scattered around the room, not neatly folded as he usually liked, and David took note of that. They had played such games often enough, but, as Vell had said, this was no longer a game. This was serious. David had to get into character. He was a kind master, yes, but even a kind master would not tolerate such insolence from his slave. Vell was pushing him, and wanted him to push back. Well, he would. "Pick that shit up," he ordered, pointing at Vell's scattered clothes. Vell twitched at his harsh tone, but he did it, hurriedly grabbing his clothes and ducking into the closet to put them away. David followed him, blocking the door. Vell took a step back when he appeared, unsure what he should do, what David wanted from him. David pointed to the cabinet where they kept their toys. "Get the cuffs," he ordered, "and the cane." Silently, Vell obeyed, keeping his eyes down, his hands unsteady as he picked up the heavy leather cuffs, reinforced with magic and braided steel. He set them on the floor and found the cane, a long, flexible piece of birch with a leather-wrapped handle. It was a tool for punishment far more than for play, and David rarely used it. He only brought it out when Vell wanted more intensity. When he asked for it, David would oblige him. Today, though, this was not Vell's request. His hands full, Vell looked uncertainly at David now that this was no longer a game. "On the bed," David commanded, determined not to break character. "Face down." Vell obeyed, setting the cuffs and the cane on the edge of the bed. He pulled back the blankets and laid himself in the center. He knew what would come next. David had done it often enough, strapping his wrists and ankles to the reinforced bed frame, spreading him out on the mattress, entirely at his lover's mercy, for pleasure or punishment or both. Taking his time, David buckled the cuffs and snapped them to the anchor points. Unable to help himself, Vell pulled against the restraints, testing the hold. Even with his Otharnian strength, he would not be able to break them. Of course, he could always use his magic to free himself if he needed to. He never had. David treasured his trust in the bedroom, and he was careful to always be worthy of it. This time was no different. He knelt on the bed, one hand on the back of Vell's neck, a possessive gesture that he knew Vell liked. Vell's breathing slowed, his eyes darkened. The sense memory of David's touch brought him back to himself, reminded him that he was still safe, that this still was David there with him, no matter what pretense arose between them. "Show me your hand signals," David said, and Vell automatically complied, the question familiar to him. He showed his open flat hand for green, tucked his thumb under his palm for yellow, and closed his fist for red. "Good," David said, squeezing his hand, grounding Vell with his touch. After a moment, David stepped back and picked up the cane. He let the narrow switch rest on Vell's ass, tapping it lightly, making him twitch in anticipation. "Anything to say for yourself?" he asked, increasing the speed and intensity of the taps, watching Vell's pale flesh redden. This was as much of a warm-up as his prince was going to get. Better than going into it completely cold, but hardly what he was used to. Vell squirmed, a blend of anxiety and arousal in his eyes. He knew this was going to hurt, but at the same time he relished David's control, the chance not to think for a while. "I apologize, sir," he said, not knowing what David wanted to hear. David was unsatisfied. "What for? What are you apologizing for? Which one of today's many lapses do you think earned you this punishment?" The prince swallowed. "All of them," he ventured, flinching as David hit him harder. Not anywhere near his full strength, not yet. Just a harder tap to get his attention. "Let's go through the list, shall we?" David asked, long-suffering patience in his voice. "First, neglecting to use my proper title. Second, breaking my property. Third, insolence. Did I miss anything?" Vell shook his head, hiding his face in the pillow. David decided not to allow him that luxury, and pulled the pillow out from under him, tossing it on the floor. "Out loud," he warned. "No, sir. I am sorry, sir." "Let's start from the top." A final tap of the cane on Vell's ass, and David stepped back. "Ready?" he asked, and Vell nodded, tense but helpless in the restraints. "You will call me sir." David punctuated each word with a hit of the cane across Vell's buttocks, a satisfying swish and crack. Vell yelped on the first hit, but controlled himself for the rest. David didn't use his full strength. He swung the cane from the elbow, although he knew Vell could take much more. Even at half strength, the blows left bright red marks on Vell's pale flesh that would deepen over the next hour into dark bruises. "Tell me," David ordered, and Vell lifted his head, his eyes teary. "Thank you, sir. I will call you sir. I apologize for forgetting." David nodded, wishing he could comfort his lover at this point, as he usually would. Tell him he was forgiven, that he was good, that he was loved. But that was not what they were doing, and David held back. "Second?" David raised the cane again, and Vell braced himself, hiding his face in the mattress. "You will not destroy my property." 6 hits this time, and Vell flinched at each one, layered over the first set, the punishment growing in intensity. "Tell me," David repeated, and Vell was choking back his tears this time, his voice thick, his face wet. "Thank you, sir. I will not destroy your property. I apologize. Sir, I am sorry." "Third," David said, forcing himself to ignore Vell's heartfelt apology. He quickly checked Vell's hands, which were still flat against the headboard, signaling green. It was unlikely that Vell would give him any other signal now, after he had demanded that David prove himself, but David checked anyway. He raised his cane again. Vell saw him do it, and pulled uselessly against the cuffs, knowing what was coming. "Insolence will be punished." 7 strokes. Harder this time. Not hard enough to break the skin, but hard enough to hurt. hard enough that even Vell cried out at each one, his voice breaking, sobs catching in his throat. David forced himself to do it. He was capable of it. He could do what Vell needed him to do. If this was what it required to keep Vell safe, then he would do it. He tapped the cane once more on Vell's ass, even that light touch making the Otharnian cry out and try to squirm away. "Tell me," David ordered for the final time, hardening his tone, blanking out the expression on his face. Vell took a moment to be able to speak. He caught his breath, lifted his head. "Thank you, sir," he started, his voice low, his eyes down. I will not be insolent. Please forgive me. I forgot myself. I forgot my place. It will not happen again." David dropped the cane and put his hand on the back of Vell's neck, reminding him where he was. After a moment, Vell breathed again, looking up at David, fear fading from his face. "Okay?" David asked, and Vell nodded. "Yes, sir," he said. He squirmed in the restraints, the pain of the cane mingling with something else, something that had nothing to do with punishment. He squirmed again, his eyes darkening. He licked his lips, and David raised his eyebrows, squeezing his hand tighter. "You're incorrigible," he said, "but that's why I like you. You want something to take the edge off?" Vell nodded. "If it pleases you, sir, I am at your mercy. Perhaps I might further atone for my poor behavior." Shaking his head, David was unable to hide his smile. He let his hand hover over Vell's heated flesh, the warmth of his injuries radiating upwards. "It's going to hurt," he warned, gently lowering his hand, enjoying Vell's pained gasp as he rested his palm over the stripes on his ass and thighs. "I am aware, sir," Vell said dryly, still squirming in his bondage, his hips grinding on the bed, pulling against the restraints. David loved him like this, needy and submissive, taking pain as well as he took pleasure, both the same to him, just sensation, and Vell was always desperate for more. David released the cuffs around Vell's ankles. "Up on your knees," he ordered, and Vell pulled his knees under him, spread without being told. The cuffs pulled his arms wide, forcing him to keep his head and chest low. "Patience," David warned, stilling Vell's writhing, nudging his knees wider. Vell did his best to stay in place, but his hips rocked slightly, his breath coming fast. David reached between his lover's legs, finding all the proof he needed that Vell wanted this. Vell moaned, trying to push back into the sensation, already pushed beyond arousal by David's mastery, by his punishment, by the restraints, and more than anything by the release of tension. "Do your magic," David ordered. Vell would never do it until he was told. He always waited for the command to prepare himself. That was part of their ritual, another demonstration of Vell's submission and David's control. David rubbed his palms over his lover's ass and thighs, hot, bruised flesh under his hands, and Vell's accompanying gasp and groan in his ears. "Tell me what you want," David said, wanting to hear Vell's voice. "Sir," Vell said, tone breathy and low, "Sir, will you make me beg? You know what I want. I want to serve. I want to be useful to you. I want you to have me as you please. I want you to take me. I am yours, you know that, do you not? I belong to you, and I beg you to use me." Vell could never control his tongue when he was in such a state, and David loved to hear him, his usually refined tone spilling whatever salacious thoughts came to his mind. "More," David commanded, pulling off his own clothes with impatient hands. Moaning again, a flush spreading over his shoulders, Vell arched his back and rocked his hips, presenting himself for David's pleasure. David, he growled, dropping the sir again, unable to keep it in his mind, overwhelmed with his desire. David, fuck me, now. David smiled and obeyed. Shower. When David awoke the next morning, Vell was already up and dressed. He popped his head out of the closet, his hands full of clothes. He seemed to have no hard feelings for his punishment yesterday. If anything, he seemed to be in a good mood. "Good morning, sir," he said, an imperceptible ghost of a smile on his face. "May I fetch you coffee?" David rubbed his eyes and nodded. It was a little early for role play, but the scrying shield had failed the night before, as predicted, and Vell was wide awake. He bustled off to the kitchen and quickly returned with David's coffee. His usual Thomen mechanic's mug had been replaced with a cup on a saucer, a small Italian cookie resting next to it. David grunted his appreciation and took a swig from the cup. Something was different about Vell, but David couldn't put his finger on it. He relaxed back against the pillows and watched him sorting through the laundry. "Lively status report," he said, as the coffee started to take effect. Her reply came almost instantly. "Good morning, sir. Shield augmentation is in progress. All targets on track, all readings nominal. Full capacity is expected in approximately 16 hours. David nodded and turned his attention back to Vell. "How's your ass?" he asked with a smirk. Vell glanced over at the cane. He had left it on the low table in the seating area of the bedroom. It would serve as a reminder to the watchers from Otharn, and to himself and David, of their roles and of their expected behavior. "Well enough, sir," he said cautiously. In truth, the rough denim of his jeans was rubbing against the tender, bruised flesh of his ass and thighs. Even the simple task of sorting laundry was somewhat uncomfortable. But he should not be allowed to wear soft sweatpants today, or do anything else to lessen the effects of his punishment, and so he tried to ignore it. David smiled, pleased with himself, playing his role. "If you are ready, sir, I will start your shower." Apparently, Vell had a whole morning routine planned out, and David had nothing better to do than go along with it. That, and he rather liked the glint in Vell's eye at the mention of the shower. In the roomy marble and glass enclosure, Vell had David sit on the inset bench. The prince barely flinched when the warm spray fell on his sensitive flesh, ignoring the sting of his injuries and focusing on David. Vell diligently attended his master's needs, first with soap and sponge, then with his mouth. He knelt without complaint on the unyielding marble floor, his head bobbing in David's lap. David leaned back on the bench and watched Vell work, lips stretched around him, eyes closed, cheeks flushed with the heat and with his own arousal. Vell swallowed when David finished in his mouth. He raised his head, gasping for breath, his own hard length needy and neglected. Taking pity on him, David soaped his hands and reached down. "Come here," he said, breathless. "Come here, you learned your lesson yesterday, right? You know how to behave. Come here, baby." He let Vell thrust into his tight, soapy fist, until he shuddered and moaned, his head resting on David's shoulder. The prince turned his head and nibbled on David's neck. "Baby," he whispered, breathing hard, his lips to David's ear, the noise from the shower giving him cover. David idly wondered if they had showers on Otharn. He was picturing Roman-style baths, for some reason. He kissed Vell's cheek and whispered back, "Kind and indulgent master, remember, as long as you behave yourself." Vell chuckled, then leaned back, relaxed by his orgasm and the warm water. "May I fetch your towel, sir?" Just like that, they were back in their roles. Vell helped David dress. Not that he needed the help, but Vell clearly considered it one of his duties, so David went along with it. Besides, he rather liked the attention, and the sight of Vell kneeling to put his shoes on was very enjoyable. Vell produced a new jacket from the closet and held it up for David, who was a jeans and t-shirt guy, especially around the house. However, it was a beautiful jacket, and Vell had obviously had it made for him. David wondered how much it had cost as Vell slipped it on him. Probably a lot. It was buttery soft leather, cut long over his hips, lined with dark red silk. Inside the lining, sewn behind the lapel, where it would only be visible if he showed it, was the sky-blue strip of cloth that Lon had given him. The importance of that token was still mysterious to David. Vell smoothed the jacket over David's shoulders, a satisfied smile showing in the mirror. David had to admit he felt more masterful wearing it, which was no doubt what Vell had intended. It was only when they were both dressed that David realized what was different about Vell. Instead of his usual green and blue tunic, he was wearing red. A deep red linen tunic, the same color as the lining of David's new jacket. It was still in the wraparound style he liked, but plainly cut. The sleeves ended below his elbows, instead of coming down over his hands, and there was no embroidery or embellishment on it at all. David pressed his lips together. He didn't like it. Vell didn't look right in red. Vell had understood that dark red was the color of David's house, and David supposed it might as well be. The logo of his company was that color, and he had various coffee cups, ball caps, and T-shirts with his own name emblazoned in dark red. Vell knew that humans did not have such vast and intricate family houses as they did on Otharn, but he still instinctively returned to that notion. As far as David was concerned, his house was pretty much just him, Vell, and Lively. Vell saw him frowning at the tunic, and smoothed it over his hips, self-conscious. David understood what he was doing. He was dressing in what he felt was a manner appropriate for his station. He had not told David about it the day before, no doubt thinking David would not approve, which he didn't. David took a slow drink from his still-warm coffee, leaning against the bed, his eyes pinning Vell in place. The man squirmed a little, and David let it go. "Put the bracelets on," he ordered, and Vell jumped to obey, slipping the gold bands onto his wrists, holding his hands out for David's approval. David nodded, pleased to see the prince at least had kept the emerald on his finger. Shields. David and Vell intentionally did not have much planned for that day. They could do nothing that would reveal the true nature of their relationship. David had also ruled out anything that would take too much focus. They could easily forget themselves, forget to perform their roles. They would stay close, monitor the shields, and interact as little as possible. David checked Lively's progress on his tablet while Vell made breakfast for him. David had decided to ignore Vell, to pretend he was invisible when he was not actually making use of him. He might be a kind and indulgent master, but he was also a busy man. He was working on important projects. He certainly did not have time to micromanage his slave's activities. As long as he got his meals on time and his every desire fulfilled, David was not going to pay Vell any attention. David was finishing his breakfast, and on his third cup of coffee, when he noticed some unexpected fluctuations in Lively's monitoring. He squinted at it, concerned. At the same moment, Lively chimed a warning. "Sir, shield integrity is unstable. Full shielding will fail in less than 1 hour." "Stop nanite integration," David snapped, and to Vell added, "Check the crystals. What's going on?" Vell closed his eyes, a frying pan still in his hand. He focused for a moment and said, "The flow of energy to the crystals is strong and stable. Something else is wrong." Seconds later, Lively said, "Sir, only the crystals without nanite integration are failing to support the shields. Should I continue integration? Yes, David ordered, trusting Lively's analysis without checking it. Speed it up as fast as you can. Get nanites into every crystal. This is not our doing, Vell warned, his hands glowing green and his split-bladed daggers appearing in his grip. This is an attack. David nodded and hurried over to join Vell, a blaster in his hand already charged. Liv, arm all defenses. Most of David's crystal dust nanites were downstairs in Vell's apartment, waiting to be integrated into the crystals. He was making more, but that took time, and he had only reserved enough for emergency use. It looked like this was an emergency, though, and now he regretted not saving more for himself. Lively's energy cannons dropped from the ceiling mounts already at full power. Whatever was happening, they were as ready for it as they were going to get. The penthouse was quiet. Even the air circulation stopped when Lively's emergency protocols were activated. Everything was still. David and Vell stood side by side, weapons ready, scanning the room. Nothing happened. Seconds ticked by, tension ratcheting higher the longer they waited. Lively, report, David said into the silence. Nothing. Liv, he called. Liv. But there was no response. Vell shifted his position to stand at David's back, 2 daggers and 1 blaster between them. David had seen the kind of damage Vell could do with his daggers. It was good to know they were not unarmed and helpless, but still, they were vulnerable, and they did not know what was coming. The shields are down, Vell said a few moments later, sensing the loss of his protective wards. Only the nanite crystals are channeling. It's not enough to maintain the shields. The other crystals are still powered, but the power is being diverted, stolen. David nodded. They were under attack. That was all he needed to know, and a magical attack, timed right after Lon left, could only have come from one place. Otharn. There, Vell gestured toward the center of the living room with 1 blade. It looked exactly the same as before to David's eyes. He pointed his blaster in that direction nonetheless. Vell's arcane awareness of danger was enough for him. The air crackled, and before their eyes, a portal snapped into existence. It didn't grow slowly from a point, as Lon's and even Vell's did. This was instantaneous, and less than a second later, 5 people leapt through it. There were 3 women and 2 men, and all except the woman in front had a crawling black tattoo on the left side of their face. They were magic users, their hands glowing, threads of energy winding between them even as they jumped through the portal. David fired his blaster at the leader, a sinister, doll-like woman with a long blonde braid. The energy knocked her back, but she recovered inhumanly fast, and a black knife appeared in her hand, pointed at Vell. "Bring him," she ordered in a delighted sing-song voice. Her 4 followers cast a glistening net at Vell. The threads twisted and floated through the air, the web sticky, pulsing with arcane power. Vell's bolt of energy went right through it, and it followed his movements as he tried to dodge it. David fired his blaster again, hitting the closest mate, a middle-aged man with a shaved head. The bald man fell back, and his corner of the net trembled and failed, the rest of it collapsing moments after. The woman with the braid scowled and pointed her black knife at David. He fired again, draining his weapon uselessly as her knife simply absorbed the energy. With a wild giggle, she threw the blaster's energy back at him and knocked him to the ground. Vell saw him fall, yelled, and ran for the witch, his daggers raised, his face twisted with fury. Her face held nothing but satisfaction as she twisted the black knife in her hand, and David screamed. His every nerve was on fire, his bones twisting in their sockets, his flesh crawling from his body. "Surrender or your master dies," the woman spat, and Vell skidded to a halt, looking from David to the woman, horrified. David tried to shake his head. No, but it was too late. The daggers fell from Vell's hands, and the invaders threw their net over him. "Bring them both," was the last thing David heard. Otharn. David woke up and didn't know where he was. He could tell he wasn't where he was supposed to be. The light was wrong, the bed was wrong, even the smell was wrong. The heavy scent of Vell's plants, his ferns, his flowers, his snapping fly traps, was gone. The air was cool and clean and wrong. He sat up, and his every muscle and joint ached with remembered pain. He recalled what had happened. That creepy mage woman and her black knife, the certainty that his body was going to tear itself apart, Vell dropping his daggers and falling under the sinister net, and then nothing. David was in a low bed, hard and uncomfortable, under a soft fur which was too hot. He was still dressed, still wearing his shoes and his luxurious new jacket, so he stood up, stumbled, and crashed into a dresser opposite. He managed to catch himself, but the noise attracted attention. Footsteps hurried towards him from somewhere unseen. The bed was in an alcove, not in a separate room, and through the archway 3 individuals appeared. In the center, a richly dressed man with a pinched face. To his left, a red-faced boy carrying a jug of water and a cup. And to his right, a handsome, dark-haired young man who carried a notebook and pen and didn't look up from the ground. They both stood as far from the older man as they could and acted as though they would rather be anywhere but there.
"Ah, good. You are awake,"
the older man said, his voice surprisingly deep considering his scrawny appearance.
"I am Lord John Ole, advisor to King Covell, ruler and protector of the joined worlds. Welcome to Otharn, Lord David Thomen."
Lord John Ole did not bother to introduce his companions, and, to buy himself a little time, David beckoned to the nervous boy with the jug and clumsily poured himself a drink of what turned out to be ice-cold water. He drank the entire cup, desperately thirsty, before he replied, "Where's Vell?" That was the only thing that mattered. If they were on Otharn, that meant Vell was back in the hands of the king, and the king wanted Vell's children dead. John Ole's expression withered. He attempted an ingratiating tone.
"Lord Thomen, the king thought it best for your slave to be secured. He is perfectly well, of course."
He let out a dry chuckle that made David want to throttle him, but the human did his best to keep his face calm. Losing his temper now wouldn't help him or Vell. David leaned on the dresser, still shaky from whatever that blonde witch had done to him. He held his cup out for the boy to refill, and drank it halfway down again. "Thanks," he said to the kid, purely because he thought John Ole wouldn't like it. To the man himself, he said, "Does King Covell do a lot of kidnappings?" The man with the notebook flipped it open and started writing, his pen scratching the page. John Ole tightened his jaw and tried again.
"Lord Thomen, you are the honored guest of King Covell. I apologize if your journey here was perhaps uncomfortable. Please be assured you are not in any danger. King Covell wishes to speak with you when you are recovered. In the meantime, please rest. Sven will fetch you some food." He gestured to the boy, who almost dropped his jug. "I want to see Vell," David said, forced himself to stand up straight, the water already working to refresh and energize him, his brain starting to spin through everything Vell and Lon had told him about Otharn, about Covell, about Vell's situation and his perceived status here in his homeworld. "He's mine," he added. "I want him back." John Ole gave him a strange look,
and then twisted his lips back into the ingratiating smile. "Of course," he said. "I will discuss the matter with the king after you have rested." That clearly meant no, and David watched impotently as John Owl took his silent scribe with him and left. The boy, Sven, visibly relaxed when they were gone. He set down the water jug and gave David a clumsy bow. "I will fetch you some refreshment, Lord Thomen," he said, and before David could say anything more, he was gone too, like a rabbit vanishing down a hole. David staggered into the main room, leaning on the walls and furniture to get there. The place was almost as big as his penthouse, but that was where the similarity ended. The room was minimalist in decor, with a floor and walls of deep gray stone polished to a high sheen and multicolored flecks like in granite. Braided gold embossing highlighted the fireplace, the doors, and the archway to the sleeping area. The furniture was also bare and uncomfortable. The cushions were hard, the backs of the chairs bolt upright. David was not impressed. He had stayed in a lot of fancy hotels, and the ones that paid the most attention to appearance paid the least attention to comfort. A fresh breeze came from the attached balcony, which looked over a city, and in the distance, a forest. 2 suns hung in the sky, and David blinked. He really was on Otharn. Before he could absorb that information, a small door in the corner of the room slid open soundlessly. A young girl appeared. By her attire, she was a servant. She wore a plain, straight dress in dark blue, her hair wrapped in an off-white scarf. The dress and the scarf had seen better days, and the girl gave an off-balance curtsy. "Lord Thomen, sir," she said in a low tone, cautiously looking around the room. "Is there anything you need? May I bring anything for you?" David looked her up and down, from her scuffed shoes and to the curls escaping her badly tied scarf. David held up his cup again, and the girl took the heavy water jug in one hand and filled it. "Who are you?" he asked, sipping the water, wondering why she had appeared after the others had left, and why she was offering to bring him something when Sven had just gone on that same errand. She curtsied again, one hand still behind her back. "My name is Erla, sir, my lord," she said, unable to settle on a title for him. She chewed her lip, and David waited while she spat out the rest of whatever she was trying to say. Her voice dropped to a whisper, and she looked over her shoulder. "Is it true, sir, that Prince Vell has returned?" David looked into his water cup, staring bleakly at his own reflection there. "Not willingly," he said. David had failed to protect Vell, failed to defend him, failed to keep him safe. Now Vell was exactly where he had dreaded being, back on his homeworld, back in his father's control. The girl stepped closer, her voice just a breath of air. "I knew him," she said, the water jug sloshing in her unsteady hand. She looked at David, her deep brown eyes willing him to understand her. David nodded. He didn't want her to say anything more. They were most likely being watched, and if she was an ally, she should keep it to herself. He drank the rest of the water and stood up. Time to get to work. Vell wasn't going to rescue himself after all. "Where can I find Darin Gulna Oxy?" he asked. Once she got over the surprise that David even knew his name, Erla offered to fetch Darin. David did not think he could stand to wait in that shiny, empty room, so he decided to go with her. He was an honored guest, after all, not a prisoner. He could go where he pleased. Feeling slightly guilty that Sven would return to find him gone, David followed Erla through endless gleaming hallways out onto a training ground. The floor of the training ground was sand, but it still had the strange gleam that was rapidly giving him a headache. They walked through the center, keeping to marked paths between arenas, racks of weapons and scattered bands of fighters training. David was interested to know that it was all hand-to-hand combat. Swords, hammers, axes. No ranged weapons, and no energy weapons. Here, knowing eyes were upon them. Erla walked like a queen, her head held high, her eyes fixed ahead. David tried to mimic her poise, but he was aware that, as a human, he was the least impressive physical specimen in the area. He mentally thanked Vell for the jacket. At least he did not have to face the warriors of Otharn in a t-shirt. They found Darren at the back of the training ground, sparring with another man. Erla hailed him, and he did a comical double-take at the sight of the servant girl and the human. He excused himself to his curious companion and sauntered over to them. Darren was tall as Lon, but slender, with red hair in tight curls. His clothes were well made and stylish even for sparring. Calf-length boots of soft leather, light gray pants, a laced-up vest inset with metal rings over a crisp white tunic. David would have thought him something of a dandy if it weren't for the huge gold-bladed axe he casually swung over one shoulder. He clasped David's wrist in greeting. "You must be David Thomen of Earth," he said, his voice rich and musical. David nodded, and Darren continued. "Prince Lon speaks well of you. Rumors are running wild through the palace that Prince Vell has returned. Shall I assume that is why you are here?" "Nailed it," David said. "Can we talk?" "We can," Darren agreed, and looked at Erla, his eyebrows raised. "She's cool," David said, for some reason sure that was the case. Whoever Erla was, she didn't fit in the cool, clean, silent palace, and that made David want to trust her. She stood up straight. "I am Lord Thomen's attendant," she said, and Darren laughed, a loud burst of genuine amusement. "I know who you are, girl," he said, chucking her under her chin. "Or rather, I know who you were." Erla swatted his hand away, embarrassed. "I am Lord Thomen's attendant," she insisted, and Darren held up a hand, shaking his head. All right, he said. "I'm sure you are. Self-appointed?" David interrupted their banter. "Anyone want to let me in on the joke here?" Darren beckoned them out of the training grounds, away from curious eyes, through a back way that led past steam rooms and baths and onto a courtyard. The courtyard was open to the sky. As much as David appreciated being away from the endless gleaming stone, the sight of the two suns looming above him was no less unnerving. One was orange, like Earth's sun, but the other was pale violet, and the double shadows and odd color they cast were making David's eyes water. Darren spun his axe in his hand, the huge double blade sending shards of light all around the courtyard. "Erla here used to be Vell's page," he explained. "Tell us, girl, what did you do with the unfortunate soul truly assigned to be Lord Thomen's attendant?" Erla folded her arms. "Nothing at all," she declared. "I waited for him to leave and introduced myself." The set of her chin and the tone of her voice reminded David painfully of Vell. Darren laughed again, delighted at her boldness. "All right, you two," David said, trying to keep them on track. "Vell was kidnapped from Earth by a witch with a long blonde braid. Me too, actually, but I don't seem to be a prisoner, so let's focus on Vell. John Knoll said he was secured. Where will he be?" Pensive, Darren spun his axe again. "That would have been Lady Ilt," he said. "She is a mage. Do not let her hear you call her a witch. She is powerful and unpredictable, and she acts at the king's command. Vell is most likely in the dungeons now." Darren put out his hand to forestall David's request to be taken to the dungeons immediately. "What will you do when you find him, David Thomen? The king brought him back for a reason, and you too, no doubt. You will not be able to simply leave this place. What else did John Knoll tell you?" "That the king wanted to talk to me," David said, and Darren hummed. his axe a blur of motion as he considered. "King Koval wants something from you, then. Something he cannot simply take by force. He would not meet with someone from a protected world without a very good reason. No offense intended, Lord Thomen." David shrugged. He was not ashamed of being from a protected world, whatever that meant. It was hardly what he cared about at the moment anyway. "So, I'm an honored guest, waiting for an audience with the king. Is there any reason I shouldn't have my slave with me?" Erla gave him a sharp look when he described Vell as his slave, but Darin didn't react. Perhaps Lon had already filled him in when he asked Darin to be ready to assist them. "There is not," Darin replied, with another slow loop of his axe. "Shall we go to John Ull, then, and demand the return of your property?" Lost and Found. Darin walked David to the offices of John Ull. He explained on the way that John Ull was one of the king's advisers, known for his unshakable loyalty. He had not liked Vell. He did not like Lon even now, and he most certainly did not like Darin. Darin spun his axe and pretended to have no knowledge of why John disliked him. David was already forming a pretty good idea. Darin's loyalty seemed to lie firmly with Prince Lon, not with the king. Erla did not come. Darin felt that a maid accompanying a foreign prince was not going to make a good impression. Erla pressed her lips together, but acquiesced and let them go. David was relieved to find that most of his nanites had reabsorbed themselves into his clothes before he was taken from Earth. He reformed the blaster, setting it at his waist. It was not charged, but Darin had his axe, so David wanted a weapon too. As he tucked it into his belt, Darin caught sight of the scrap of sky-blue cloth Vell had sewn into the lining of his jacket, the torn strip of Lon's cape. The Otharnian yanked on it, ripping the lining and flourishing the cloth in front of David's eyes. "Hey!" David complained. The jacket was less than 1 day old and already had a large tear in it. "You should not hide such a token, my friend," Darin said, and tied the strip around the handle of David's blaster. When this was done, he flipped his axe in his hand, showing David a similar strip of sky-blue fabric he had tied around the handle, under the golden blade. "Prince Lon does not give such gifts lightly," he explained. David swiped a few spare nanites to repair the lining of his jacket, and Darin watched him, interested. "This is the magic of Earth?" he asked, as the tear in the lining vanished. "Not really," David said. "It's science, or I guess a combination of both." "Do not hide it," Darin advised again. "Otharn does not give much regard to the residents of protected worlds. You should show them your power. You are Prince of Earth. Act like one, David thought for a moment. He controlled the nanites through a microcomputer hidden behind his ear, as well as the blaster. He could have them form any shape or pattern he desired. They responded to his thoughts, as if it was indeed magic controlling them. He visualized what he wanted, and moments later the nanites responded, flowing over his jacket in slow patterns. Taking his inspiration from Darin's ring mail vest, the nanites changed from plate armor to mail to scales. Highlights appeared in bright gold, then faded away. A vambrace or pauldron formed and vanished over slow minutes. It was hypnotic. Darin raised his eyebrows. "Impressive," he said with a wink. They arrived at a low building with a wide door, made of the same gleaming stone as the main palace. Even the same gold braid pattern looped over the doorway, showing them the way in. "You are a prince," Darin reminded David, finally putting his axe away in the sling over his shoulder. "I will follow your lead." David nodded and marched in, ignoring the guards flanking the inner doorway. They entered a reception room, finding a steely-eyed functionary behind a table before a smaller door, also guarded. "I am Lord David Thomen of Earth. "I'm here to demand the return of my stolen property," David declared, staring at the officious face on the other side of the desk. "Earth, stolen property?" the woman repeated, staring at the human before her, clearly not expecting to be confronted with such a demand. David folded his arms and stared at her, Darren by his side. The official turned to the Otharnian. "Who is this person?" she asked, in a tone that implied she truly did not care who he was, and would prefer him to be removed from her presence. David did not allow Darren to speak. He snapped his fingers in the woman's face, demanded her attention, and said, "You heard me. I am Lord David Thomen of Earth, shield brother of Prince Lon. My property has been stolen, and I want it back. Now." Darren shrugged at the official, playing his role perfectly. David was an unreasonable foreign prince, friend of Prince Lon, and Darren was his escort. "And what is this property?" the woman asked, folding her fingers together on the empty stone in front of her. "Vell," David snapped. "Vell is my slave, stolen from my home by representatives of your king. Give him back. He's mine." Now on firmer ground, the woman snapped back, "The slave Vell is the prisoner of the king." "Is the king a thief, then?" David declared, and even Darren's eyes widened at that. The official waved back the guard who had stepped in front of the doorway and stood up, perhaps realizing that she was in over her head with this human. "I will be a moment," she said with strangled politeness, before beating a hasty retreat. David pointedly sat on the table, tapping his feet, drumming his fingers on the stone. It took only a few minutes for the nameless official to hurry back into the room, followed by John Ull and the secretary already scribbling in his notebook. John's face was, if anything, even more pinched and displeased than when they had first met an hour ago. "Lord Thomen," he said, "I see you have made the acquaintance of Darren Golna Oxy." His tone made it very clear what he thought of that. Darren bared his teeth at the man, but let David to the talking. David stood up, hands on his hips. He allowed John to take in the slowly moving patterns on his jacket, the weapon at his waist, the sky-blue cloth tied around the handle of his blaster. He nodded, ignoring the remark about Darren. There was only one thing he cared about, and the words came from his lips often enough now that he almost believed them. "You know why I'm here," he said. "Vell's mine, and I want him back." John pursed his lips, studying the human, weighing his decision. "Come," he said eventually. "We will discuss this matter." He looked over at Darren, adding curtly, "You may go." Darren gave him an overly polite bow and replied, "Thank you, John. I will accompany you. A shield brother of Prince Lon is a shield brother of mine." John gave a heavy sigh and turned on his heel, heading past the guard and out through the rear door. His secretary scurried after him, and Darren winked at David behind their backs. They walked in silence. John's building must have been connected to the main palace underground, because the corridors of gleaming stone seemed endless. They went down broad staircases, and then narrow ones. The hallways darkened, and the sprinkled patterns of color embedded in the stone seemed to grow brighter. With a jolt, David realized what that material was. Crystal. Everything was permeated with crystal. The walls, the floors, the ceilings. What had taken David months to painstakingly gather to make his nanite dust, he could have in a matter of moments here, if he had a sledgehammer to hand. They finally stopped before a heavy latticed gate. It was dull metal, locked by a glowing thread wound around a heavy bolt. The advisor gestured to the guards to open it, then turned to Darren. "You will wait here," he said. "I will take Lord Thomen to his slave and discuss the terms of his release." Darren looked ready to protest again, but David nodded at him. If Vell was behind that gate, he did not want to waste any time getting to him. Darren fell back, and the heavy gate closed behind John, his secretary, and David. They must have been deep underground, and David was expecting a damp, dank dungeon, but instead the place was dry and dusty. There was no moisture in the air at all, and David's eyeballs started to itch. The only light came from the glowing chips and shards of crystal in the walls, floor, and ceiling. It took David's eyes time to adjust to the dimness, and he did his best not to stumble as John led them down a sloping passageway. It seemed that now they would talk. John perhaps had been waiting to lose Darren. "You have impregnated your slave," he said. No judgment in his voice, only cold precision. "Wow, right down to business," thought David. Out loud he said, "Yep, sure did." Was John's reply, and the scratching of the secretary's pen echoed in the narrow passageway. David's skin crawled. He was alone in an underground dungeon on an alien world. He reminded himself that Vell was down here, waiting for him, relying on David to come for him. He would not let him down. They came to a cross passage and turned left, passing dark windows, each as tall as the passageway itself. The glass surface, if it was glass, gleamed in the flat light with a slight oily sheen that David did not like. David made an effort not to get too near the windows as they passed them. John stopped in front of one, exactly the same as the dozen that had come before it. He reached out one finger and touched the surface. The dark gleam vanished, and the window cleared, letting David see what was on the other side. It was a cell. Small, cut from the same stone as the passageway. No furniture, no food, no water, no comforts of any kind. On the floor, seemingly asleep, was Vell. He looked like a puppet with his strings cut, like he had tumbled to the floor and stayed there. David shuddered when he saw that Vell wasn't really asleep. His eyes were wide open, staring blindly, unblinkingly. A scrawl of black ink marred his cheek, up over his temple and down his neck. David's heart lurched when he realized it was the same marking as the witch's minions had had on their faces. "What's wrong with him?" David demanded. Horror churned in his stomach. Was he already too late? Something had been done to Vell, something sinister. John glanced at him, curious. His tone had given him away. David needed to control himself. "Lady Ilt put a Nehu rune on him to subdue him," John said. "He is in a state of timelessness." "Get him out," David demanded. He had no idea what a Nehu rune was, but his first priority was to get Vell out of the dungeon. They could deal with the rest later. John made no move to do so. He turned towards David, arms folded, thin lips knowing. "The king will give you a good price for him," he said. "The currency of your world, if you wish it, or knowledge, artifacts. We have other slaves, prettier, younger, more biddable than him." "Hard pass," David said. "He's plenty biddable, and he's mine. Get him out." He put his hand on his waist again, and pushed back his jacket to show the sky-blue cloth wrapped around the handle of his blaster. John was trying to intimidate him. He might be human, but he was not without connections. He had one of the most powerful friends on this world. John's eyes flicked down, then back up. "The child, then," he said, lowering his sights. "The slave is Elskin. The child will be a monster, no fitting heir for the prince of your world." David thought of Yormuna, and the loving illusion Vell had conjured of her. Her green gold scales shining in the sun, her dark eyes deep with knowledge, with intelligence. She was no monster. David folded his arms. "Your king sent armed agents into my home, stole my property, brought me here against my will. As an opening to negotiation, it's not strong. I'm not impressed. Now give me back my slave, and if the king wants to talk, I'll talk. Slave first, negotiate later." John was disappointed, but he seemed to sense David would not move on his demand. He turned to face Vell, and spoke a single word. Vakna. Vell's eyes blinked once, twice, and he snapped awake. In a panic, he scrambled to his feet, slamming against the back wall, one hand scrubbing at the ink on his face. It didn't come off, and David was afraid it was more like a tattoo than a drawing. "Vell," he said, unsure if the prisoner could hear them or not. The prince clearly could not see them, his eyes roaming the window of the cell blankly, not looking at them. Vell's mouth opened, eyes widening in shocked surprise. But before he replied, he caught himself, took a deep breath, and went down on his knees. "Sir?" he asked, his voice dry and raspy. "Yeah, it's me," David said. "Are you okay?" Looking blindly at the panel in front of him, disbelieving hope in his eyes, Vell asked, May I come out, sir?" "Open it," David said to John. Vell blinked, confused, unsure who else was there. John hesitated, his hand hovering over the window. David was certain the king would prefer to keep Vell locked up in this cell rather than release him to David's custody. At the same time, if Covell hoped to make some trade with David, he could not be too unreasonable. John had to walk that line, and no doubt answer to the king for his decisions. Not an easy job, but David had no sympathy for him. "Neither of you will leave this world without the permission of the king," he eventually said. David nodded, and the secretary's pen recorded it all. He had been expecting that. As much as he would like to grab Vell and run, that would not help them long term. John sighed. "I will show you how to control the rune." Vell looked up alarmed, and before David could stop him, John continued. "To put him down, simply say, 'Neither.'" As he said it, Vell crumpled without a sound. He fell forward, a puppet again, arms and legs splayed out, and his head hit the ground with a dull thud. A sickly smile played across John's lips. He liked it, to have that power over someone and to use it. His subdued secretary looked at the floor, and David ground his teeth, but didn't say anything. He needed Vell out of that cell, and John was the one who could make that happen. To wake him, it's Vakna. Vell awoke, with a horrified gasp, looked around the cell, the two men still hidden from him. "Sir," he said, his voice shaking. "Sir, are you there?" "I'm here," David replied, trying not to sound too comforting. "How long?" Vell said, but then remembered himself and struggled back to his kneeling position, hands behind his back, head down. "You will keep him under control," John warned, "or he will be returned here." The official touched the glass again. The entire pane folded back and into itself, leaving the wall open. As the panel opened, David found Vell's eyes locked on him, unblinking. He waited, though, like a good slave, for David's nod before he got off his knees. They returned along the same passageways, Vell silent behind the others. They passed the other dark glass windows, which most likely contained prisoners in the same state as Vell had been. David shivered. The dry air and the flat cold light made the place seem like a museum rather than a prison. The prisoners were exhibits within it, pinned like butterflies to a page, timeless and helpless. Ale. When they got back to David's rooms, Sven was there pacing anxiously. David had been gone for hours, and Sven clearly had not known what to do about it. John Ull had said the human was a guest, but they all knew that wasn't the case. Guests were not brought by force. Sven stared at Vell for a long moment, taking in the tattoo on his face before he abruptly looked down, avoiding eye contact with everyone. "Hey, Sven, where's Erle?" David asked as they all walked into the room. Vell's head snapped up at the mention of her name, and David realized he had not known about her reappearance. He didn't say anything, but David made a note to discuss it later. Sven flushed a darker red, if such a thing was possible. "She has returned to her duties, my lord," he said. The maids are not allowed breaks until their work is completed." He trailed off as David frowned. Erla obviously had some allegiance to Vell, and they needed all the help they could get. Before he could demand her back, Darren spoke up. "I have been thinking of getting my own page." He mused aloud, seemingly out of nowhere. "Perhaps Erla would take a position with me." Sven nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir, I'm sure she would. She is a fine page, sir, or she was, before—" He didn't look at Vell, instead staring at his own boots. "Wonderful," Darren said, overriding any awkwardness. "Please inform her to meet me tomorrow." "Yes, sir," Sven stammered. "Thank you, sir, I will. Lord Thomen, is there anything I can do for you? Some refreshment? Some entertainment?" Vell stepped forward. "Sven," he said, gesturing around the minimalist guest quarters, "there is much to do to see to Lord Thomen's comfort. I will assist you." Sven nodded, still not looking in Vell's direction, uncomfortable in the presence of the former prince who was now a slave. Darren turned to David. "Perhaps we should leave them to it," he suggested. "A drink or two and a walk through the city?" Almost imperceptibly, Vell nodded. David saw it out of the corner of his eye and agreed. He would rather stay close by, but Vell had plans of his own. Perhaps he was trying to give the impression to any watchers that he was indeed David's loyal and dedicated slave. Whatever his reasons, Vell was the expert here, and David would follow his lead. Before they turned to go, Vell tentatively raised his hand. "Sir, if I may," he addressed David, his fingers lightly brushing the Nehu rune on his face. "If you wish, sir, you can restrict who can control the rune." He managed to say that in a light tone, as though it was of little consequence, just some interesting information that David might want to know. David froze. "Who can control it now?" he asked, trying to match Vell's easy tone. Vell's eyes flicked away. "Anyone, sir. Anyone who knows the words." "No," David said at once. "Only me. How do I change it?" A look of relief crossed Vell's face for a moment. Then he stood before David and gently placed David's hand on his face over the tattoo. "Your word is all it takes, sir." "Okay, then. You're mine, and the rune's mine, too. No one else can use it," David said, forcing his fingers to stay still on Vell's warm skin and not stroke or caress his face as he had done many times before. Vell leaned into his touch, only a few millimeters before he swayed back into his position. "Thank you, sir," he said, his green eyes locked onto David's. Horrified that Vell had been so vulnerable, that anyone who knew how might have made him drop with a single word at any time, David nodded. He tried not to let it show how messed up he thought this place was. Clearly he didn't succeed, because Darren wrapped an overly cheerful arm around his shoulders and steered him out of the room. David did not look back. The palace was on a hill, and Darren walked David down the gently sloping boulevard into the city. He talked about nothing significant along the way, only pointing out interesting sights and landmarks. The city was built of the same dark gray stone as the palace, and the two suns were close to setting behind it, over the distant forest. Despite his turmoil, David was intrigued that there were no vehicles, no cars, trucks, or buses. Everyone was walking. He asked Darren about it, desperate for something to distract him from dwelling on Vell, who had been left behind in the palace. Darren seemed glad enough to have something to explain. He pointed to a busy intersection, where a crystal sphere rested on top of a plinth. "Within the city, the Fearloath are everywhere," he said. As David watched, a woman with a crying baby on her hip hurried up to the sphere, slapped her hand on it, and vanished. Darren continued, "You can get where you want to go with a short walk in any direction. Why clutter the city with machinery, with vehicles? Cities are for people." Now he had pointed them out, David could see the travel crystals everywhere. Otharnians popped into existence or vanished, and no one blinked an eye. Could I use it? David asked, his fingers already itching to try out this new technology. He reached out his hand to the glossy surface of the nearest Fiarloth. Darren tilted his head as he diplomatically prevented David's hand from touching the crystal. "Perhaps with a guide," he said. "But without someone skilled in the arcane arts to guide you, it could take you anywhere, or you may never emerge again. It takes practice to use them, my friend." David nodded, disappointed. "Yeah, okay. No touchy. Got it." They continued on their way, the sky above them alight with color. Not only the orange and violet of the suns, but blues, greens, purples. A riot of color splashed across the firmament as the light refracted through the atmosphere. It could have been beautiful, but combined with the reflections from the shining buildings of the city, the overlapping shadows of the twin suns, and the glow of the crystal shards in the rock, it was overwhelming. David was very glad when Darren steered him off the main thoroughfare and into a cozy courtyard. The wooden benches and greenery climbing the walls reduced the effects of the light and eased David's headache. The benches were already about half full when they arrived. David and Darren sat side by side, squishing closer together as more people entered. Food and beer were served, and a musician took a small stage and began to play a harp. The noise level of the talking and laughing rose, a few tables started to sing along, and David realized why Darren had brought them here. Not just for the beer, which was delicious, cool and foamy and refreshing, or the food, which was peppery meat and vegetables served on long wooden skewers, but the noise. Even if they were observed from afar, their conversation was going to be inaudible. "He is well?" Darren asked, his words inches from David's ear. David shrugged. Vell was far from well, but he would do his best not to show it. He had been taken from a place where he should have been safe. He had been subdued with magic, dragged back to his home world. He knew the danger he was in. John had offered to buy him, then offered to buy his child. No doubt the king would make the same offer, and when David refused him, that would not be the end of it. Morosely drinking his beer, David had little idea how to get Vell back to safety. If only they had not tried to improve the shields. Something had given away that Vell was pregnant to Otharn, although neither of them had mentioned it once the scrying shield came down. Perhaps Koval could just tell. The instability of the shields had been all the opportunity Ilt needed to breach their defenses and snatch Vell. David's beer cup was empty, and a server leaned over his shoulder to refill it. Some vague caution warned David that Otharnian ale was stronger than what he was used to, but David was in no mood to listen to caution. He needed a distraction from the dark cloud over his head. He focused on Darren, the man's outline blurring as he grinned at the server, and she tapped his cheek affectionately. "So, why are you helping me, man?" David asked, his words starting to slur. Darren patted him on the back, gently easing the cup out of his hand and replacing it with another skewer of peppered meat. "My friend," he said, "I am helping you because my prince bid me do so. Do not look for deeper meanings than that, David nodded. That was the kind of place this was. Darren seemed a good guy, friendly, kind, funny, but he was helping David because of Lon. Otharn was a hierarchy, with Koval at the top and everyone in their place under him. The same was true for the worlds themselves. Otharn at the top, then its allied worlds, the protected worlds, and then the unprotected worlds at the bottom. The only one who had stepped out of place was Erla, coming to help David without being asked, purely out of loyalty to Vell. And Vell himself, of course. He had stepped out of his place long before, and been severely punished for it. David's head spun as Darren walked him back up the hill to the palace. The Otharnian was humming a song by the musician who had made the whole place sing along, something about a fountain and a thief, but David couldn't remember the words. "Home, sweet home," Darren said, and knocked on the door that had appeared in front of them. The door was snatched open, and David looked up at Vell's beloved face. Anger warred with worry and relief over his features. "You have been ours," he hissed at Darren, then took a closer look at David, who was swaying and leaning on Darren's shoulder. "And you have got him drunk." David giggled and hiccuped. "Super drunk," he said, and stumbled into the room, the floor rolling beneath him. He fell onto a couch, which felt a lot more comfortable than he remembered, and let his head drop against the pillows. Vell was hissing at Darren, scolding him for giving Otharnian ale to a human. David hauled himself to his feet and made his way back over to the door. "Later, man," he slurred, shutting the door in Darren's face. Vell was going to get in trouble, speaking to a warrior of Otharn in that manner, and David was not articulate enough to explain that. Hopefully Darren would not hold it against him. He seemed the type to take things in good humor. Plus, there was a chance, a very small chance, that Vell was right, and David should not have had all that beer. He fell into the bed and lay there, while Vell pulled off his shoes, his jacket, his pants, and pulled the blanket over him. A glass of water clinked down by his head, and Vell turned to leave. David grabbed his arm, almost tumbling off the bed. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to my bed, sir, unless you have further need of me." David yanked on his arm. "I'm here," he said. "Want you in here." He'd only just got Vell back. He wasn't going to have him go off and sleep somewhere else, somewhere David could not keep an eye on him. He was barely awake a few minutes later, when the bed dipped, and he felt the reassuring, cool skin of his lover beside him. Vell was nude, as he liked to sleep, and David turned and wrapped him in his sleepy arms. They were very far from out of danger, but they were together, and that was enough for the moment. Bath. David awoke and wished he hadn't. Dim sunlight filtered into the alcove through the archway, but it felt like a spotlight drilling into his brain. His mouth was dry and sticky, as were his eyes. If he lifted his head, his skull was going to split in two, and the sound of approaching footsteps were like hammer blows on his nervous system. "Oh," he managed, and tried to cover his head with an arm that felt like a wet noodle. He had not been this hungover in years, and he struggled to remember why he had got so drunk the night before. "Drink this," said Vell, in a blessedly soft voice, and the Otharnian's strong arm lifted him from the pillows, holding a cup to his lips. David gulped down the chilled liquid, the scent of herbs and citrus soothing his pounding head. He groaned as he was laid back on the bed to contemplate his mistakes. After a few seconds, he managed to crack his eyes open wide enough to see Vell's blurred face looking down at him with a disapproving frown. "Thanks," he croaked, and Vell's expression softened a little. "You are welcome, sir," he said, somewhat more kindly, but his "sir" reminded David where they were, and of the roles they should be playing. "I feel like shit," he said, and Vell suppressed his smile. David grinned up at him, almost hearing, "I am sure you do," in Vell's best acerbic tone. Whatever drink Vell had given him was already working. The throbbing in his head was fading, and he could open his eyes without pain. "May I assist you to rise and dress, sir?" Vell offered, his tone respectful, but his meaningful look making it clear it was not a suggestion. "It is already mid-morning. Your bath is ready." Groaning, David pushed himself up and struggled out from under the soft blanket. A moment later, he did a double take. The bed had been covered in that too hot fur when he had woken up there the day before. He looked around the room, seeing Vell's work of the previous night everywhere. New clothes were set out for him. The bed fur was now a rug, cozy beneath his feet, hiding the endless sheen of the polished stone. He glanced through the archway, and it was the same in the main room. The minimalist decor had been softened with pillows, rugs, a few plants in pots. The previously empty balcony even had a table and chairs. Vell had been busy. "Looks good in here," David said, heading for the bathroom. It was small praise for such an impressive transformation, but he needed to remember that for spies, Vell's act of service was no more than his due. "Thank you, sir," Vell said, already helping him off with the shirt and underwear he had slept in. As promised, Vell had a bath ready for him. Actually, it was less of a bath and more of a deep, steaming pool, wider than Vell's arm span. Vell stripped off his own clothes and joined him in the hot water. Just as they had done in the shower in New York, David sat back and relaxed, while Vell did all the work. He was glad they had practiced, because David's instinct was to do everything for himself. He was a grown man, and more than capable of bathing. However, he could not deny that Vell's strong fingers massaging his scalp created a very pleasurable sensation, chasing away the last of his lingering hangover. When he was clean to Vell's satisfaction, David lounged back on the sunken bench, arms stretched out on the ledge behind him. Vell gave him a nervous look, which David answered with a wolfish grin. "How long can you hold your breath?" he asked. Vell did not need to reply, because they knew the correct answer was, "As long as you want me to, sir." Vell took a half-step back, water sloshing around his waist. "It is already late, sir," he stammered. "Sven is here. Darren will be here soon." He was protesting, but he laid his hands flat on the surface of the water, signaling green. David's smile grew. "Well, in that case, you'd best hurry up," he said, imperious, flicking his fingers to summon Vell to his side. Taking a breath, Vell let his shoulders sag. "Yes, sir," he said, his eyes lowered. He waded back to where David was sprawled out. David put both his hands on his lover's shoulders and guided him down. Vell took a deep breath before he submerged, and did not waste any time getting to work. His mouth was strangely cool in the hot water, and David shivered at the delicious sensation. Vell used his hands too, which David did not usually allow. He decided to be generous for once, given the circumstances. David sighed and relaxed into the feeling, laying his head back on the edge of the pool. He was on the edge of a very satisfying climax when there was an officious rap at the bathroom door, and John Knoll walked in, his silent secretary as ever on his heels. "Dude!" David cried, irritated. John frowned at that, not sure of his meaning. His face said it was hardly important, what this human was trying to say. "I apologize for intruding, Lord Thomen," he said, not sounding at all apologetic. "The Queen wishes to speak with you in her gardens. Where is your slave? He can escort you." "He's busy," David said, waving his hand, and with perfect timing, Vell popped up, gasping for breath, his lips red and swollen, water streaming from his hair. A greedy expression flickered across John's face. The secretary chewed his lip and looked away. David didn't blink. He was beginning to understand John Knoll better, and he didn't like what he saw. Vell followed David's eyes and turned to see the king's advisor staring at him. To his credit, he didn't flinch, perhaps feeling bolder now that he was out of the dungeons and back with David. "Good morning, Lord Ull," he said, breathless. David gave him the update. "The Queen wants to see me." Keeping his face carefully blank, Vell nodded. "Of course, sir. I will escort you, as soon as you are done with me here." He did not wait for a reply, ducking back under the water to finish what he had started. David gave John another lazy wave, and he had no choice but to retreat, fuming. David's head fell back on the stone edge of the bathing pool as he smiled. Vell's mouth and hands were divine, and he felt like a king, lounging in a luxurious bathtub, getting sucked off by a beautiful and willing slave. He could get used to it. David's legs were unsteady when Vell helped him out of the bathing pool. He had not been lying when he said that Vell was good at sucking cock. He really, really was, and David had stars dancing in front of his eyes to prove it. Vell looked smug, if a little red-faced and breathless from attending to that duty. Vell wrapped him in a fluffy towel, getting him dried off and comfortable before reaching for his own towel. David stopped him, touching the Nehu rune on his face, and Vell shuddered. "Does it hurt?" David asked. The rune looked and felt like nothing more than ink on skin, but even Vell's extended time under water had not had any effect on it. It was as dark and clear as ever. "No, sir," Vell replied. "It does not hurt. I am aware of it. I can see it from the edge of my eye, but it is not painful." David wanted to ask how to get it off, but there was no way to phrase the question without raising suspicion. After all, what master wouldn't want such an easy and convenient way to control his slave? "How's David Jr.?" he asked instead, running the back of his hand over Vell's flat belly. Vell swallowed, blinked rapidly. "Well, sir. And you?" David gave Vell the possessive squeeze to his nape that he loved. Vell's hands came up, wanting to hold David close to him, but he stopped. That was inappropriate behavior. David could touch his slave as he pleased, but Vell could not do the same to him. "I am well, sir. Thank you for asking. Thank you for coming for me. Thank you, sir." Vell's voice cracked on that, and David could see just how hard he was working to hold himself together. He longed to comfort the prince, but he couldn't take the risk. They could both break down if they let their emotions out. Instead, he squeezed Vell's nape a little harder, then let him go. He had a queen to meet after all. Vell had somehow procured new clothes for him, in his colors and size, in one evening. David was impressed, and he told Vell so as he slipped the leather jacket over his shoulders. The nanites came to life as they sensed the heat and electrical impulses from David's body. His blaster was fully charged now, but he allowed the nanites to dissolve and reabsorb into his clothes. Going to visit the queen with a charged weapon was probably not wise. The armor patterns flowed over his jacket, the extra nanites forming similar patterns on his jeans and boots. Turning his back to dress, Vell allowed David to see the fading marks of the cane on his ass and thighs. No doubt that was another reason for this assisted bath, to give whoever was spying on them a good view of how well disciplined Vell was, and what methods David used to keep him in line. Vell quickly put his own clothes back on, the same simple tunic he had worn the day before. He still had his gold jewelry, and on an impulse, David swiped a handful of nanites from his clothes and formed another simple gold band, slipping it onto Vell's wrist. He was fast, and he hoped that anyone who may be scrying them had not seen him do it. If they were separated again, David would know where his lover was. He would not lose Vell again. Garden. John was gone when they were dressed and ready. He had delivered his message and completed whatever in-person spying he had wanted to accomplish. Sven was there, looking as anxious as ever. He presented David with a tray of dense bread and sliced meat, and a hot milky drink that wrinkled the human's nose. David grabbed a handful of little round breads and stuffed some meat in his mouth as they walked. "You feel okay about seeing the Queen again?" David asked cautiously. Vell had complicated feelings about his mother, to say the least, and David did not want to take him into a situation he could not handle. Vell shrugged, his eyes distant. Queen Anlira had some affection for me in my youth. Perhaps she will be glad to see me well. David huffed at that. Some affection, indeed. She was Vell's own mother, and she had let Koval sentence him to a lifetime of slavery. She had offered to release him if he would give up his own child to die. David was not inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt. Whatever she had to say, whatever excuses she made, David would only have to remember what Vell had suffered to be able to resist her. He was sure of that. They rounded a corner that led to the Queen's garden, and David's heart sank when he saw Lady Ilt waiting for them. She was leaning against the wall by the gateway, tossing her black knife in her hand, her eyes alight with glee. David didn't stop. He only made sure he was between the witch and Vell when they passed by. "The slave can stay here," she called after them. "The Queen will not want an Elskin in her presence." Vell kept his head up, and his eyes forward. Not getting any response, Ilt followed them down the grassy pathway. "Don't worry, he has the Nehu rune. He won't even know you're gone." There was a flat poof of air from behind, and Ilt suddenly stood before them, the smirk gone from her pretty face. Displeasure twisted her features. She did not like to be ignored. "Neither," she breathed in Vell's direction, and her face fell when nothing happened. David grabbed Vell's elbow and walked around her. "Mine," he said to her. "Get your own slaves." "Oh, I have," she replied, recovering her composure. "I have, and they all have the Nehu rune too. Didn't you notice? You know, you can do whatever you want to him when he's down. He won't even know." "What do you want?" David snapped at her, once again finding her blocking their path. She stretched in the orange and violet sunlight, her long braid slowly twining around her, as if flowing in water. There was something off about her, and David could not put his finger on it. More than her poisonous words and the black knife in her hand, she was like a doll put together wrong. A beautiful face, graceful body, shining blonde hair, but her features and joints and bones didn't quite fit together. She glared at him, then deliberately turned her gaze to Vell, looking him up and down. "I'll get what I want," she said, then sheathed her knife and vanished. David looked at Vell, eyebrows raised. "What was that about?" he asked. Vell was staring at the place where the witch had stood. "She is trying to provoke you before you meet the Queen. I am sure she would do worse if the king let her." David gave him a sideways look. "I mean, what does 'I'll get what I want' mean?" The prince avoided the question. "We were friends once, she and I. We trained together, studied together. I once thought myself as skilled a mage as she, but she was willing to go to any lengths to increase her power. She killed a Hafmeja for its scales, and an Einhim for its blood. She disdained me as weak when I would not do the same. She wants—" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "She hunts and kills rare creatures and steals their power. The child of an Elskin is rare. One that has taken its spirit form in the physical world is even rarer." David understood, the churning pit of anxiety that lived in his stomach growing. The witch wanted Vell's child. Their child. He took Vell's elbow again and started walking. He realized he didn't know the way when they came to a crossing. The Queen's garden was not at all what he had anticipated. He had been expecting manicured lawns and ordered flower beds, but instead they were in a large wooded grove. Tall pine trees were adorned with climbing mosses of all colors. Bells, chimes, and glowing lights hung from their branches, and bluebells, eldweiss, and soft grasses grew underfoot. He was about to ask Vell the way when the Otharnian blurted out, "I would not mind." "Mind what?" David asked, looking around at the 3 pathways leading out to the small clearing they stood in. Vell's fingers brushed the side of his own face, where the rune stained his skin. "The rune," he said, his voice distant. "I would not mind. You could put me down if you want to. Use me. You like to take me when I am sleeping, do you not? It would be like that, except I would not wake up until you wanted me to, sir." David's attention snapped back to Vell. The prince's eyes were glazed, staring into the distance, his fingers stroking the rune over and over. David shook his elbow, quickly flicked his finger against the emerald ring, willing Vell to remember why he gave it to him. He was not wrong, that was the thing. David did like to wake Vell with his attentions, but the waking was the best part. Vell's unconscious breaths turning to gasps, his eyelids fluttering open, confusion followed by his slow smile of recognition, his inevitable sleepy surrender to David's desires. David cursed that witch. She had planted a poisoned seed in Vell's head, and she wanted to get it out, but he could not speak plainly in this place. He shook Vell's elbow again until he was sure he was back from whatever unpleasant fantasy he had been in. "I don't need your permission for that," David said, trying to keep his tone brisk, unsympathetic. "Now which way do we need to go?" Vell blinked and pointed to the correct path. It was a long walk through the living maze, but Vell knew the way, and his steps did not falter at any turn. Shade gave way to airy clearings, then back to deep, dark groves. Occasionally, the thicket of trees opened to reveal a seating area, a summer house, an amphitheater. It felt like something from Alice in Wonderland, and David hoped they wouldn't end up at any mad tea party or Red Queen's croquet game at the end of their walk. Around the tree trunks and in the shadows, cats prowled. Larger than the house cats David was used to, they still had the same air of entitled arrogance. They were gray and fluffy with puffed-out tails, and David felt very strongly that they were watching him. They followed the sound of running water for a few minutes until they entered a clearing above a waterfall, a tumble of water that filled the area with its bright sound. The effect was almost too musical to be the natural sound of water. The very air was heavy, laden with sweet pine and crushed grass. No breeze moved. A large harp was set at the edge of the water, dripping with spray and mist. 2 women attended it, testing and replacing strings, tuning it. The soft twang of the instrument added to the strange atmosphere of the grove. David shook his head, trying to clear it. The women at the harp glanced up, but ignored them, and Vell gently directed David's attention to the shaded area of the clearing. A golden blanket was laid out next to a mossy bank, and delicate glass plates held a selection of small cakes and fruits. Sitting next to it, on a pile of cushions, was the woman David knew must be the Queen. If anything, she was more refined and graceful than Vell's illusion of her had conveyed, and her face lit in a beatific smile as she stood to greet them. "My dear," she said, holding her hands out to Vell, the picture of motherly concern. "I am so happy to see you again. You cannot know how my heart has grieved at your absence." She stepped towards them, but Vell moved behind David, tucking his hands away. David could feel cold and anger radiating from him. It was like standing in front of an open freezer. And Lyra stopped, her hands still reaching for her son, dismay falling over her. "Vell, my dear," she said, her eyes catching the Nehu rune on her son's cheek, emotion flickering across her face too fast for David to interpret. Anyway, he was done with her mom act. The time for that was when her son was being tortured and raped, not now. "Queen and Lyra," he said, inserting himself into the conversation. "Nice garden you've got here, very fairy tale. You wanted to see me?" "Yes," she said, collecting herself. I wanted to see you both. Will you join me?"
They all took a moment to gather their wits as they arranged themselves around the blanket. Vell knelt by David's side, making sure the Queen was on the other side. One of the harp women came over with a steaming pot and poured 3 cups of tea into small glass cups. David took his cup, but didn't drink from it. Vell let his sit before him on the rug, untouched. His eyes were unfocused again, and he kept his head down, hands behind his back. Usually a submissive pose, now it seemed to confront the Queen with what she had done. And Lyra looked at him mournfully, but she didn't comment, instead taking a sip from her own cup. "What did you want to see me about?" David asked. And Lyra sighed. "I wanted to see you both," she repeated, her eyes once again sliding to Vell, who didn't give any indication of hearing her. "Yeah, well, we're here," David said, trying to keep his tone polite. He didn't want to piss off the Queen of this crystal kingdom, not while he and Vell were unwilling guests here. One of the prowling cats put its paws on Vell's lap, taking him by surprise, and awakening him from his trance-like state. He tentatively let the cat climb onto his lap and nuzzle his face, and it settled down, contentment radiating from its fluffy body. And Lyra smiled. "You always were Sig's favorite, my dear." Vell finally looked at her, his fingers buried in soft grey fur. "I am surprised she remembers me, Your Majesty," he said quietly. "It has been so long since I was last here." "Of course she remembers you," and Lyra said, seizing her opportunity. "She has missed you greatly, as we all have." Vell lifted the cat against his chest, cradling it. "Perhaps, Your Majesty," he said. "If she missed me so much, she should have asked Koval where I was and what condition I was in." There was a long pause, and Lyra held her head up. "The king assured me you were alive," she finally said, "and that is all. There are lines that must not be crossed, Vell, and you crossed them all. You defied the king. You abandoned your home, your responsibilities, your family." "I protected my family," Vell cried. "My daughter. She was my responsibility, and the king wanted her dead." "She is a monster," the Queen snapped back, the fragile glass of her teacup shattering in her hand like an eggshell. The flat crunch was loud in the clearing, and the 2 Otharnians stopped, both breathing hard, staring at each other distraught. The cat, not reading the mood at all, stood on Vell's lap and head-butted his chin with a loud meow, breaking the tension. Vell unclenched his jaw. He got to his feet with the cat in his arms and gave a low bow to the Queen. "Please excuse me, Your Majesty, sir." With that, he turned and walked away. David let him go, and Lyra watched his retreating form until he was out of sight. Then she turned back to David, the broken glass and spilled tea already vanished. "Is he well?" she asked, formal and polite, as though they were mere acquaintances, as though Vell was recovering from a mild cold. "Well?" David mimicked, irritated. One thing was for sure, and Lyra didn't think she had done anything wrong, and David was out of patience. Let's see, he was a slave on Valadir, where he was beaten, raped, tortured, and passed around like a party favor for 2 years. Then he was kidnapped and nearly burned alive in an arcane furnace. Now he's mine, and I guess the Valadir did a great job training him, because he doesn't give me any trouble, except, oh no, Daddy isn't done with him, so he gets kidnapped again, and me too, thanks for that. So, no, he is not well. I don't know why you'd think he would be. "You care for him," the Queen accused, and David laughed coldly. "I take care of what's mine. Him and the baby, too. They're both mine." The Queen lifted her chin. "The king will not allow you to leave Otharn with that child." "Is that so?" David asked, non-committal. She nodded. You have a strong position, David Thomen of Earth. My son Lon holds you in high regard, and Vell will obey you. He respects you, yes, but he must also know that he is very, very lucky to be with you. If he displeases you, his next situation will inevitably be worse. He will not risk it. You hold the balance. Order him to give up his first child and to end this pregnancy. King Koval will reward you greatly. Vell has the Nehu rune now, and he will bear it for the rest of his life. You could scarcely wish for a more humble and obedient slave. David recoiled. He could not hide his shock at her matter-of-fact tone. "Didn't you give birth to him?" he asked, and the Queen's face darkened. "I am Queen first," she said. "Everything else comes second, even motherhood. Otharn controls the fate of dozens of planets, billions of lives, provides peace and prosperity throughout the worlds. Do you think one life can be set against that balance? Even the life of my own child?" David was stunned by the force of her words. She believed in what she said, no doubt. He just didn't understand what was so important about Vell's children that this would be worthwhile. "Listen," he said. "Just cut him out of the line of succession and send us back to Earth. We'll never come here again. You can keep your whole pure royal line going. We won't bother you. But I'm keeping my kid." And Lyra stared at him, quizzical. Then understanding dawned on her face. "He did not tell you," she said. "Of course. I hoped that he had changed, that he would no longer be so secretive, so underhanded. But I see that he is still the same. He has lied to you, David Thomen, if he told you that this is a matter of succession, of lineage. It is not." David tried to control his expression, but he didn't fool the Queen. She had been reading faces for centuries before David was even born. He knew Vell had his secrets, and he tried to remind himself that they had known each other for less than a year. Vell might love him, but trust took longer. Sensing weakness, the Queen continued, "This is what he did not tell you. There is a prophecy, revealed to me in a vision." David held back from rolling his eyes. A prophecy? And Lyra looked knowingly at him. "You may disbelieve it, David Thomen, but it is true. All of my visions come back to the truth, and this one is no different. Attend." The Queen looked up to the sky, the filtered light from the two suns casting deep shadows across her face. She closed her eyes and recited, "The royal-blooded Elskin child will unwind the thread, untie the knot, loose the string, unravel the worlds." David blinked at her. She believed Vell's child was going to somehow disconnect all the joined worlds and throw them all into doom and darkness? That was... He searched for the right word and settled on intense. "Billions of lives are connected by the power of the crystal world," the Queen continued, driving her point home. "There are untold other billions on worlds not yet discovered. Otharn protects them all, guides them to peaceful coexistence. If that bond were severed, what do you think would happen?" David was silent. He didn't know what to think. The Queen seemed utterly sincere. Her worry over the prophecy and her belief that Vell's child or children would be the ones to fulfill it were genuine. But David did not put much stock in prophecy. The future was formed by the present, by the actions of people living now, not by a funny dream someone had once. The harp woman came back and cleared away the pot and cups, and David surmised that his audience was at an end. He stood and brushed himself off, gave Lyra as polite a bow as he could manage, and set off through the grove to find Vell. Urla.
Vell was waiting for him, a short way down the path. The cat, Sig, had wrapped herself around his shoulders like a scarf. Vell had one hand on her, his stroking fingers lost in her thick fur. Without a word, they both turned and walked back the way they had come, the chimes and bells of the garden fading behind them. "So you want to tell me about this prophecy?" David asked, seeing no reason not to. He had accepted that their every move and every word was probably watched, and he wasn't saying anything that Anlira and Koval didn't already know. Vell glanced at him, as though trying to gauge his mood. "Ah, of course, sir. That is, I did not tell you before. You are a man of science. I did not—" "Just tell me now, Vell," David interrupted. He knew very well why Vell had not told him before. Vell believed Anlira's visions were true. He had already said that, so he probably thought this one was true, and had protected his daughter anyway. But David wanted to hear it from him. "Yes, sir," Vell swallowed. "The Queen did not tell me until they realized that my daughter's spirit had survived their poison. Then they revealed this prophecy, that the child of one of my kind would break the bonds between the worlds. If I had known of it before, things might have been different. Perhaps I would have said goodbye to your Muna's spirit and let her return to the universe to be reborn in a happier home. But they did not. They told me nothing of what I was, of what she might become. They just gave me their poison. In my ignorance I drank it, and in my ignorance I saved your Muna from death." Vell cupped his hands and conjured the tiny image of the spirit infant, your Muna. A glowing snake made of golden sparks, small enough to fit in the palm of her parent's hand. He looked at her, his eyes shining with tears. "What else are they not telling me?" he said, almost to himself. "What are they not telling you or Lon? What is Anlira still keeping close to her breast? There is nothing but lies and secrets in this place." David let him take a few breaths, as the illusion of your Muna faded away. He touched Vell's arm. "If you want to break that cycle, Vell, start with me. Is there anything else you want to tell me? I really don't want any more surprises like that." The prince hung his head. "No, sir. I apologize. I should have told you. I accept whatever punishment you deem me to deserve." It was the only appropriate response from Vell, but David was not eager to start doling out punishments here. Vell was barely holding it together as it was. David did not know how he would take any punishments that didn't end in David's loving reassurance, and he would rather not find out. They rounded the final corner to David's rooms, and Erla was waiting outside the door. She had on the same dress as the day before, the same off-white scarf wrapped around her head, curls of hair escaping from it. At their footsteps, she jumped forward and dropped into her usual curtsy, with a hand behind her back. "Lord Thomen," she said, "Daring Gulna Oxy sent me here to assist you during your stay. I apologize for yesterday. I should have told you I was not your assigned attendant." "Erla," Vell interrupted, his tone low. At the sound of his voice, Erla snapped her head up. Her wide eyes locked on Vell's. She stepped forward, her contrition already forgotten, her mouth gaping open. Is that really you, my prince?" she stammered. "Yes and no," Vell said, smiling at her, his fond expression only enhanced by the large cat he still carried over his shoulder. "Come in." He held the door for David first, then for Erla. The girl threw him an odd look, but she walked into the room before him. Vell gave her the cat to hold, and she clutched it like a lifeline, her wide eyes still pinned on Vell. The former prince took David's jacket, brushed off a few stray cat hairs, and hung it in a nearby closet. David sat on the newly comfortable couch, and Erla shook herself, giving David another curtsy, the cat covering half her face. "Lord Thomen, Daring Gulna Oxy invites you to eat lunch with him in Prince Lon's observation box. The king is holding court today." Vell was nodding behind her shoulder, so David agreed readily enough. "Sounds good," he said, and Vell held up a cautious hand. "Sir, if I may take a few moments with Erla before we leave," he said, taking the cat from her and plopping it down on a nearby cushion. At David's nod, he turned to the girl. "Erla, you will get little regard from the court servants dressed like a chambermaid. Come." He beckoned her toward the plain door in the corner of the room. It had no gold-braided outline, and was intended to be inconspicuous. Erla had snuck out of that door the day before, and David surmised it led to the servants' area, where Vell was supposed to sleep. "Yes, my prince," the girl said, following him. Vell glanced at her. "You should not call me that any more. You outrank me now. Call me Vell." "Yes, my prince," Erla replied, and David smiled as the door closed behind them. He was curious. Surely in the one evening he had been free in Otharn, Vell had not had time to find more clothes for himself, as well as redecorate this suite and obtain David's new wardrobe. But it turned out he had. Vell emerged from the door a few moments later, and 5 minutes after him, Erla reappeared. Her patched-up dress was gone, replaced by a page's uniform in the same dull red that Vell wore. Loose black pants, a tunic under a fitted jacket, and a new black scarf wrapping her head completed the look. She curtsied, cheeks flushed, one hand behind her back. David stared at Vell, his mouth open. Vell radiated smug satisfaction. "Much better," he said, and to David he added, "It is well, sir, for your household to appear united." David could do nothing but nod. Vell obviously knew the importance of appearances on Otharn, and had acted accordingly. It seemed Erla could not believe her transformation, one hand touching her jacket, her scarf, her tunic, as though checking and rechecking that they were real. Court. David walked to the observation box, flanked by his 2 servants, both wearing his colors and deferring to his every wish. He might have been extremely wealthy on Earth, but he had never enjoyed that kind of personal service. He preferred to keep his distance and have Lively act as his go-between. Now he found himself relaxing into it. He played his role and went about his business, not looking back at the 2 attendants on his heels. Darren was waiting for them. His lip quirked at Erla's new clothes, but he didn't comment. No doubt he was as aware as Vell of the expectations Otharn had of foreign princes. The observation box reminded David of the luxury boxes at ball games, but instead of glass, the front wall was a carved screen. It allowed the occupants to observe the court below, but not be observed in turn. There were comfortable seats, a low table, and trays of refreshments already set out on one side of the room. Darren beckoned David to the screen, and they watched the scene below. Although they were high above the floor, Darren spoke in an undertone. "Watch the king," he said. "Attend to his decisions, to those he favors and those he does not. He wishes to see you today. Let us hope court leaves him in a good mood." David looked down on the huge expanses of the hall beneath them. It was the same polished gray stone of the palace and the city below. Here the crystal flecks seemed brighter, glowing and pulsing throughout the room, reflected light gleaming off every surface. At the head of the room, the floor rose, a single massive slab forming a platform and a slanted bowl of stone. In the bowl sat a throne made entirely from bright crystal. David had never seen so much of it in one place, and he blinked when he realized the throne must have been carved from one huge piece of precious material. It must be hundreds of times the size of the Valadier crystals that powered Vell's shields. David couldn't even guess at how much energy might be contained in that one artifact, never mind the linked crystals that built the palace and the city. It was power on a whole different scale. There were people milling around at the other end of the hall. They must be the petitioners, coming to seek the king's approval or his justice. Without any sign that David could see, the grumbling noise of their movements and conversation stopped. A tense expectation fell over the hall. Vell came to stand beside him, and in silence they waited. David was half expecting the king to make a grand entrance, maybe even appear on the throne by magic. That was why he almost didn't notice when a door opened behind the throne, and a man walked through, a dappled gray cat twining around his feet. He held a bent staff in his hand, and his pace was brisk and impatient. It was only when he sat down on the throne that David realized that it was the king himself. He had been expecting a giant, or a fairy tale ogre, but from this distance the king looked just a man. He was old and gray-haired, but his back was straight, and his arms seemed strong enough as he lifted his staff and slammed it down on the stone. The sonorous crack from it echoed throughout the hall. David felt it vibrate under his feet. A closer look showed the staff was a crystal hook, like a shepherd's crook, and the symbolism of it wasn't lost on David. He glanced over at Vell. One hand rested on his belly. The fingers of his other hand curled in the carved screen. His eyes locked on his father below. David nudged him. "Okay?" he asked, and Vell shook himself and nodded. "Yes, sir," he said, taking a deep breath. "The last time I heard that sound was when the king declared his sentence on me. I was here. I stood before him, in chains, like a common thief. It is difficult to hear that sound again. It is burned into my bones, sir." "You don't need to watch," David said. He had not realized that the king's court was the last place that Vell had seen his father before he was sold to Valadir. Vell was an expert at keeping his emotions in check, but still, that was enough to overwhelm anyone. "Why don't you and Erla get lunch ready?" David suggested. But of course, Vell took it as an order and gave him a short bow. "Of course, sir." He stepped back from the screen. Koval had not yet spoken, but all eyes were on him. David tried to study the king, but the glow of his throne and the crystal crook in his hand made it hard to even look at him. David's eyes wanted to slide off to the side. Even if he squinted, there was something about the king that seemed to force David's attention back, like a current pushing against him. He wiped his brow and found it was sweating. Darren steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. "Koval controls the flow of energy from the crystal realm through Otharn and through many other worlds," he said. "He may seem a man, but he is much more than that. Even I cannot look at him for long, and you are only a human, David Thomen." "What's with the cat?" David asked, looking for a distraction. The gray cat had settled at Koval's feet and was in the process of dozing off. "A pet," Darren said, arching one eyebrow. "Certainly nothing more than that. Talk of the animal familiars of the royal family is just wild fantasy." David thought of the Queen's gardens, the cats prowling there. He thought of Sig, the cat that had greeted Vell like a long-lost friend, and hummed. There was no time to discuss it further. A tall, willowy woman stepped forward, a sheaf of papers in her hand. She called forth the first petitioner, and court was in session. Koval didn't say much. He listened to the nervous petitioners, asked a pointed question or two, then took a moment to consider. Once he had pronounced his decision, he followed it with a blow of his crook on the stone at his feet. He had no advisers next to him, no counsel to consult with, and no matter what his decision was, no one argued. The cases were all different. Marriages, alliances, trade deals, disputes over property and territory. Koval kept a brisk pace, and he got through a dozen cases by the time a break was called an hour later. David came and sat at the low table with Darren. Vell and Erla immediately moved to serve their lunch. "What do you think?" Darren asked, nodding down at the great hall and the throne. "Decisive," David said. "Does he get briefed on the cases first, or is this the first time he's hearing them?" Darren shook his head. "This is the first hearing, although I doubt anything presented here is a surprise.
The king knows all the petitioners. He knows them, their parents, and their grandparents, and every petty squabble and mighty battle that has come between them. He already knows what they will ask, and he already knows what his answer will be. David huffed at that. Then does he already know what will happen when I meet him? Darren took a drink from the cup Vell placed before him. You are a twist in fate's thread, my friend. You are an upstart human from a protected world, but you have vexed him more than most. He certainly knows much, but perhaps not all when it comes to you. Being unpredictable was kind of David's thing, so he felt a small amount of pride at that. He had single-handedly discovered the crystal realm on Earth. He had defeated an alien invasion. He was the first human to travel between worlds. Koval was not dealing with just any upstart human when he dealt with David Thomen. A buzz of noise started in the great hall below, and David surmised that the king had left the room. He relaxed a little more in his chair, leaning back so Erla could bring over a tray of food. She awkwardly balanced it on one hand, and as she tried to set it down, it started to tip, the contents sliding to one side, clanking and toppling. Vell jumped to help her, and between them they steadied it and set it on the table. Erla gasped and looked away, ashamed of her lapse. Her fingers trembling, with one hand she reordered the tray, righting the tumbled pots and wiping the few spilled drops of liquid. "I am sorry," she said. "I'm sorry, my prince. Vell. Lord Thomen, I lost my balance for a moment."
"Erla," Vell said, his strange, quiet tone attracting the attention of others. "Erla, what is wrong with your hand?" She backed away, her left hand still behind her back where she habitually kept it. David looked at her, curious. He had not seen any other Otharnians perform her one-handed curtsy, nor wrap their hair as she did. Most of the female servants he saw wore their hair in elaborate braids. He had assumed she observed less common customs, but now he was not so sure. "Erla?" Vell repeated, and the girl wiped her face, misery in her eyes. "It's not your fault, my prince," she whispered. Vell waited. Erla took a deep breath and showed him her hand. At first, David thought she had pulled the sleeve of her jacket down to hide some injury, but at Vell's horrified expression, he realized the truth. She had no left hand. Her arm ended at her wrist, and under the cuff of her jacket and tunic, David could see the rounded end of her arm. His stomach churned. Darren looked away, pale. "What happened?" Vell demanded in a hoarse whisper, his fingers brushing the edge of her jacket sleeve. Erla shrugged, as though it was of no consequence, but she did not look at Vell as she spoke. "After you left, the king ordered your chambers to be sealed, and he put a warding over the rooms. I was allowed to collect my things and move to the dormitory." The girl looked at her feet, unhappiness and remembered pain clear on her face. She squared her shoulders and continued. "My journal, where I had been practicing my composition, as you taught me, was on the shelf above your desk. I reached out to take it, and... She broke off, anger and shame closing her throat. Vell's face was cold. "The wards," he said. Erla nodded, looking down at where her hand used to be. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "My hand was burned by the wards, and the healers could not save it. The king had placed the warding while his rage was at its height, I suppose. I had never felt pain like it, before or since. I tried to explain that it was my own book, but John Ull came to the healing rooms and told me I got what thieves deserved. He said I was not fit to be a page any more." A tear ran down her face, followed by another. The pain of being thought a thief as bad as the pain of losing her hand. "I had nowhere else to go," she sniffed. "I had to take whatever position I could get to stay in the palace, so I became a maid." Holding out his arms to her, Vell said, "I am so sorry, my dear." She stumbled into his embrace, her face on his chest, her shoulders shaking. Over her bowed head, David could see Vell's face, cold, furious, and vengeful. Court was in session again below them, but they paid it no heed. David's mind was working overtime. Erla had been Vell's loyal page, and Vell obviously cared for her. Her injury was the fault of Koval's vengeful wards, and then John Ull had stomped on her while she was at her most vulnerable. Koval may be out of Vell's reach, but David would not have given 2 cents for John Ull's prospects at that moment. Vell did not hesitate to deal out justice where it was deserved. He had put Oter, who had tortured and raped him, into the same thrall collar he had been forced to wear. David considered that Oter had got off lightly. What justice Vell would think suitable for John, David didn't know. Whatever it was unlikely to endear them to Koval. David considered whether he should caution Vell against any rash action, but another look on Vell's face, at his protective embrace of the girl, and he thought again. They were in this together. If justice was coming for John, perhaps one day it would come for Koval too. Kettle. Vell vanished on the way back to their rooms. One moment he was walking at David's shoulder, his expression of fury replaced by calm certainty. The next, David reached out to take his arm, and found only empty air. The illusion Vell had in his place dissolved into golden sparks. The real Vell was gone. David, Erla, and Darren stopped dead. This was not good. David spun around in a useless circle, cursing, his blood pressure increasing each moment Vell was out of his sight. He was no doubt exacting some revenge on John Ull at this very moment. Darren jumped to the same conclusion David had, and grabbed Erla's shoulder. "Where will John Ull be at this time?" he said urgently. Erla managed to stammer out a confused reply. "I do not know. Perhaps he was attending court, or in his offices, or perhaps with the stewards. The entire palace and grounds are under his purview. He could be anywhere." Darren growled his agreement, unsure what to do next. David peeled a handful of nanites off his jacket, turning the palm of his hand into a Vell-seeking compass. His nanites would always be able to detect their counterparts in Vell's bracelet, no matter how far apart they were. They were linked. "This way," he said, and took off down the hallway. They kept to a brisk walk, not wanting to attract attention, but the same urgency infected them all. If they found Vell quickly enough, they could at least help him cover up what he had done. David almost jumped out of his skin when he rounded a corner and found Vell walking towards them, an expression of studied innocence on his face, and a tall metal kettle in his hands. "Ah, I see my ruse did not work," he said with a deadpan bow at the sight of their flustered faces. "I apologize for my absence, sir. I noticed this morning you did not care for the hot coverall drink. It is an acquired taste, perhaps. I thought you might enjoy something more similar to earth coffee." He held up the kettle and package of brown beans, which might have been coffee's distant cousin. "I did not want to trouble you with such a trifling matter, of course. I should have asked your permission. I apologize." Vell bowed again, the picture of contrition. David examined his story from all angles. It held up. He could see no flaws in it, and he trusted that whatever Vell had done to John Ull, no one would have seen him. Still, he was the master, and it would not do to be too forgiving. This was the second time today that Vell displeased him, and he remembered John's warning that Vell would end up back in his cell if David did not keep him under control. He folded his arms and gave Vell his best glare. "You certainly should have asked permission." Two servants walking down an approaching staircase stopped to stare, intrigued and scandalized to see this human scolding the former prince. In public, no less. The gossip would be all over the palace in a matter of minutes. Vell hung his head. "Yes, sir. I accept whatever punishment you decide I deserve. I am very sorry." "You will be," David assured him, and impatiently gestured him back to the place by his shoulder. Erla looked between David and Vell, her face distraught, her fingers clutching at her jacket. Darren, bless him, caught her eye and winked at her, which turned her concern into confusion. David really did not want to have a conversation with the girl about how her prince loved to get his ass beaten. He mentally delegated that task to Darren at some future date, perhaps after they were gone. He had little doubt that Darren was at least peripherally aware of Vell's preferences, as much as Vell had tried to hide them. He seemed the type to put 2 and 2 together, and very easily make 69. David smirked at his own joke, then put his face back into pissed-off master mode, in case anyone was watching. Back in their room, David flung himself into his chair and steepled his fingers. He could get used to this Lord of the Manor routine, and it was only spoiled a little when Sig jumped into his lap and nuzzled his cheek. "So?" he said, battling the cat out of his face and stroking her long, soft fur. "Was he in a good mood or not? I gotta say it's hard to tell." "That seemed like a good day," Darren said, and Vell nodded as well. "Yes, sir," he said. "He was patient enough. He did not raise his voice. You would be lucky to meet him on such a day." They all paused, no one making eye contact. They knew whatever Vell had done during his disappearance might come to light and end the mercy Koval might have shown his disowned son. Better for David to meet the king as soon as he could. With that agreed, Darren left to arrange David's audience with the king for that evening. He took Erla with him, claiming he had to show her his household before she decided to accept his offer of a page's position with him. Erla nodded eagerly, but David was sure the girl would accept a page's position with the devil himself to get out from under John Oll's slimy thumb. When they were gone, the room was quiet except for Sig's rumbling purr. David was glad to get some time alone with Vell before he had to face Koval, even if they couldn't talk freely or behave naturally. David walked to the balcony and leaned on the railing, looking out over the glossy stone city to the forest beyond. Vell's forest. The Ranger's forest. Probably the place where Jormungand lived even now. Vell stood at his shoulder, and his eyes turned in the same direction, but neither of them spoke of it. Instead, David asked, "What will Koval want?" Vell stared at the horizon, his eyes distant. "He will want the location of Jormungand. He will want an end to my pregnancy, and he will want to be sure that there will be no more," he said, his tone mild. David pursed his lips. He had expected no less. "And what will he offer me?" he pursued, keeping his own voice as calm as Vell's. He needed to know what he would be up against. He had negotiated with the U.S. military, with high-level politicians, and with people less savory and more ruthless than that, but he had never had more to lose than he did now. Vell's hand drifted to his belly, pressing lightly on the spot where their child grew. David pictured the ultrasound scan, the amorphous shape with the beating heart, and he felt his own heart begin to crack. "He has much to offer you, sir. Wealth, of course, knowledge and artifacts, power if you desire it. Other slaves who will be less trouble to you than I have been." Vell's voice broke, and he bit his lip, looking away again, over the city and beyond. He took a deep breath. "He has entire worlds under his command. He will pay you, and what you ask, to bend me to his will, or to give me over to him. His only concern will be that Lon should not cut his ties. He will not risk that again. It took all Anlira's influence to bring him back the last time, and I can think of no other reason for him to have stayed his hand against me until now." "And you?" David asked, thinking to perform for their invisible watchers, to confirm that Vell indeed was a good slave, submissive and controlled. "Will you do as I command?" Vell paled at the question, his fingers reaching for the Nehu rune on his face. "Of course, sir," he said, his voice a breathy gasp. "Of course I will obey you. I belong to you." David's heart lurched. He longed to tell Vell the truth, that he loved him, that he belonged to Vell as much as the reverse, that their child would be a blessing to them both, if only it were allowed to survive. He settled for pulling Vell over to his side, tugging the high neck of his tunic aside, and gently biting his neck over the tattoo. "You do belong to me," he said, "and I intend to keep it that way." The prince swallowed, his stress and trembling anxiety palpable under David's hands. The moment was drawing closer when his fate would be decided, and there was nothing David could do or say to reassure him. He could only hope that Vell trusted him. Forgiveness. They stayed together, looking out over the city and the forest beyond, the twin suns casting ever-changing patterns of light and shade across buildings and trees. The bright orbs were low in the sky when Vell turned to David with a request. "Sir, you will see the king this evening. I would thank you if you would discipline me for my earlier lapse in judgment regarding the kettle." David realized at once that Vell was right. He could not go to Koval without making good on his earlier threat. The king would know, and David could not give him cause to doubt his control over the former prince. "The kettle, and what else?" David prompted. Vell remembered. "And for not telling you of the prophecy, sir," he added. David pushed himself away from the railing. He could not afford to hesitate. He had been trying to avoid this exact scenario, but as Vell had predicted back in their home on Earth, it just was not possible. Vell had tried to be obedient, but his omissions and actions had caught up to him, and David had to act. He would be damned if he would give any spies too much of a show, though, so spanking was out of the question. Luckily, David did not lack imagination. He pointed at the large fireplace. No fire burned there, as the day was warm, and even with the open balcony, the room never seemed to chill. "Shirt and pants off," David ordered. "Face the wall, up on your toes, hands on your head." Vell obeyed without questioning. He stripped off his tunic, undershirt, and pants, and stepped up onto the hearthstone in his underwear. He balanced easily on the balls of his bare feet, fingers laced together behind his head. David watched him. Vell was in good shape. His balance and posture were excellent, but it did not take long for the signs of strain to appear. A sway that was quickly corrected, a tremble in his ankle, a twitch of muscles. It was not an easy position to hold, but David was going to make him hold it. "You know what happens if you move before I say," he warned. "Yes, sir," Vell replied, breathless already. Actually, David had no set punishment for Vell if he couldn't hold any of the stressful poses David put him in, but it was usually some variation of getting his ass beaten. David would rather not go there, but he would do it if he had to. It had been about 5 minutes. Vell's calves must be burning already, and a light sheen of sweat formed on his back, but he kept remarkably steady. He must be equally motivated not to have David take things to the next level. There were light footsteps in the hallway outside, and a sharp rap on the door. Vell flinched and almost staggered, but recovered his balance. "Are we expecting anyone?" David asked, suspicious of an unexpected visitor so soon after Vell's disappearing act. "No, sir," Vell replied. He turned as if he were going to open the door, but David smacked his thigh, making him jump back into position. "Stay," he ordered. "Don't move until I say you're done." "Yes, sir," Vell said, his voice strangled, a hot blush spreading across his face. Whoever was at the door would see Vell submitting to this punishment. It was bad enough that they were probably observed from afar, but to be observed in person was even worse. The knock came again, and David went to answer it. "You," he said, as the door swung open to reveal the bald-headed mage who had helped kidnap them from Earth. David blocked the door, making sure Vell was out of sight. Public humiliation was not part of Vell's planned punishment. If David could help it, "What do you want?" Without Ilt, and without the 3 other mages, the bald man was far less imposing. Even he seemed to realize it, although he tried his best to look intimidating. He held his chin up and announced, "Lord Thomen, I am Einar, sent by Lady Ilt, who answers only to the king. Your slave Vell has been accused of a serious crime. He is ordered to report for questioning. I will escort him." "Nope," David said, making to close the door. The mage shoved his foot in the crack, keeping it open. "Lord Thomen," he said, "perhaps you do not understand. The accusation must be answered. If you will not allow your slave to answer, you must answer it yourself." David ignored his words and studied his face. The black tattoo that crawled there was more elaborate than Vell's, creeping along his cheekbone almost to his nose, and along his jaw to his lower lip. He recalled Ilt's boast that her slaves had the Nehu rune too, and she used them as she pleased. Following that thought, David pointed to the tattoo and asked, "Did Ilt do that to you?" Einar paled. Then the blood rushed back to his face, and he hissed in fury, "It is my honor to serve." With a hard shove, he forced the door open and barged into the room, sending David staggering back. He caught sight of Vell, struggling to hold his position at the fireplace, his ankles shaking with the strain of it. The mage looked him up and down, then turned to give David a triumphant glare. "Did you do that to him?" he asked, pointing at the marks of the cane still visible on Vell's thighs. Vell straightened his posture, perhaps recognizing the man's voice. "It is my honor to serve," he said lightly, still facing the wall. "Get out," David snapped at Einar, hating that Vell should be exposed in this way, unable to go and stand between them without giving himself away to the man. He had no patience for the mage. Perhaps Einar was a slave to Lady Ilt, but he didn't seem too upset about it. If anything, he seemed to relish his role and the second-hand power it gave him. "I answer to the Lady Ilt," he said with smug satisfaction as he stalked around the room. "Not to you. You may be a prince on Earth, but you're nothing here. Less than nothing." Einar shoved Sig off the comfortable couch and aimed a kick at her as she flattened herself under a chair and hissed at the mage. Having shown the cat his authority, Einar calmed down and turned to David. "I will ask him 3 questions," he proposed, "and then I will leave. Agreed?" "No. You will ask 0 questions, and you will leave now." David pointed to the door. He was not going to give in to Ilt's bullying by proxy. The witch might be stronger, more ruthless, possess arcane powers and the favor of the king, but David was more stubborn. He knew how to play to his strengths. Einar ignored his refusal. "It may interest you to know that one of the king's advisors was bitten by a venomous snake today." "Not particularly," David replied. He kept an eye on Vell, making sure he did not look like he was about to lose his pose while the mage was there. Vell was taking deep, steady breaths, and David recognized one of his meditative exercises. If he got in the right state of mind, Vell was capable of holding a position like that for hours. David doubted Vell could find that focus now, but he was trying. The mage continued, his voice sly. He was in the wine cellar, and the door somehow jammed shut. In the time it took for him to call for help and break open the door, the poison had spread. The healers say he may lose his hand. Sucks for him, David said, thankful he had kept Vell facing the wall. His prince was unlikely to keep the look of satisfaction off his face at that news, and Einar would no doubt spot it. Building up to his conclusion, Einar stood tall. John Ull has named your slave as his attacker, David Thomen, and the penalty for such a crime is death. David kept his expression even. Oh yeah? I'm sure if you had any actual evidence, Vell would already be back in the dungeons, so I'm going to assume there isn't any. You're wasting your time here. Einar paced the room again, now more agitated than overbearing. He chewed on his thumbnail for a moment, before he caught himself and stopped. Lady Ilt will be displeased, he said, a hint of nervous tension in his voice. Yeah, I'm sure she will be, David said, safe in the knowledge that he was not the one who had to deal with her. She seemed the type to shoot the messenger, and Einar was realizing that too. Lord Thomen, he said, trying to appear reasonable, if you will cooperate in this matter, I am sure I can find you some other entertainment for this evening. David snapped, his last nerve frayed beyond endurance. Get out, or Vell will throw you out. Einar forced out a mocking laugh. Your Elskin slave is no match for one of the mages of Ilt. Vell held up his hands, now glowing green with his arcane power, still balanced on his toes and facing the wall. Would you like to try me, Einar? He asked. I was trained by Queen Anlira herself. I would not even need to turn around to open a portal inside your chest and send your heart to the crystal realm. That shut Einar's mouth. He clutched at his chest protectively, and his eyes bulged in shock. Vell might be under David's control, but he was by no means harmless. Finally, Einar realized he wasn't going to get what he wanted from David. With a last appalled look at Vell, he stalked out, the door slamming itself shut behind him. You can put your feet down, hands on the mantel, David told Vell, and the prince obeyed with a grateful sigh, curling his toes and trying to shake the ache out of them. He rested his hands flat on the stone, and David stood behind him, placing a hand on the back of his neck, slowly pushing forward until Vell's forehead touched the stone mantel. Can you really do that? David asked. Send people's organs through portals? Vell smiled into the stone. I may wish it, he said, amused at his own deception. David smiled too. Vell was skilled with illusions and healing, and he could channel energy into magical bolts when he needed to, but his abilities had their limits. David was glad that sucking people's hearts out of their bodies was not on his list of go-to powers. He remembered what they were supposed to be doing, and shook Vell by the scruff of his neck. Anything to say to me? He prompted. Vell's smile vanished as he responded. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your discipline. I will not disappoint you. I will not keep things from you, or leave your side without permission. David held him there for a moment, a picture of obedience and compliance. It was a nice image, but it was not true. Vell was dangerous. He knew better now than to expect justice from any hand but his own, and so he delivered it himself to those who had earned it. He had no mercy for those who deserved none. John Ull had hurt someone Vell cared about, and swift retribution had found him. David had no doubt Vell was behind that snake bite. John Ull had suffered the same injuries Erla had, just as Oter of the Valadir had suffered the same punishment Vell had with the thrall collar. Vell turned his head, catching David's eye, and David saw a spark there. Vell's smile was not quite gone, his satisfaction at chasing Einar from their room still echoing there. "Sir," Vell said, Is there anything more you would have of me?" David squeezed his nape and saw Vell's pupils dilate in response. So Vell was looking for a distraction, perhaps some comfort. David could hardly blame him, and he could use the same himself. He replied, stroking over Vell's shoulders, down his back and over his ass, squeezing the firm handfuls he found there, and making his lover shiver. "Have you learned your lesson?" he asked, easing off Vell's underwear, leaving him naked by the fireplace. Vell kept his hands in place, just as David had ordered. "Yes, sir," Vell replied, his arousal evident in his voice as well as his body. "Yes, sir. Do you forgive me?" A wave of passion washed over David at the sight of his prince, his beautiful, dangerous lover. He was like a tiger on a leash, pretending that a mere human could hold him back if he decided to pounce. "Let's see, shall we?" David said, no longer caring about any watchers. Let them see how well Vell performed for him. Let them see how well he submitted, how well controlled he was, how well he took his master's orders. "Legs apart, bend your knees." Vell flushed and complied, breathing hard, his eyes practically black with his arousal. "Sir," he said, looking over his shoulder, his open hands flat on the stone, enjoying his token protest. "Perhaps the bedroom?" "Mouth shut," David said, pulling his own pants open with eager hands. "Face forward. Do your magic." Obeying, Vell shut his mouth, faced forward, and braced himself against the stone. David's lust surged. Vell's obedience never failed to have that effect on him, and he was impatient to satisfy his desire. David wanted his cock in Vell's ass and his teeth in Vell's neck, and he had no reason to wait. Koval. They were barely bathed and dressed again before Darren and Erla returned. Darren winked at the sight of their damp hair and rumpled clothes, and Erla stared between them, still trying to put together the nature of their relationship. Darren informed them that the king would see David now, and after swift discussion, they decided that Erla would be David's escort. Ilt was a danger, and if she or one of her minions came back while David was away, Darren was the only one who had the authority to see them off. The witch certainly would not take orders from Erla or from Vell himself, and if she found him undefended, who knew what she would do? David was as ready as he could get for his audience with the king. The release of tension had done him good, and he was wearing another new tunic that Vell had obtained for him, embroidered with thread that matched the dull gold of the nanites on his jacket. He hoped he looked princely enough to meet the king. David might call himself a prince of earth, but he was acutely aware that he was nothing of the kind. He was only rich. Erla led him a different way through the palace, and David was surprised they were not going to the Great Hall. He had thought Koval the type to enjoy looking down on supplicants from his crystal throne, but apparently not. The girl was quiet, and David realized she was probably unsure what to make of his relationship with Vell. She had thought him a savior, perhaps, when he arrived, seeking him out, helping him find Darren and get Vell out of the dungeons. But now she had seen their performance. Vell deferred to him, bowed to him, called him Sir, served him as a slave would. He would not blame her if she no longer thought of him as Vell's savior, but he missed her smiles and her chatter. He could do nothing to correct her perception, and so they walked in silence. As they walked, David began to sense the push that he had felt in the great hall when he tried to look directly at Koval. It was like wading upstream against a current. At first it was subtle, but as they went past the rows of guards and through gold-embellished archways, it grew and grew. Soon David was struggling to put one foot before the other. Erla forgot her mistrust of him and placed her hand on his elbow, helping and guiding him along. "Holy shit," the human gasped, as they stopped before a massive set of double doors. "This meeting is going to go so badly I can hardly think." Erla could only shrug helplessly. There was nothing she could do other than give him a few moments to catch his breath before knocking. The double doors swung open, silent and smooth, leading to a darkened room beyond. Erla squeezed his elbow. David took a deep breath and stepped through. The doors closed behind him with a slow glide, followed by a solid thunk. A voice came from the darkness. "So, you are David Thomen of Earth, the human who has twisted the threads of fate." Koval's voice was clipped, cutting off the T of fate as though he would not waste a single breath. The sound came from all around, and David could not see anyone as he spun in a slow circle. He was in a large study, or maybe a library. Desks of grey stone stood in the shadows like lurking beasts, and hulking shelves of huge leather-bound books lined the walls. 2 chairs stood in the center, in a pool of light that came from nowhere. David straightened his shoulders. "Yeah, that's me," he said, seeing no reason to deny it. The figure stepped into the light. The king, face to face, at last. This was the man who had caused Vell so much pain, so much suffering. David's stomach clenched, and he tried to hide his reaction and keep his face blank. Koval was big. That was the first thing David noticed. Seen from the observation box from above, he had missed it. But the king was big. He might be old, but he was tall and broad and powerful, like those guys in New York who worked on the docks for 30 years. Old but strong, thick and heavy. He looked David up and down, and David doubted he was impressed with what he saw. "Sit," Koval said, his tone making it clear the word was an order, not an invitation. Koval stepped forward, and David forced himself not to step back. The push he had felt in the hallway was far stronger here, in this enclosed space. It was the king's arcane power, intense and weighty, rippling after him as he walked, as though he waded through it with each step. Even David, a non-magical human, could sense it. His body reacted to the perceived threat, trying to flinch away, to escape, to run from danger. The king chuckled as David took a step forward, sweat breaking out on his brow, his stomach churning, nauseous with the effects of Koval's power. "You are strong, David Thomen of Earth, but do not overestimate your strength. You are in a new world now, a new universe." David managed to sit down on the hard, uncomfortable chair. He pressed his sweaty hands on his thighs, trying to stop them from shaking. Koval was clearly aware of the effect he had on the human, so David didn't try to hide it or act tough. He felt like he might throw up and longed for a glass of ice water. "Would you quit that?" he said weakly, putting his head in his hands. "I get it. I'm a pathetic human, and you're a force more powerful than anything I have ever encountered. I get it. But I don't want to throw up on your nice chair, so maybe tone it down a little." To his surprise, Koval smiled. A wolf's smile, to be sure, but as though a switch was flipped, the waves of power subsided. The flow of energy calmed and settled, now no more than a light current around David's ankles. David took a deep breath, his nausea receding, his heartbeat slowing back to normal. "You are surprised, David Thomen," Koval said, looking at David as though studying a specimen ready for dissection. "You are a human from a protected world, yet You have mastered the forces of the crystal realm in a way I've never seen before." He gestured to the nanites on David's jacket, still moving in their slow dance. "You have earned the friendship of my son Lon, and he has few enough of those he calls friends. And you are here, on Otharn, the center of the joined worlds, in the presence of its king. You have survived Lady Ilt. You took your slave back from my dungeons. You've forged alliances, the servant Erla, the warrior daring Goldner Oxy. Again and again you take the least expected path, the path of great resistance. You are intriguing." David let the king's flattery float over his head. It was irrelevant, and he was sure Colville was going to get to the point very fast. He was not the type to mince words. As expected, Colville fixed David with a steely glare. The time for small talk was over. "Let us discuss, David Thomen, the matter at hand. I would know your price to order your slave Vell to give up his children." This was it. This was the moment that had been on the horizon for anxious days. David took a deep breath and shook his head. "I can't think of a single thing that would induce me to give up my own child." Colville did not seem perturbed by that, as if he had been waiting for that reply. "You think Vell will be angry with you if you give him such an order? That he will no longer be your willing and adoring pet?" Colville spoke of his son with disdain, with a sneer on his face. He leaned forward, his hands gripping the arms of his chair, digging into the wood. "Vell is weak. He will be angry, yes, but he will bend before your discipline. It will not take you long to train that anger back out of him." Vell was one of the strongest people David knew, but he didn't let any disagreement show on his face. If Colville believed their performance, so much the better. It kept Vell safe, even though it made David's skin itch to hear him described in such a way. Otharn's monarch was not done with his attempt at persuasion. "Set that aside," he said. "Vell's feelings on this matter are of no concern. You are a prince of Earth, are you not? How many people live on your world? Billions? And billions of billions more live on all the adjoined worlds. All of them live in peace. They have stability and prosperity because of the unity of the worlds. You do not see that, but not even Vell would deny it." He paused, fixing David with his steely-eyed gaze, as though expecting a protest, but David kept quiet. He was not going to argue with the king about what his unity looked like from the other side. It looked like an empire, like an Otharnian hegemony, but now was not the time to bring it up. Colville continued, "Vell's children are a threat to the joined worlds and to the people who live on them, including your own. They are monsters. They are dangerous. They will bring about the end of the unity of the joined worlds, and Lyra has seen it. It is foretold. They will destabilize every world, risk billions of lives, bring war, famine, disease, disorder. 2 lives cannot be weighed in the balance against such a multitude." He was getting angry, his voice rising, his power beginning to flow again, making David's head ache and his eyes water. "Vell is selfish and cowardly." Colville slapped the arm of his chair, the force of his emotion driving him to keep talking. "He has betrayed his family. He has turned his back on his responsibilities as a Prince of Otharn. He has risked 1 trillion lives to save the lives of his monsters. David Thomen, you must not do the same." David leaned back in his chair, trying to get a little more distance from the swirling power that surrounded Colville. He wiped his face on his sleeve, sweat stinging his eyes, and stood, backing away. He leaned on the back of his chair, a flimsy protection from Colville's power, but it was all the shield he had. "They're just kids," he said, shaking his head. "This prophecy might not even be about them." "Kids!" Colville snapped. "Children!
Even children can be dangerous, and before you can blink, they're adults. They reject your counsel and tread dark paths. Nothing you do to keep them safe is ever enough."
David paused. Was Koval still talking about the prophecy, or about Vell himself? Time to poke the bear. "Were you trying to keep Vell safe when you sold him to the Valadier?" he asked, his grip tight on the back of the chair, his legs weak and shaking. Koval snarled, infuriated, his power unfurling around him like wings, strands of it brushing David's face, wrapping around his body, tugging at him, unbalancing him.
"You will not listen to reason," he snapped. "You are no better than Vell, sentimental and weak. You would risk countless lives for two monsters, two mongrels that should never be born. If you will not do the right thing on your own, David Thomen, then perhaps you will do it for a more selfish reason."
Another wave of crawling nausea hit David. In the great hall, no one dared question the king's decisions, and clearly he did not care for disobedience. David had to hold onto the back of his chair for balance, blinking rapidly to clear his vision. Koval was still glaring at him, like the impertinent upstart that he was. David looked away. He was not going to win any staring competitions with King Koval. The more he looked, the more his vision blurred, and his brain tried to crawl out of the back of his head. His ears popped, as though from a change in pressure. Leaning forward, Koval placed 2 bottles on the table between them. One held a clear liquid, the other was pale brown. The cut crystal of the bottles sent a riot of rainbow light dancing around the room, which did nothing for David's dizziness. The king pointed to the bottles, the brown one first. The liquid was murky, flecks of dark gold spinning inside it. "Vell will drink this. He will allow the creature in his belly to return to the universe, and he will give you the location of the monster, your Muna." David looked at the bottle of poison, already knowing he would never, ever order Vell to drink it. "What's that one?" he asked, nodding at the other bottle, the rainbow light around it creating a halo. Koval picked it up again, the bottle small in his large hand. He looked at it, pensive. "What do you think will happen to Vell when you die?" he asked. And it took David a moment to get his brain on that track. "What do you mean?" he asked, although he had an unpleasant feeling that he would not like the answer. The liquid looked perfectly clear, seeming to shine with an internal light as Koval held it up. "Vell is your slave," he said. "You are responsible for him. You train him, discipline him, see to his needs. You care for him. He has done well with you, I will allow that. Whatever blend of reward and punishment you use, it suits him. He is content in your house and in your service. But you will die. In 20 years, 30, 40, what will happen to him then?" David stared at the king, his mind spinning, trying to anticipate where this was going. Koval didn't leave him waiting. "He will be the property of your heirs," he said. "He will be given to whoever can claim him. Do you think he will have as kind a master as you then?" "What?" David said, knowing that Koval was threatening Vell, but unsure how. Koval gave him a slow, meaningful look. "Vell is a slave, and he will remain that way until he dies. I am sure his next owner will want to make use of him as you have done, and the one after that too. He will be well used indeed. Now he has the Nehu rune, which will be controlled by whoever owns him. He will be sold, traded, borrowed. He will live for hundreds of years after you are gone, David Thomen, with none to protect him." David reeled. "Lon," he said, his voice a horrified gasp. "Lon will not allow it."
Will Lon start a war every time Vell is given to a master he does not care for? Koval asked, swirling the clear bottle in his hand. He will protest, no doubt. He will try to keep him safe, to watch over him, but he is the future King of Otharn. His responsibilities are many, and will keep him busy. Vell was with Valadir for 2 years before Lon found him. How many more such years do you think are before him? Again Koval held up the bottle. This is what I know about you, David Thomen. You are a possessive man. What is yours you will defend. Well, Vell is yours, and this is how you can defend him. This is the water of Nadij. It will extend your life by a few 100 years. Long enough, I think, for a man like you to find ways to extend it further. Vell is your creature now. You possess him, and you care for him. He is your pet, your responsibility. Give me the children, and you can protect him for the rest of his life. David stared at the crystal container, his mind spinning. Koval had not offered him money, power, even knowledge. He had keenly and unerringly zeroed in on David's weakest spot, his love for Vell. Koval might call it something else, might think David cared for Vell as the owner cares for the hound, but he saw it well enough. Vell was David's weakness. Koval set the bottle on the table with a soft clink and sat back, his arms folded across his broad chest. David's eyes watered as he stared at him, circling over and over his options, narrowed down to only 2. Force Vell to drink the poison, or refuse and face the wrath of the most powerful entity David had ever encountered. He let one hand reach out and brush the smooth crystal of the clear bottle. A lifetime with Vell. Hundreds more years to grow old together, to protect Vell from the consequences of his father's decisions. David withdrew his hand. Something did not make sense. You want me to make him drink it, he said slowly, forcing his mind to focus against the constant assault of Koval's power. Why? You had him at your mercy in the dungeons. You could have made him drink it yourself. You could have tortured him, forced him to give you the location of your Muna. You could have tortured me in front of him. You could have just killed him already. You could have killed us both. Instead, you offer us happily ever after. Why? The king tapped one finger on the cloth of his robe, his jaw tight. Lon would be angry with me, he eventually confessed, reluctantly enough that David thought it might be the truth, or at least part of it. I have little desire for my son to be wrath with me any more. There are more important matters in the joined worlds that require our unity. Lon's on Tornat, David pressed, unable to believe he was arguing Koval out of respecting the fragile shield of Lon's protection. It would be done by the time he returned, and you managed to bring him back on side after selling Vell to be tortured and raped for 2 years. A shadow of pain crossed Koval's face, and for a moment his power ebbed, and he looked like just a man, an old, tired man. I never thought he would drive me to it, he said, sad and reflective. I thought he would confess and be forgiven. He should have told me where she was. I would never have had to send him out to that place, and he would still be here with me now. He still could be my son, not an outcast on a far-flung world, a slave, cut off from his family, from those who love him. David and Koval stared at each other, both shocked at what Koval had let slip. As if sensing there was no going back, Koval leaned forward, stared intent into David's eyes. If you force my hand, I will do what is needed to protect Otharn and the joined worlds, just as I did when I sent Vell to Valadir. Vell would not submit then, and he left me no choice. Do not make the same mistake.
David Thomen. Time is not on your side."
Still, David could not give up. The tiny flame in his chest still burned with the memory of the beating heart on the scanner. He shook his head. "I can't kill my own child," he said, pleading for Koval to understand.
"Her spirit will return to the universe,"
Koval snapped, growing impatient. He sensed victory in David's uncertainty, and the force of his power rose again, rushing out from him like a dam breaking, held back for too long. "Her?" David said, gripping the edge of the chair for dear life as his knees buckled. That flame in his heart roared back to life, stealing the breath from his lungs, leaping to the beat of his pounding heart. "It's a girl?"
"It is a mongrel,"
Koval spat, realizing his mistake. He reverted to the fearsome king, and David almost forgot he had ever seen his vulnerable side, that he had almost confessed his enslaved son was not entirely dead to him.
"It is a cursed creature of mixed worlds, belonging to none. It has the body of a monster and the heart of a fiend. It is a demon. Any child born of Vell will bring nothing but misery to the joined worlds."
David's grip on the chair slipped, and he fell to one knee as Koval's fury hit him like a storm wind, scourging his very soul. No, David thought. He dragged himself back to his feet, his vision fading to black. "I'm not making the same mistake you made. They're mine, Vell and the baby both. I'm not going to give them up without a fight." Poison. David came back to his senses while walking through the hallways back to his rooms. Erla was anxious by his side, guiding his steps, her hand on his elbow. He had no memory of the end of his meeting with Koval. His mind was a blank void after his rebellious decision that he was going to keep Vell and keep his daughter too. Dizzy, sweaty, barely able to walk in a straight line, he accepted Erla's help. David groaned and put his hand to his pounding head, rubbing his temples, trying to make the ache go away. His clothes were sticking to him. His mouth was dry. "Nearly there, Lord Thomen," Erla said, seeming to have warmed up to him again. Perhaps she had deduced from his wretched state that he had defied Koval. The further they walked, the more David could think. His head cleared, the current of energy fading and weakening back to the slow flow he had first sensed. There was a hard, heavy shape in the pocket of his jacket, and, with terrible timing, David pulled out Koval's bottle of poison, just as Vell answered Erla's knock and snatched open the door to his room. The color drained from the Otharnian's face when he saw it. David opened his mouth to explain, but found he couldn't. He had no idea how it had got there. Vell controlled himself, bowing David into the room and taking his jacket. David stumbled over to the hearthstone and let his legs fold under him, sitting down abruptly. He took the glass of cold water Vell held out and drank it. He felt like he hadn't had a drink in weeks. He pulled open the collar of his tunic, suddenly too hot, the adrenaline of his encounter draining away, leaving him shaking and weak. Leaning back against the cool stone, he set the bottle of poison down next to him. He didn't know what to say, where to begin. And of course, they were not alone. Erla stood by the wall, trying to be inconspicuous, and Darren was on the couch, a plate of food in his hand, a cup of beer on the table next to him. Anger flashed through David's body at the sight. Vell had no doubt fetched and served him that food, and Koval's words came back to him, that Vell would have more masters to serve, more owners to make use of him in any way they wanted. Just as Darren was doing. He knew it was irrational, but still struggled to control his fury. Darren was his ally, possibly even his friend. He had stayed there all evening and into the night to keep watch over Vell. Why should he have gone hungry? David ran his hand through his hair, leaving it spiky and wild.
"Thanks for staying here," he said, taking deep breaths, trying to slow his heartbeat. "Any trouble?" Darren shook his head. "No, my friend, no trouble." He looked at the bottle of poison. "And your meeting? That went well?" Vell was hovering by the wall, his eyes glued to the bottle as well, desperate to know his fate, but unwilling to ask. Erla acted like Vell's shadow, wanting what he wanted. David sighed. There was no privacy to be had, no time or place for he and Vell to be alone. He held the cool cup up to his forehead, trying to ease the ache. "It went as well as you might think," he said, his memory of the conversation already twisting and slipping from his mind, the effect of Koval's arcane power. "The king believes the prophecy is true, that the children are a threat. You know what this is." He pointed at the bottle. Vell folded his hands over his belly, a gesture of protection that was as unconscious as it was futile. "And your reward?" Vell asked, his voice low. "What will you gain, sir, for your cooperation?" Once more David let his head fall back on the wall, this time with a dull thud. Koval had offered him life, hundreds of extra years to add to his own, at the cost of the lives of Vell's children. He could not bring himself to say it. How could Vell trust him, knowing what Koval had offered him? In his secret heart, David wanted those extra years. He was selfish, yes, but he wanted to live all that time with Vell, to be with him, to love and care for him, and to be loved in return. He wanted it. He longed for it. But the price was too high. It would cost not only Vell's children, but Vell's love as well. Vell would not, could not love the man who had traded his children's lives for his own. It was impossible, and David knew it. "It's a girl," he blurted out, that fact coming back to him, hot and piercing, like a knife in his heart. "Our baby. It's a girl." He pulled his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, trying to protect the flame that burned there. Vell shook his head, his eyes shining, but undeterred. "Your reward," he repeated. David looked up at him. He was so beautiful, and even now his green eyes met David's with trust and hope. David could not stand to see that fade and die. He looked away before he answered. "The water of Nadij," he said. Erla stifled her gasp, and Darren's mouth fell open. David looked back at Vell, expecting similar surprise, but he saw only cold resignation. "That is well for you, sir," he said, his fingers touching the side of his face, touching the Nehu rune that branded him and displayed to the world who he was. "You will use your centuries wisely, I am sure, to steer your people's path into the joined worlds, to become an allied world rather than a protected one." "Vell, I didn't agree to it," David said, unsure how else to communicate to Vell his absolute refusal to sacrifice their daughter. "Yet," Vell said, "you didn't agree to it yet, sir." Clearly Vell expected David to take that offer, and the pressure of hidden eyes on them made David too cautious to state the truth. The truth would only bring Koval's full power down on Vell sooner. Instead, he said the only thing he could think of. "He still cares about you." Even as the words fell from his lips, he knew they were the wrong thing to say. Vell laughed. "You have seen where his care has taken me," he said, his tone icy. He looked on the verge of hysterical tears, but he fought them off. "Koval's care took me to Valadir, to Hreidmar. It took me to every one of his friends and allies who wished to have me. It took me to Ota and his infernal machine, and now it has taken me to you, sir." Vell stopped himself, his chest heaving, his eyes wet and shining. The room was deathly silent. all eyes on Vell as he stood before them all, barely holding himself together. Vell's fingers smoothed over the emerald ring he still wore, and David could almost see him talk himself down. "I love you," David thought, willing the message to penetrate Vell's mind, muddled as it was with fear, panic, and stress. "I love you. I love you." Taking a deep breath, Vell bowed, his hands shaking, his eyes averted. "May I be excused, sir?" he asked. Darin and Erla were still and quiet, their eyes darting from human to prince, not breathing. "Yes, Vell," David said, knowing there was nothing he could add at that moment. Vell bowed again and walked to the servant's door in the corner of the room. He opened it and slipped inside, closing it behind him, the soft click of the latch the only sound in the stillness. Darin, Erla, and David all looked at one another. "It is late," Darin said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Shall we meet for breakfast? We can discuss matters." David agreed, and the Otharnians swiftly vanished. David did not blame them. The bottle of poison was sitting next to him on the hearthstone like a toad dominating the room. He left it there and hovered over Darin's discarded plate, picking at his unfinished food. He had no idea what to do with himself. He wasn't even hungry, but the plate was a distraction. He felt helpless. Never had he been up against a foe like Koval. He was so overmatched, it was ridiculous. He was like an ant trying to win a fight with an eagle. And worse, he could not say that Koval was wrong. Koval was an emperor, a king of multiple worlds. He had not got to that position by acting recklessly, by heeding superstition over facts. Koval knew Anlira's prophecy had some truth to it, and he was not backing down, even though it had already cost him the love of his youngest son. No king would do such a thing lightly. David paced the room. He went from the fireplace which held the bottle of poison to the servant's door where Vell had retreated, then out onto the balcony to stare off to the dim shadow of the forest where Vell's first child most likely dwelled. A triangular path, each point an impossible reminder. The poison, the forest, his lover, poison, forest, Vell, poison, forest, Vell, over and over. David picked up Darin's beer cup too, and drank half of it before he remembered how much stronger Otharnian ale was than Earth's. When he remembered, he shrugged and drank the rest anyway. His headache welcomed the cool, refreshing drink, even as he knew he might regret it later. He paced some more. Poison, forest, Vell, poison, forest, Vell, poison, forest, Vell. He stopped at the servant's door. Vell, the one he would always choose. He turned the handle before he could talk himself out of it and stepped through. The servants' area was dim. There were no windows, and the only light came from the glow of the crystals embedded in the stone. It was a narrow hallway, not even a room at all. The passage led off into the distance, probably to the kitchens and other areas the servants needed to reach. To his right, a room without a door opened off the hallway, more of an alcove than a room. There, in the dim light, lying on a low cot with no blanket or pillow or any other comfort, was Vell. He was awake, staring at the ceiling, unblinking. David's skin crawled as he was reminded of Vell's timeless state under the control of the Nehu rune. "Hey," David said, and Vell jumped and scrambled to his feet. "Sir," he said, "I apologize. Did you call for me? I am sorry I did not hear you. You have need of me?" "No," David said, wishing they could turn off this performance for even a few minutes. He desperately wanted to be with Vell, to look in his eyes and tell how much he loved and needed him. But he knew he couldn't. Vell looked confused, and David added, "No, I don't need anything. I'm just checking on you." "Ah, of course. I am here, sir." Vell spread his arms in the small room, almost able to touch each side. "Not checking that you're here," David clarified. "Checking that you're okay." Hands lowered, Vell tucked one thumb under his palm. "Yellow, be careful." David didn't react. Vell was right, of course. He should not be there. He should not be showing concern over Vell's well-being. Not there, not at this point when everything hung in the balance for them. There was only one reason for him to be in that room, and it was not to do his slave any kindness. He pointed back to the guest suite. "My bed," David ordered. "I want you with me." Vell bowed again, his face a careful blank. "Yes, sir," was all he said. It was all he could say. Guilt squirmed in David's belly as Vell obeyed him, shedding his clothes and getting into his bed. David got what he wanted, even though Vell had communicated as clearly as he could that he didn't want it. He had wanted to be alone. David got in beside him. Neither of them talked. There was little they could say. David took Vell's hand under the blankets, found the emerald ring on his finger, and pressed on it, hard, reminding Vell that it was there, and what it meant. He could only hope Vell still trusted him, although even he didn't know what that meant anymore. Did David trust himself? They ignored the bottle of poison, still squatting on the hearthstone, and tried to sleep. Starlight. Vell lay awake. David's soft breathing next to him, usually comforting, now was nothing but a reminder of the danger he was in. Vell knew what Koval was doing, even if David did not see it. He had no doubt Koval was behind the Nehu rune that Ilt had inflicted on him. Such a thing was only done to slaves, and disobedient ones at that. He knew of no way to remove it. Not only that, he had offered David the water of Nadij. Extended life, hundreds of additional years to add to his own span. Extended life for David, and slavery for Vell. Even assuming they were able to leave this place, they could not go back to the way things had been. They would not be equals. It could not happen. The rune marked him now, just as the thrall collar had. Vell could feel it burning into his skin. David was his master again. His brief period of freedom was over. He had been a fool to think he could be anything else. Koval had sentenced him to slavery, and he would ensure his sentence was carried out, one way or another. He could not leave. Even if he wanted to leave David and make his own way in the world, leave the safety and comfort of his home on earth, leave the father of his child, the one who loved and cared for him, there was nowhere he could go. The Nehu rune marked him. Any of the allied worlds, and most of the protected worlds, would know what it was. It would only take a single slip-up for someone to turn him in for whatever bounty Koval would inevitably offer. Vell could not leave, but neither could he stay. Not like this, with the knowledge that David could control him with a single word. Koval had altered the foundations of their relationship. He had put Vell back where he belonged, under control. The prince's mind churned on the problem as he stared up at the ceiling, lying as still and silent as he could, not wanting to wake David. They could not talk, and Vell would scream if he had to perform any more of his role as David's obedient slave. The thought of it made him despair. That David now had that power over him. He had ordered him into his bed already. Vell had obeyed, knowing that if he refused, their whole charade would be undermined. But was it even a charade anymore? Back on Earth, his submission had been a game, but here it was real. Vell obeyed whether he wanted to or not. He was afraid. He admitted it to himself. He was afraid of what David would do. Would he accept the inevitable and order Vell to drink the poison? Order him to give up his daughter Jormungand and take Koval's reward? Despite all his hope, Vell knew it was possible. He had been betrayed by his own parents. Anything was possible. If David crumbled before Koval's demands, Vell's fate would be sealed. He would be a slave with 2 dead children, and he could not accept that fate. No. He refused to allow that to be his future. There was another path. Jormungand was safe where she was. The ranger's forest was protected by his powers and by the outflow of energy from Otharn. It was a natural magical sink, like a riptide, where all the accumulated power of Koval and Otharn flowed back out to the universe. Even Koval's might was limited there. Vell had got used to it over the many years he had visited, but he could only perform simple, basic magic there. Light fires, summon witch lights. One child was safe there, in her spirit form. Why not 2? Vell lay still in the starlight, his mind reaching out to the hearthstone where the bottle of poison rested. Their child was in danger where she was, in his body, within Koval's grasp. But if she were gone, if she took her spirit form and traveled to her sister, perhaps she could be safe. The starlight was still bright when David opened his eyes. He didn't know what had woken him, but he could feel the tense energy that permeated the room. Vell was gone from the bed, but the space where he should be was still warm. David got up quietly, his anxiety spiking. He peeked through the archway to the main room and saw Vell standing on the balcony, leaning on the railing, looking out. David relaxed. Perhaps Vell could not sleep. He didn't blame him, with everything going on, and he hoped the Otharnian would not mind some company. "Vell," David said, his voice low. Vell turned, startled, and David saw something shine in his hand. He furrowed his brow. Then his heart lurched as he realized what it was. He looked over at the hearthstone. The bottle of poison was gone. It was in Vell's hand. "What are you doing?" David hissed, horrified. He ran to the balcony, but Vell held up one hand, warding him off. His prince looked otherworldly against the night sky, his pale skin glowing, his green eyes shining. His chest was bare, as he wore nothing but a pair of David's silk sleeping pants. The dark red silk was black in the dim light, and the pants were too short for him, showing his calves and ankles. He was wearing David's clothes because he had no sleeping clothes of his own. His master liked him nude at night, so, of course, he did not need any. Tears shone on Vell's face, reflecting the light of the millions of stars above. "I must do this," he said, pulling the cork out of the bottle. "Please do not try to stop me. There is no other way." The golden flecks in the poison sparkled and twirled, enticing, as though eager to be consumed and do their evil work. "Vell, no," David said, paralyzed with fear and confusion. It felt like a dream, like a nightmare, and he could not move or understand why Vell would do this. Vell held up the bottle in a desperate, sad salute. "I must," he said. "Trust me. I beg you." The word came to David's mouth unbidden, a dark power that demanded to be spoken. He was too far away to grab the bottle, too far to stop Vell making this mistake, too far away to save their daughter. It was the only choice. "Neither," he said, the taste of it sour on his tongue, the word flying from his lips to strike Vell like an arrow, like a bullet, like a rock from his fist. Without even a breath, Vell's knees folded under him, and he crumpled to the ground. The bottle dropped from his numb hand and smashed on the stone. 1,000 tiny shards of crystal scattering across the room, the poison spreading across the tile, seeping into the dark cracks until it was gone. David's heart stopped, his head swam, his vision blurred. Nausea crawled up his throat. What had he done? "Vacna! Vacna! Vacna!" he cried, horrified, throwing himself to the floor next to Vell, heedless of the sharp stabs of the tiny crystal shards on his knees. Vell blinked, confused for a split second to find himself on the floor, but only for a moment. He knew what had happened. He knew what David had done, and he closed his eyes again. His lip shaking, he took a single gasping breath, and then nothing. He forced his face into a smooth, bland mask, hiding every emotion. "Vell," David said, then trailed off. There was nothing he could say. Vell sat up. He saw the broken bottle on the floor, the dampness on the tile that was the only remnant of the poison left. He reached out his hand and touched a piece of crystal, allowing the razor-sharp edge of it to break his skin. The blood that should have been bright red swelled dark and black in the faint light of the stars. He stared at the drop of his own blood for a long moment, then looked up at David, his face blank, expressionless. "I understand, sir," he said, his voice steady. "Vell," David said, trying to explain, knowing that he had done something terrible, something that no explanation could justify. "Our baby, she would die." "I understand." Vell looked down. "Of course. I am sure you know best, sir." "It's not that. Vell, it's too soon. We can talk about it. It doesn't have to be that way." David stumbled over his words, unsure what he was arguing against. He had no idea what had driven Vell to make such a decision without even discussing it. To end their daughter's life in secret, alone, in the dead of night? Vell didn't reply, his shoulders slumped, eyes down, his face a mask. David knew he had fucked up. He had used the Nehu rune, and he had broken Vell's trust, and he didn't know what to say to him. David put his hand on Vell's arm, intending to comfort him, but he did not miss the minute flinch. Vell had himself well under control, but he did not manage to hide his aversion completely. Under David's hand, tension thrummed through Vell's body. Despite his calm exterior and smooth, blank expression, he was vibrating out of his skin. David let go of him. Clearly his touch was not wanted. His head in his hands, David left Vell where he was and sat by himself on the hearthstone. He was at a loss. He had no idea how to fix this, and the horrifying realization was dawning on him that this might not be something that could be fixed. It had not even taken him a full day to treat Vell as a slave again, to use the Nehu rune to control him. Was it possible to come back from that? To be forgiven and be trusted again? David did not know. City. The next morning, Darren, Erla, and Sven gathered in David's rooms. The atmosphere there was thick with tension, and they could all feel it. Vell stood silently by the wall, head down, hands carefully folded behind his back. He had not spoken a single word, except to answer David's questions with, "Yes, sir," or "No, sir," and that was all. His face was expressionless, eyes distant. Darren noticed the bottle of poison was gone from the hearthstone, made the connection to Vell's behavior, and jumped to the obvious conclusion. He pointed to the spot it had been, doing his best to sound neutral, asked, "You have made your decision, then, Lord Thomen?" David shook his head, not liking that he had been downgraded from "my friend" to his former title. "No," he said shortly, unwilling to explain what had happened last night. Darren looked between them, the suppressed emotion rising in the crowded room. A sharp knock at the door interrupted them. Sven jumped to open it, glad to have something to do. He looked around the door and down the hallway, confused. There was no one there. He was about to close the door again when he glanced down and bent to pick something up. David knew what it would be, even before he saw the refracted rainbow light scattered from the bottle. Sven held it gingerly in his big hand. Another bottle of poison. They all stared at it until Vell stepped forward. He shot a venomous look at David, grabbed the bottle, raised it above his head, and smashed it on the floor. David flinched as shards of crystal tinkled against the wall and floor, the poison already seeping between the tiles and vanishing. There was another knock at the door. Sven reluctantly opened it again and picked up the new, unbroken bottle that he inevitably found there. No one spoke. Vell looked utterly defeated, his shoulders slumped, his head lowered, standing in the circle of broken crystal that he had made. David clapped his hands. "All right, let's get the fuck out of here," he said, grabbing his jacket, grabbing Vell's arm, and heading for the door. "Darren, want to show us around town?" "Sure you do. Come on, let's go. Erla, Sven, please clean up in here, and then you two can take the rest of the day off. Let's go. Let's go." The walls were closing in, and David could not stand to spend another moment in that room. The gleaming walls embedded with specks of headache-inducing crystal, the constant feeling of surveillance, the tension and stress ramping up even higher. He had to get out of there. Vell allowed himself to be directed without comment. Darren jumped up and strode out with them, not sure what was happening, but wise enough to follow David's lead. "Yes, indeed. A walk around the city. That will do us all good, They followed the same route down the broad, sloping boulevard away from the palace. Darren walked by David's side, and Vell followed. The two suns were warm, and the street was busy. Despite the pleasant environment, all David could think about was Vell's eyes burning into the back of his neck. Vell was angry with him. David knew it, and the anger was justified, but there was nothing he could do without making it worse. They strolled through a market, glancing through the goods on show, everything from food and furniture to jewelry and clothing. They had no objective, and Darren seemed to understand that. Several times, David caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye, but when he looked, there was never anything there. Darren saw him looking over his shoulder, and took them on a deliberate meandering path, doubling back and stopping abruptly to inspect wares. He even paused at a clothing store and tried on jackets, handing his ever-present golden axe for Vell to hold as he posed in more and more ridiculous ways until he finally coaxed a smile from them. They stopped at a cafe by a busy travel stone. There was a constant buzz of people leaving and arriving, and the place reminded David of New York. Like a metro station, people gathered nearby, waiting for friends, chatting, or, like David and Darren, pausing for some refreshment. They chose a table outside the cafe, and without being asked, Vell went inside to order for them. "How's he going to pay?" David asked, frowning. Darren smiled, tapped his fingers on the tabletop, the sleeve of his bright white tunic contrasting with the dark wood. "He will charge it to my accounts," he said. "That's what he did to refurnish your rooms, and to buy that lovely new tunic you're wearing." David raised his eyebrows, looking down at his embroidered tunic, tailored in his exact shade and to his size. That could not have been cheap to procure in one day, but Darren merely shrugged. "Do not forget, my friend, the Crown Prince of Otharn himself asked me for this favor. I will show him the bills, and he will curse at me for a while, but he will pay. I have no doubt that Vell is aware his brother will be responsible for his charges." Vell returned carrying a tray of food and a jug of chilled wine. He arranged everything on the table, stepping back when he was done to stand behind David's chair. David twisted around, about to tell Vell to sit down with them, when out of the corner of his eye he saw Erla hurrying towards them, carrying a bulky shopping basket. The girl was out of breath, and clearly not doing any shopping. Concerned, David waved her over. She did her best to feign surprise to see them, set her empty basket down by their table, and performed her one-handed curtsy. "Lord Thomen," she said. "Darren, Vell, how lucky for me to see you. I heard in the palace that the king has requested your presence. I am sure Lady Ilt is on her way to give you the same message." They all looked at each other, taking her meaning immediately. Ilt was on her way, and she would not fulfill her mission by taking them to the king gently. David's bones ached just thinking about her black knife. "We should keep moving," Darren said, and they left their food where it sat on the table and hurried from the square. Erla went with them, unquestioned and unchallenged, her shopping basket forgotten under the table at the cafe. They walked fast back through the market, squeezing through the busiest streets, moving with the crowds before breaking off and ducking down alleyways. Perhaps they could lose what observers they had, or perhaps Ilt was biding her time, waiting for the right opportunity to reveal herself. Either way, the clock was ticking, and they did not have much time left before David was forced to make a decision. Perhaps Koval had not seen David stop Vell from drinking the poison last night, but he certainly would have seen Vell smashing the poison bottle that morning. His patience was not going to last much longer. They came to a river and walked along it, following a broad promenade lined with trees and elaborate archways twined with vines. It was getting late in the afternoon. The day was leaving, and the crowds were thinning. They had little cover, and it was only a matter of time before they were found. David tried not to think about it, but reality hung over his mind like a storm cloud, ready to unleash its rain and wind and misery on him. "I need to talk to you," David said to Vell. They stopped by a small weir, water rushing down a slope from a higher level, raising spray and rainbows across the walkway. Without a word, Darren and Erla strolled to the nearby grass bank and sat down. Darren closed his eyes with a contented sigh, leaving David and Vell standing at the river's edge, the noise of water the best cover they could get. David leaned on the handrail, and Vell stood at his side. "May I ask what you have decided, sir?" Vell said. The emotionless mask that had slipped from his face in their rooms was firmly back in place. David could see nothing in his expression, nothing of the anger and betrayal and fear he must be feeling. Only his green eyes, lowered submissively, his eyelashes wet with the spray from the water, and the cursed Nehu rune, an ugly scrawl of ink stained into his skin. "Why did you try to drink the poison?" David countered Vell's question with a question. It was not fair, but it had been niggling at him all day. He did not think Vell had done it to win the waters of Nadij for David, as flattering as that would have been. Vell would not kill his own child for that reason. Perhaps he had done it out of fear that if he did not, the next alternative offered by Koval would be worse. David needed to know. Vell pressed his lips together, struggling over what to say. He still had his secrets to keep, after all. David knew it. He knew it, but there was nothing he could do without the information that Vell was keeping from him. Eventually, Vell's reserve broke. "I wished to release our daughter from my body and send her spirit to join her sister," he said. The way he said it, with the words wrenched from his lips and the resigned sigh that followed, convinced David that it was true. His head spun. He had not even considered that option, that their daughter could survive in such a way. "Why didn't you tell me?" he demanded, grabbing Vell's shoulder, rocking him back on his heels. "Why didn't you tell me?" Vell let himself be shaken, his eyes falling closed. "It was too risky. I asked you to trust me," he said. "I begged you, David." He shook his head, heading off David's inevitable next question. "I do not think it is possible now. Last night there was a chance to take them by surprise, but today, after I smashed the bottle, they will be watching. Koval and Enlira both. Ilt too. We are out of time. As soon as our daughter's spirit appears, they will destroy her." Plan. The two of them stood in the spray of the weir, side by side, but separated by the knowledge of what David had done. He had thought he knew best. He had not trusted Vell, and he had ruined what might have been their daughter's only chance of survival. Vell's desperate plan could have worked, but now they would never know. Shame made David's belly squirm. He forced himself to speak. "I'm sorry," he said. He stroked his own face, touching the spot where Vell's rune was. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I know that's useless. It's nothing, but I am sorry. I'd do anything to make it up to you." Vell faced out over the water, his blank mask finally falling away, his pain and anger erupting, finding their target. "Apologize to our daughter," he said, the words finally boiling out of his mouth, unstoppable. "Offer to make it up to her when they kill her." David's eyes stung with tears. He deserved Vell's scorn. He had thought he could protect him, but he couldn't. He had only made things worse. He gulped for breath, blinked back his tears. He couldn't stand the thought of losing them both, losing their daughter, and then inevitably losing Vell. The spray blended with the tear that dripped down his face, and David swiped it away, hoping it looked like nothing more than water. "Vell," he said, his voice a whisper. "Vell, please forgive me. I can't live without you." Scuffing his feet on the wet stone, Vell looked as though he was debating his response. "I forgive you," he said eventually, but there was no emotion in his voice, no sadness, anger, or pain. "I forgive you because I have to. You will not be without me if you do not wish it, because you own me. You are my master, and I am your slave. Koval will have it that way, and so it will be that way. We cannot escape it. It is our fate. So you are forgiven, and you will be forgiven next time as well." Vell stared out over the water, the twin suns casting warm and cool-colored rainbows in the spray, dazzling in their beauty, but still not as beautiful as he was. Even as David's heart broke at his words, he fell more in love with Vell and realized the depth of what he had lost. Fate, David thought. Fate. Koval had told him he had twisted the threads of fate. Perhaps it was time to break them for good. He would not accept a future of being Vell's master. He would not. He had not accepted it when he had freed him from the thrall collar, and he would not accept it now. There was always another way. There had to be. Wheels began to turn in David's head. He looked out over the river, trying to appear calm. Vell could not use his usual method of travel to flow through the crystal world, riding the currents and emerging wherever he wanted, not without his path being tracked. But that was not the only way to travel. "How far can you go with the travel crystals?" he asked. Vell blinked at the abrupt subject change, but he answered, seeming to follow David's line of thought. "The small ones will take you anywhere you wish to go in the city, sir," Vell answered. "At the city gates there are larger ones, connected to other towns and cities. They can take you anywhere on Otharn. They have their own paths, well worn." untraceable was on the tip of his tongue, but he did not say it. They exchanged a glance. David tried to communicate with his eyes. He had destroyed Vell's chance to send their daughter to be with Yormuna. David was certain the spirit snake was in the vast forest that spread across the horizon. But there was another option: to send Vell himself. It was not his first choice, or even his second or third choice, but Koval's net was closing on them. Darren was a friend, but he could not shield them from Koval, and Erla was just a kid. Ilt was stalking their heels. Even Vell's own mother, Anlera, had told Vell to his face that his child was a monster. They were out of options. It was time to submit or break free. David swallowed. Vell would have to go alone, as David could not use the travel crystals. He would have to face Koval's wrath on his own, and it wouldn't be pretty. He would probably never see Vell again. He would never see their child, but it would be worth it if he could save them. It would be his apology to Vell for using the rune against him. His words were nothing, but perhaps he could prove himself with his actions. David walked over to their companions. Erla stared at them, but Darren seemed to have genuinely dozed off, the late afternoon light of the twin suns turning his red hair a fiery crimson. "Hey, man," David said, crouching next to him. He said, opening his eyes. Awake." The human could not help but smile. He liked Darren. Perhaps in other circumstances they could have been true friends. David had few enough of those. But he would accept Darren's alliance, conditional on Lon's request that he assist them. "We're going to head back," David said, keeping his tone as even as he could. "It's time for me to go see the king. Vell is going to show me the city gates on the way." Darren nodded, agreeable, even as curiosity flared behind his blue eyes. "I will accompany you," was all he said, as he scrambled to his feet and brushed himself off, settling his axe into its sling on his back. The city gates were not on the way to the palace, which explained Darren's curiosity. The four of them walked with the palace at their back, heading farther downhill, away from the market area. They passed through the streets lined with warehouses, then cozy homes pressed close together, lights in the windows, families going about their daily lives. There was another market near the gates, not fine goods as the one in the upper city had been, but functional. Cookware, seeds, rough weapons. The vendors were packing up their stalls as the light faded, haggling with the final few customers. They reached the gates, and David had to admit they were impressive. The city was ringed by a wall topped with an energy field, and David wondered who the wall was meant to protect against. The gates were huge. Double doors of gray stone and clear crystal that blended and flowed together in a way he had not seen anywhere else in the city. It was like melted ice cream that had been refrozen. Their mission forgotten, he approached with genuine curiosity. He ran his hands over the gate, and the joining between stone and crystal was undetectable to his touch. "How did they make these?" he mused, and turned to look back at Vell, half expecting him to know the answer. But Vell was not looking at the gates or at David. He was looking outside the walls, at a much larger travel crystal resting on a low stone platform. This one was half as tall as a person, taller if you counted the platform. It glowed with orange and purple light from the setting suns, transformed into rainbow shades as the beams hit the crystal. Unable to resist, perhaps for the last time, David took Vell's hand. "Just go," he muttered under his breath, knowing that Vell could not take David with him. This was Vell's journey to make. The only gift David could give him was to let him go. "As soon as you can, just go," he repeated, as they passed under the archway and headed for the crystal. "Go where?" A sing-song voice floated from nowhere, until Ilt stepped out from behind the crystal, her black knife at her belt, her blonde braid bouncing slowly as she grinned, sly and contented like a wolf. Her 4 minions flanked her, their hands already glowing. Channel. Shit, David said with feeling. They were 4 against 5, and the 5 were all skilled mages, led by a ruthless and powerful witch. David did not even have a charged blaster, and Vell did not have his daggers. All they had were David's crystal nanites and Vell's magic. David let his nanites form into the shape of a blaster behind his back, and it began to charge. He would get 1 shot out of it if he could delay long enough, and if he was lucky. "Darren, kindly escort Erle away from here," Vell said, dropping his submissive performance entirely and taking a fighting stance next to David. David stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and he was glad to be there. If this was an end, they would face it together. Without a word, Darren grabbed Erle's arm and slipped away, a mocking wave from Ilt following him. David and Vell stood hand in hand. "You go. Don't worry about me," David said under his breath. "Save our daughter. Keep her safe." "Ilt will kill you, David," Vell said, utter certainty in his voice. "If I slip through her fingers, she will kill you in her rage, and it won't be an easy death." "Got any better ideas?" David asked. Vell didn't. They were at the end of the line. They faced off, David and Vell standing under the arch of the gates, and the 5 mages standing between them and the Fjarloth. All around them, Otharnians ran for cover, scattering back inside homes, to nearby streets, or to the fields and orchards outside the city walls. "I can take you through the crystal," Vell said urgently, his hand crushing David's. "Just hold on to me when we go. I will guide you." David didn't reply. He knew in his heart that they would not both reach the crystal. It would be a miracle if even one of them did, and that one had to be Vell. It had to be. David had let him down so much already, he would not let him down again. He stepped forward, shielding Vell with his shoulder. "Lady Ilt," he said, strolling closer to her, "I know what you want, and there are better ways to get it." Behind him, Vell inched closer as well. The nearer they were to the crystal when they made their move, the better. "You have no idea what I want, human," Ilt sneered at him. She flipped her knife in her hand, the black blade absorbing the orange and purple light of the twin suns, but reflecting nothing. "You want what's in there," David said, pointing to Vell's belly, where their tiny daughter grew, oblivious to the chaos that swirled around her. "But you know Koval won't let you increase your power by that much. You'd be too dangerous." David had no idea if that was true or not, but he had guessed correctly, judging by the cold look that crossed Ilt's face. "Lies," she declared, recovering. "I serve my king. My power is his power." "And what about Lon?" David kept talking, just letting words fall out of his mouth, all the while inching closer to the huge crystal. "He's not going to let you get away with this." Ilt scoffed. "Lon," she said, disdain dripping from her tongue. She looked like she could say more, but she stopped herself with a glance upward. They were watched. Her reaction told them that most likely the king himself had his eyes on them. Koval was going to make sure his wayward son was returned. David had no more words, but he and Vell were only a few paces apart, and the travel crystal a dozen paces behind Ilt. "You will return to the palace and do as the king commands," the witch said, her knife pointing at David's face. "You will take your reward and leave this place with your barren slave. If you do not—" She paused, and a delighted shiver ran over her body. "If you do not, I will cut that mongrel child out of this Elskin's belly myself, and you will have nothing to take to your backwater planet but a corpse. Choose." David chose. As he knew he would, he chose Vell. He snatched the blaster from under his jacket, pointed it at Ilt's face, and fired. She staggered, and Vell followed up with an energy blast that threw her further back. Her minions closed rank, and the glistening spell net formed in their hands. David threw himself into it without hesitation. He could not let them capture Vell again. The sticky threads of energy closed around him, and for a split second he felt nothing. Then the web fired, and his every nerve lit on fire. He dropped to the ground, and through the glowing threads he saw Vell run for the crystal. So close, so close. His hand was outstretched to touch it, but he hesitated. David tried to shout, "Go!" but only then realized he was screaming. Outside his own body, the spell threads burning, their touch a molten pool of pain overwhelming him. Vell turned. David thought, no, in despair, as his love threw away any chance of escape and returned to help him. Vell's hands glowed green and gold, and one of the mages dropped his corner of the spell net as the prince's blast hit his chest and flung him to the ground. The corner he had dropped started to unravel, but one of the other mages caught it and steadied it. In a moment of focus, David realized that it was Einar, the bald mage who had threatened them in their rooms. David was still trapped, pain burning through his nerves. There was nothing he could do as Ilt's black dagger flew and sank into Vell's left shoulder, planted like a poison root. The handle sparked, and Vell's fingers slipped off it as he tried to pull it out. He fell to his knees, and Ilt loomed over him, triumph at her fingertips. David writhed in the net, his vision fading, but a flutter of bright white caught his attention by the gate. He twisted his head to see, and almost passed out with relief, when he saw Darren, his face cold, his golden axe held high, its wicked edge glinting. In one smooth motion, Darren aimed and threw, the axe spinning through the air almost in slow motion, catching fire from the orange and purple sunlight. Einar, holding two corners of the spell web, staggered, a look of confusion blooming on his face. The corners fell from his hands, and he tried to reach up behind him, his expression quizzical. There was nothing but a look of mild concern on his face when he fell forward, a golden axe in his back. The spell web dissolved, and David gasped for breath, rolling onto his knees, watching the white of Darren's tunic vanish behind the city walls. He had done what he could. David grabbed the axe handle and yanked it out of Einar's back, bile filling his mouth at the squelching crunch. Hand-to-hand combat was not David's strength, but he swung the axe at the two remaining mages, forcing them backwards. An axe in the face will do that, David thought inanely to himself. They backed off, and although they were not down, David spun around to find Vell. Ilt had her hand on the handle of her knife, still embedded in his flesh, and she was twisting it. Vell's mouth opened in a silent scream, his eyes wide, tears streaming down his face. David swung the axe again, but his human strength was no match for the witch's. She blocked the weapon with one hand, catching the handle, the blade skimming her cheek and barely breaking the skin. But at least she had let go of the handle of her dagger. Vell slumped to the ground, his left arm hanging useless, and began crawling towards David. David stumbled to him. "Vell, go," David begged before he collapsed, his legs unable to hold him up, the burns from the spell web pulsing as he moved, agony sizzling in his brain. He pointed at the crystal, willing Vell to turn around and go, to leave him to save their daughter. Vell shook his head. "Together," he said, falling to the ground next to David, reaching for him. David sobbed in frustration and pain. "I'm sorry," he said, filled with regret over the actions that had brought them to this place. "I'm so sorry, Vell. I should never have used the rune. I love you so much. Please go, please." Again, Vell shook his head, trying to drag David to his feet, to take them both to the crystal. It was only a half-dozen paces away, but it might as well have been a mile. Ilt and the two remaining mages, both women, stood before it. Ilt's braid whipped behind her like a furious snake. With a spiteful twist of her fingers, the dagger in Vell's shoulder sparked and shuddered. His face turned gray, his lips tight with agony. David took his hand, pressed his fingers to Vell's emerald ring, their wedding ring. He let his blaster dissolve back to nanites, sending them sliding under Vell's clothes to form a protective shield over his chest and belly. It was all David could do, and it would not be enough. Vell stiffened, frozen in place, his hand touching the hard nanite layer against his skin, his eyes wide. "David," he whispered urgently as Ilt stalked towards them. "The shield's at home. Your nanites are connected to the Valadir crystals. They are as one now. Summon their power." The ground lurched under David as he realized that Vell was right. They had integrated the nanites and the crystals that protected their home. Just as David had been able to find the nanites in Vell's bracelet, so he could find the ones back on Earth. All David's crystal nanites were connected, in theory. He had never tested the theory from such a great distance, but with Vell's help to channel their power. David didn't waste time. As he had done before, he formed a compass on his palm, seeking his nanites back on Earth. The implant behind his ear conducted his thoughts, finding the vast store of energy that the crystal nanites could access from their home. "Can you channel it?" David asked, remembering his previous insistence that Vell allow Lively to control the flow of energy, his fear that it might be too much for Vell. "Yes," Vell said, frantic. "Yes, I can do it. This is our only chance. Trust me, David." David put his palm on Vell's arm, gripping it tightly, joining them through the nanites against their skin. Through force of will, he made the nanites on his hand connect to the nanites in the crystals. The energy was far away and faint at first, but on a quantum level, all distances were the same. At that moment, David believed in quantum physics with all his heart, and seconds later, Vell gasped as the full flood of power from the Valadir crystals filled his body. His eyes glowed gold, and Ilt and her mages paused at the sight. Vell, however, did not pause. He raised his hands and unleashed the full force of the shields on the three of them. A single burning pillar of power, brighter than the sun's, crackling and spitting, its power almost too much to be contained. Vell's magic and David's technology combined into something more powerful than either of them could have imagined. It only lasted for a few seconds, but it seemed like forever. When it stopped, cut off abruptly, the world seemed darker, their retinas dancing with flares and bright spots. Where the two mages had stood, there were two crumpled bodies, burned and blackened. Where Ilt had stood, in the center of the blast, there was nothing. Forest. They lay on the ground, hand in hand, speechless, silence surrounding them. They could have stayed like that for hours, but a strong hand grabbed them and yanked them to their feet. Darren. He had not vanished after he had thrown his axe then. David tried to thank him, but his mouth could not form the words. "What the joined worlds was that?" Darren asked, his eyes wild. Light ash was falling all around them, settling on Darren's white tunic, turning it gray. The very flagstones under their feet were hot, burned, and cracked. At the epicenter of the energy blast where Ilt had stood, the stone had turned to dust.
Never mind.
After a moment, Darren decided not to follow that line of questioning.
Never mind what it was. Just go. Don't tell me where. Don't go back to Earth for a while, at least not until Lon is back on Otharn. If Koval was watching that, he's got a serious headache now. Perfect time to go.
He shoved them towards the travel crystal, now blackened on one side and smeared with ash.
Darren,
Vell said, his eyes blurred and distant, struggling to come back to himself.
Darren, will you be safe here? I'll take care of myself, and Erla too. Don't worry about us.
Darren stepped back and picked up his axe, bloody and ashen now, but the sky-blue scrap of cloth from Lon's cape still visible. It would be his shield against the wrath of the king. David nodded and helped Vell limp towards the Fiarloth. The Otharnian staggered, his left arm hanging useless by his side, Ilt's blade still stuck in his flesh.
"Are you sure you can take me?"
David asked, uncertain if his question should be whether Vell could do it or whether he would do it. If Vell was thinking of separating from David, he could hardly find a better time. He could step through the travel crystal, and David would be left behind. Vell gestured for David to join him, wrapped his good arm around his lover's shoulders, and let David take his weight. David was good as a crutch, if nothing else, and he was glad to be of use.
"Trust me, David,"
Vell said, and with a single step, they both touched the crystal. Instantly, they were sucked into a vortex of crystal light. David could feel his arm around Vell's waist, but he could not see him. As close as they were, there was nothing before his eyes but a wild rainbow of color in every direction. He twisted his head, trying to find up or down, trying to find Vell, but there was nothing there.
"David,"
Vell's voice came from nowhere.
"Do not fight it. Let me guide you."
David tried to relax, but it was hard. If he let go of Vell, he would be lost. He would never find his way through this maze of light. He would die there. He tried to take a calming breath, but he panicked when he realized there was no air. No air, and also no lungs, no need to breathe. He was part of the energy, and he could not control it. The light started to move, flowing past him like a river, and it took him a few moments of dizzy disorientation to realize he was the one moving. Vell was taking him through this pathway, even though they could not see each other. They were still together. David could not tell how Vell was navigating, and all he could do was hold on as the rainbow light swirled around him. Perhaps only a few seconds later, they tumbled out of another travel crystal, landing on a stone platform. It was already dusk when they emerged. David looked up to see the tall trees of the Otharnian forest less than a mile away. They were on the edge of a small town, only a few people still outside their homes. His and Vell's bloody and disheveled appearance was attracting curious glances, and they needed to keep moving. There was no time to waste. Even now, Koval was probably looking for them. They had to get to the forest. Vell leaned on David's shoulder again. The prince was still upright, but he was so pale his skin seemed luminous in the starlight. There was no other option, though. They had no time to rest, so they started walking. It was not long before the deep shadows of the trees fell over them, and Vell stopped looking over his shoulder at every other step. The gray fear left his face, and even his injury seemed to bother him less as they entered the safety of the forest. David kept his arm around his lover's waist, doing his best to support him, to take as much of his weight as he could. David was exhausted himself, the burns from the spell net throbbing all over his body. But Vell was worse. He had the witch's blade embedded in his shoulder still, and he had channeled more power than he ever had before. Even on Valadir, The power he had been forced to channel to the crystals had not been enhanced and magnified by David's technology. Technology and magic combined became far greater than the sum of their parts. And still, Vell had controlled the energy. It had affected him, though. His feet dragged, his eyes drooped, and David knew they could not go much further. "Is it safe here?" he asked. They had to stop, rest, and let Vell recover his strength. Perhaps try to remove the blade that must be agony in his shoulder. Vell nodded, and eased himself to the ground, his back to a tall pine, his head tipped back, eyes closed. "This is well," he said. "He will find us here, if he has a mind to help us." "Wait, what? He can find us?" David said, alarmed, thinking for a moment that he meant Koval. The king certainly had no mind to help them if he was able to find them. Vell smiled tiredly. "Not the king, David. Not him." Realization dawned. Vell's ranger. Of course. He was the reason they had come here. Jormunna's father, Vell's former lover. The nameless man who had pretended not to know Vell was a prince, who had been a haven for him from his family, from court life, from the weight of expectations, from his father's disappointment. The forest was his domain, and even though they had not spoken of it, they had come here hoping for his protection. David sat down, offering his shoulder to his exhausted lover. They had no food, no water, no supplies of any kind. Vell would have his magic again once he had recovered from burning it all away. Perhaps that would be enough, even if the ranger didn't find them. "You think he will?" David asked. "Yes." Vell nodded, his eyes closing again, his voice faint. "He always found me before. Every time I came here, he found me. He called me his water spirit, Vatten Sander." "I know, baby, you told me," David said. He put a worried hand up to Vell's forehead. It was uncharacteristically warm. "I think he knew what I was from the moment he met me," Vell said, his voice drifting. "That's why he called me Water Spirit." Vell rested against the tree, sleeping or half unconscious now. David could not tell. As gently as he could, he opened Vell's tunic and tore the fabric away from the wound. Vell's shoulder was swollen, hot to the touch, the black blade buried to the hilt. Even in the dim starlight that filtered through the trees, the wound looked bad. It looked like a sting embedded in Vell's flesh, dark threads of poison leaching out of it into his body. "That will need to come out." The voice was deep and low, radiating calm. David looked up, knowing who he would see. The ranger crouched beside him, studying Vell's wound. He was a shape in the darkness, the hood of his cape pulled up over his head, showing his face only in glimpses. He set down his pack and reached out to touch Vell's shoulder. Without thinking, David grabbed his wrist, not wanting this stranger to put his hands on his helpless lover. The ranger only chuckled and waited patiently for him to let go. After a moment, David did. This was no stranger. He was the father of Vell's first child, and if David could trust anyone, it would be him. "Sorry," David said, shaking his fingers, the vibrations of the ranger's power numbing his hand. The ranger turned Vell's head with gentle hands, frowning at the Nehu rune staining his face. He touched it with 2 fingers and snatched his hand away as though stung. "O Nuranda," the ranger said, "tamer of fire, you have brought Vatten Sander back to my forest, and not just him." He let his hand hover over Vell's belly, still flat and toned as ever. "But his child as well. Our child." David said, unsure whether he should be pleased to be called tamer of fire or not. He certainly wasn't going to let this ranger think Vell's baby had no father, because she did, and it was him. The ranger nodded, non-committal. You are welcome here, O Nuronda, for now. He pointed at the dagger. This is draining his magic, draining his energy. It must come out. The longer we delay, the worse it will be. David did not disagree. The sight of the blade in Vell's body made his stomach churn. The ranger produced a roll of furs from his pack and laid it out on the ground. Together, they maneuvered Vell to lie down, his ripped tunic falling off his shoulder as he fought for consciousness. "Hey, baby," David said, leaning over, stroking Vell's cheek, trying to get his attention. "Hey, your ranger is here. We're going to get this thing out of you, okay? Then you're going to feel a whole lot better. Don't worry. We'll take care of you." Vell nodded blearily, his eyes unfocused. The ranger touched the handle of the dagger, a light brush of his fingers. The evil thing seemed to squirm away from him, twisting in Vell's flesh like a slug avoiding salt. Vell's eyes opened wide, giving a high-pitched exhale, his face gray. "I am sorry, Vatten Sander," the ranger said, rummaging in his pack and pulling out a pair of heavy gloves, "but this is going to hurt." He reached for the handle, and Vell flinched away, blood on his lips where he had bitten his tongue. "Wait," he panted. Wait. The ranger paused. David looked at Vell, his harsh breaths, his heaving chest, the black blade poisoning him even as they waited. "The rune," Vell said. "David, please. The rune. David touched it with his fingers, just as the ranger had done. It was a curse, but perhaps now it could be a blessing. He could send Vell into that timeless state where he would feel nothing. He had sworn to himself that he would never use it again, but he was very willing to break that vow if it would save Vell from this pain. "You're sure?" he asked, and Vell nodded. David steeled himself. It was not the same, he told himself. It was not the same as before, when he had betrayed Vell's trust. This was the opposite. Vell had asked him to do it. David slipped his hand under Vell's head, holding the back of his neck in the possessive gesture that he knew Vell loved. It was the gesture he used to reassure him, to comfort him, to connect with him, to let him know he was loved. He leaned over and kissed his forehead, then whispered, "Neither." Vell's muscles relaxed in an instant. He was unconscious, a limp and pliable body on a mat of furs. The ranger watched him with cool eyes, no doubt making his own judgment. David did not blame him. They had shown up here with Vell pregnant and seriously injured, a slave tattoo on his face that David controlled. Whatever conclusions the ranger was making, he was probably at least half right. "Do it," David said. He would answer questions later. Now they needed to help Vell. "Aye." The ranger nodded and turned his attention back to his patient. He wrapped his gloved hands around the handle of the blade, trying to stop it from squirming away. "Hold him," the ranger said, and David leaned his weight over Vell's shoulders, keeping him still for the ranger to work. With one long pull, the ranger extracted the blade, slick with blood, dark tendrils following it and dissolving into smoke as they came out of Vell's body. David swallowed back his nausea and turned his head away. When he looked back, the ranger was already bandaging the wound, hiding it beneath padding and a roll of cloth. "He can heal himself when he has his power back," the ranger said gruffly. He stared at David expectantly, one protective hand resting on Vell's arm. A moment later, David realized what he was waiting for and said, "Vakna." Vell's eyes opened. He stirred and moaned. He was weak, but already the color was returning to his face and replacing the sickly pallor. "All done," David said. Vell reached for his hand, gripping it tightly, taking low, slow breaths that David recognized as one of his meditations, trying to control the pain. David rubbed slow circles on Vell's palm with his thumb, matching the speed and rhythm of his breathing, helping him get control. It took a while, but David and the ranger waited patiently until Vell was able to speak. While they sat silent in the starlight, David's mind started to turn over their current situation. They could not go back to Earth, to the safety and comfort of the New York penthouse. Koval had attacked them there, and until David could ensure their shields were safe, that was no haven. Neither could they go back to the Otharnian capital. Lon was absent, and Daring could do no more for them than he had already done. They could not go anywhere where Koval's anger and Anlira's visionary conviction would reach them. That left the Ranger's forest. Protected from Koval and Anlira by the outflowing energy of Otharn, a natural riptide that dulled all magic energy within its boundaries. They were safe there, or at least as safe as they could be. Safe enough, perhaps, for their child to be born and to survive. As though echoing David's thoughts, Vell let out a long breath and opened his eyes. "Is your Muna here?" he asked. And the ranger finally smiled, an open and easy smile that lit up his stern face. He pushed back his hood, his dark hair swept away from his face, his eyes bright and crinkled at the corners. "Aye, Vattensander," he said. "Your daughter is here. Let us go and meet her." This has been The Prince's Fate, Thrall Prince Romance, Book 2. Written by Caroline Gibson. Narrated by Matt Haynes. Copyright 2019 by Caroline Gibson. Production copyright 2019 by Caroline Gibson.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.